wrote a song where one of the lines says, I'll go toe to toe like I'm Ali. Like I'll do more. There could be the biggest guy in the room and I'll say, I'll be able to do more drugs than you. But it's because my level of what high is I felt it from, I mean, when you're having 15,000 people scream your name and sing along to your songs, it's like, you know how you're saying your float tank is getting high without drugs? It's like that with times a billion.
Oh, sure.
So it's really hard to come down off that. And I never luckily had a problem with like taking downers to bring myself down, but there was a lot of people around me that was like, you know, just take half of these.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm lucky I didn't start messing with downers.
I think it also might have to do with your head injury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that.
There's a real big connection between people with traumatic brain injury and the need for either alcohol or cocaine or something to perturb your natural state of consciousness.
And a lot of my brain is really, really on. It's got like overactivity. But then again, if you kind of look at the part, that frontal lobe that kind of tells you, you know, yes or no, or stops you from making a bad choice. Mine gets a little sleepy sometimes when I'm not doing, especially when it comes to the diet. When my diet isn't, you know, it's annoying because I do like to, one, I'm country, so I like to eat bad food. I had never, my mom used to get mad if I would tell her I don't want butter. Like my mom is like, yeah, now I'm fine. But I just remember growing up, my mom, you know, we ate frozen waffles and all that. We don't know anything about nutrition. I grew up on that country diet, and so I learned a lot. I mark a lot of my, I guess, kind of like my grounding in the weight that I have, to my diet, to my supplementing, to my maintenance, to the diligence, to the sport that being an entertainer is.
It is a sport.
Yeah, it is.
Are you the boss?
Yes, I'm the boss.
You're the boss.
I'm the boss.
Do you have a mentor? Do you have someone that you can consult with when shit is weird?
I send faxes back and forth to Dolly Parton because that's how she
communicates. Shit.
That's how
we communicate. If you need a mentor, that's the mentor.
Exactly.
There's a woman who's done it.
And I try to kind of, you know, my life moves so fast. I try to kind of send her a little kind of rundown of what's going on every other month.
You guys fax?
She faxes me, then I send an email and they fax to her. They email the fax to me. Yeah, it is. She records everything on the cassette, all that.
She records it on the cassette.
And so I have actually a recording of her saying it. It's somewhere. It's on the beginning of Rainbow Land or at the end of it. And she says,
"Oh, I listened to that."
She goes, "All right, I'm gonna put this on my cassette. Then I'm gonna run it down onto a CD. Oh, I'm so high tech."
Yeah. We played Jolene, your cover of Jolene on this podcast once. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, when
a lot of kids kind of think that's my song now. That's what I like doing about covers. I think you were talking about that Cornell tribute at one point also. And that's what I love. My fans, you know, they wouldn't really know unless I introduced it to them. And that's something that I really love. That happened recently with Midnight Sky and Stevie Nicks. There's a sample of Edge 17, which I got blessed by her to be able to allow me to do it. I had another melody, a B melody. It's definitely below a B because it's not Edge 17, which is my top 5 favorite song ever. And she said, "You can borrow from me anytime," which
that's awesome.
So cool.
Yeah, that's gotta be pretty badass to be able to be in contact and to collaborate with all these amazing artists.
And I went on the road with Joan Jett for a little while too. She was on tour with The Who. I went and hung out with her for a little while.
That's amazing.
You know, even if I'd show up there and I'd maybe been partying too much, and she would yell at her manager, Kenny, who's, you know, been her manager and in her band from the beginning, "Kenny, we gotta get her like some Mexican food or something. Look at her, like she's like, you know, she's gonna break in half." And you know, all of a sudden, all this food starts on in my room, and you know, I think she's probably seen, you know, not just in her own band, but you know, I think she's seen everything, and I think she's seen it go the wrong way. You know how we're talking about whether you swim or drown. I think she's seen a lot more people drown, and so she always tries to feed me.
But that's where it's got to be really hard if you're a woman like her who's been there, done that, and then you see some young girl coming up, and like, damn, this lady right now is in the waves. You know, you've been in the waves many times where that ship is rocking back and forth, and you don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah.
When you're a 17-year-old kid, you're doing a lot of mushrooms and smoking a lot of pot, and also you're super fucking famous, and really people can't tell you shit.
Yeah.
Which is part of the problem.
I know. That's why my mom's the best. I didn't understand she was the best at the time. She'd still take my cell phone. I'm like, "How can you take it? I'm paying for it." She's like, "I gave you life. Shut up." You know, and my mom still took my cell phone until I was almost 20.
You have like an almost manic way of talking.
Yeah.
Your way of talking is almost like a fountain. like a crazy fountain. Like words just keep coming, and ideas just keep coming.
I know.
Like how do you shut that off?
I am into a lot of these. I love the idea of these hypnosis apps. I have a lot of those on
Which
my
ones do you
phone.
use?
I like Amen clinics. So I'm all about my boy Dr.
Okay.
Amen. I listen to Headspace a lot, and I
Stuff.
like Calm. I use
Great.
that a lot also.
Calm's great.
Yes, I actually, my favorite thing about Headspace is I love the sleep skates, and my favorite one is the cat marina. Because I do love boats and I do love cats, so that's a dream for me after a long day.
Does that work on you?
Yeah.
Does it calm you down?
When my house burned down, I'm not joking, the cat marina got me through. I was training in South Africa, and every night I'd be like, hello and good evening. You're at the cat marina. Lucky for you, you love cats. What do you love more? Boats. You know, and it's like, hell yeah, I'm at the cat marina. My house is on the ground in a million pieces, and I'll never see anything that I love inside it again, but I'm at the fucking cat marina.
I'm not a doctor, but if I was, I would prescribe to you some ridiculous, rigorous exercise. I think you're like a little Ferrari, and you need to get out there on the fucking racetrack.
Well, let's go.
I really think that.
Let's
Like,
go.
I see all this fucking energy you have. I'm like, that lady's like an overflowing battery.
This is why I like to work hard, and maybe that's
I'm
maybe,
sure.
yeah, I'd love to work.
You're a thoroughbred.
I do. And when I don't work, that's when I get in trouble.
But you also got to think about there's genetics involved. You know, your father was a musician, and and then all your life being in the public eye like that, and performing and working, and then just the amount of effort that you put in when you were a kid, touring all the time. I mean, you're fucking geared for that shit, And I just feel like people like that, your body can betray you sometimes.
I know that.
If you don't.
I have a lot of physical pain, to be honest with you. And that's something I'm working on and trying to figure out too. And that had a lot.
You have physical pain?
Physical pain. My hips really, really hurt me, and my hips drive me crazy. Like if I fly, I don't know, maybe it's just
Do you stretch?
I do stretch. I'm actually overly flexible. I'm like kind of double jointed everywhere. And so I have a lot of my shoulder will just slip out all the time. Like it kind of does weird things, and my arms twist in weird directions.
Are you physically strong?
Physically strong? I think I'm pretty strong. I've been stronger.
Maybe it's like a muscle thing. Maybe you need to exercise.
But I really, really loved lifting and doing all my weight training, my resistance, and then the veganism. I was kind of I think I'm really kind of building myself back up to realize what works. So I'm actually right now in a very experimental period. It's actually fun to talk about with you because I know that you kind of have probably some good suggestions on that. But I'm experimenting a lot with like my diet and my body and my routine and my exercise right now. Because kind of like, leaving veganism is really terrifying. Like you said, the public kind of will destroy you for that. And,
How long were you vegan?
Since I was vegan from 2013 till 2019.
So in 2019, what was the first thing that you ate?
My ex-husband cooked me some fish on the grill. I cried for a long time. I cried for the fish, and I
Those
hope.
little fucks,
And
they take care of their kids.
Listen, I have some videos on my phone of my fish at home. I have a blowfish that runs to the side of the tank every time I come home, so it really hurts me to eat.
Because it thinks you're going to feed it.
And I do every time.
Yeah, that's it. That's
I
all
know.
it is.
You know what? I haven't really had.
If you get shot in the head, that fish doesn't give a fuck.
Well, that's what my ex said about the dogs. And I'm like, I can't do this to dogs. And he's like, watch this. Starts feeding them the fish. They're like, they're happy. They'll eat it. But so that's what I had. And it was because of the hip pain. I had actually we were flying to, I think, Poland or something on a tour that I was on. And I started sobbing, crying on the plane because I couldn't sit any longer because my hips were hurting so bad.
So this was
And laying on the floor.
Pre-quitting gluten?
Now I'm back on gluten. So
Now you're back?
I did a trial period of 18 of like kind of removing things, because I think when you try all these different diets, like, okay, now I'm going to try keto, now I'm going to try vegan, now I'm going to try this. You're doing it at such a kind of, it's really hard to know what's affecting you.
Right.
So I tried to go slowly, like, okay, it takes a freaking long time, but going through and going, I'm going to eliminate this now, and then I'm going to put it back and see how I feel. My body, when I am supplementing, especially with the omegas have really changed my life for me. I think, again, you kind of, you kind of referred to me as something like a car, and I think that we are kind of like a car. And I was like so dry from having none of these healthy fats in my diet. I did what I could with like as many freaking avocados a day as I
It's
can.
hard.
I think it's hard to get the fat.
It's not as bioavailable.
And your
like
brain
flax
is,
and
you
stuff
know,
like
your
that.
brain really needs those fats, and you know, it was really, really hard for me.
Fish oil is the way to go.
Yep.
I know people don't like it, and they don't like the idea behind it, but god damn, it's so good for your brain.
Yeah, I love. I do kind of like the fish egg Vital Choice also because
That stuff's great.
I love Vital
Fish
Choice.
eggs the way to go.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I mean that's
It's really
the best
helped my
way to get
hips
your omega.
so much. Now
Well, it's an inflammation issue then.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in general my brain, like you're saying, is kind of on fire. It is inflamed.
Yeah.
I think in general I'm inflamed. So I'm looking for in my life, not just in kind of like dating or relationships, but in general, the people I like to have around. I like to have those kind of water signs. I like someone that kind of, or earth signs, but I love water signs because I love being, and in general, like I love people that are kind of like fluid and that can kind of put some of that on my flame because it gets overwhelming sometimes, the amount of heat and like energy that I generate. I actually was reading something about ducks. That's interesting the way that ducks handle their energy.
Ducks.
Yes.
How do they handle energy?
So ducks, you know, I guess they're a form of exercise. So apparently, I was reading this in a book last night. I don't know if it's, I guess it goes with my realistic children's stories. But I was reading about ducks, how they like kind of ferociously flap their wings, and then they kind of swim off in peace, and you'll see these weird kind of patterns that they do, and especially if two ducks are together. So you throw a piece of bread in the water, one of the ducks get it, they get a little fight going on. Then they both separate ways. They go to their own spot and start flapping their wings all crazy to get out some of that energy. And then they just swim away in peace. And I'm like, I guess that's kind of what you're saying that I need.
Yes.
I need to be more duck-like. I need, whether it's the beginning of the day or the end of the day, I need something to go and like flap my wings and get out that extra energy because I think that's part of the physical pain. Like when I went to go check in on the pain before, and I've been to a lot of people here, and no one seemed to help me with the physical pain. It actually gets really, really bad. Like especially if I fly, I usually have to lay on the ground because my back hurts me so bad and my hips hurt me so bad.
That's crazy.
I know, and I'm
For
too
you
young
to be
for
this
that.
young, yeah, that's crazy. And
Yeah,
there's no real injuries you can point to that cause
Injury.
this.
So I overdid Ashtanga yoga for a couple of years because I am an extremist.
Right.
And so there's a little controversy between Ashtanga yoga and the kind of like,
Hip injuries.
hip injuries
Did you
in
get
the
an MRI?
back.
Have you ever
I've
got
done
looked
everything
at?
and everything looks good. You know, everyone says we have no idea, you know, kind of what's going on, but they're not really taking into consideration my lifestyle,
Mhm.
which that has to do something. You know, I have to put it somewhere. This amount of energy, I don't always get it out. You're right. I need to freaking run more. You know what? The running helped me a lot when the house burned down too. In South Africa, I was running every day.
Yeah, I would think that someone like you need something rigorous.
If I don't work out, I'm not a great person. I
Yeah,
feel
that's
like.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you.
Oh yeah, I know
Yeah.
when we don't do calls or work meetings before I work out. We know this.
Okay.
We've learned from the past
Do you
that.
have a trainer?
Yeah, I do.
Is
Yeah.
a good trainer?
I have
Is
a
someone who kicks
badass
your ass?
trainer, but I need to. I think in times where my trainer is kind of like family, like for me now, and maybe getting a little too soft,
too
a
comfortable.
little too soft in
Yeah.
the way that when I'm going through, like this week I went through like another public breakup. I had the VMAs. The song was coming out at the same time, and when I got into the gym, like I would sometimes just start crying because I love them like families. When you walk in, I would just start crying.
Because you know that you can be comfortable around
Just
them.
comfortable, and then I think that it's hard to go, okay, now I'm going to beat your ass because I think he thinks life is beating my ass, but maybe I need just, maybe
You
it's tough
separate those
love.
things.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a job to be done.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
that emotion's great, and it's wonderful that he loves you, and that you
Yeah.
guys are friends.
I think it's a
It's
little
like
bit my bad for
Yeah.
like wondering how hard I want to be pushed.
Well, it's also you're the boss. That's the problem.
Exactly.
When you're the boss and you're Miley Cyrus, you can't say, "Listen, bitch, it's time to go to work."
Yeah.
You know,
He'll do it to me sometimes, which I
Sometimes.
like. Yeah.
you can't do it too much because then you're like, "No, I'm the fucking boss," and then
Well, then I think I get. Then I think I want to kind of. I don't know what it is. It's not give up, but then I think sometimes I wonder how much. And I really don't like saying this because I kind of have guilt for my life. Like I don't mean it's too much. Like I can't take anything else. Like I know that I don't have the hardest life. I know how lucky I am.
Yeah, but
I know that.
you don't need to compare because just what you do is very difficult. Don't make any mistake about that.
I have a hard time with that. I feel
Listen,
very guilty.
The nonsense. Throw someone else into your existence. Like, first of all, A, you didn't choose it, okay? You were a little kid and you became famous. B, being in the public eye and just dealing with about people writing stories that are fake about you, all that stuff comes at a price. And if you read it, it comes at a heavier price. And it exists. It gets in your head. You have to be very shit. Regular life is just a regular life. It's not easier or harder. But what you getting hard, it's very hard. You're very famous. Being very famous is weird. And being very famous your whole life is even weirder. So a normal person develops, right? You go through life and you meet friends and you have to show that you're a good person to get people to like you. You have to show, some sort of some excellence at something for people to praise you. You're getting fucking praised from the time you're a baby, basically. It's a weird way to develop.
Yes, I agree.
And so for you to reach adulthood and try to be conscious and try to be sentient and try to to just stay balanced, you're dealing with a situation that 99.999% of the population has no fucking idea what you're handling.
Yeah.
The only people that are going to understand it are people that also grew up famous.
Yeah, which I have a hard time with because I haven't made that exactly my peer group, and now I kind of am. Like, I think I've been really searching for some sort of normalcy in my life, and
for sure.
And so I think I haven't surrounded myself with the top of kind of people that are also at this level, because I feel I have a lot of guilt. Like, I feel like I feel like that would make me shallow or something for only surrounding myself for like rich and famous people.
Right.
And that kind
people
of
do
makes
that
me sick.
because they're the only ones that can relate to you.
And that's what
Sometimes
I'm working on.
You feel like people that are regular folks, they treat you weird, or they like you more than they should, or that they praise you more than they should because you're an alien.
Yeah.
You're this like, oh, she's sorry.
Yeah.
You're not like a regular person that walks into a room, and you'll never be a regular person.
And I think rather than trying to prove like excellence in any way when I walk in a room, I try to prove really hard that you're normal.
Yeah.
And that's exhausting.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be normal, which is funny. So because it's kind of like you make a goal. I do this with Eamon about making a goal and then going towards what I want. It's like I don't want to be normal.
Yeah.
But I constantly struggle with, am I a fucking rich asshole?
Well, this is the beautiful thing. The beautiful thing is that you're thinking. You're thinking about all this, you're balancing it out. But this is not a path that very many people have gone through successfully.
Yeah.
And so that's
It's
why you have to
hard.
be careful, because you're here right now, you're okay.
Yeah.
Right now, Miley Cyrus in 2020, you're great. You're good. I mean, you've gone through divorce, you've gone through this, you've gone through that, but you're right here, right now, you're okay.
Yeah.
The path forward is treacherous.
Yeah.
It is going to be, because you didn't develop like a normal person. Every fucking child star, maybe Jodie Foster. Like how many have made it through? See, I don't know her. Maybe that lady's crazy. She's an amazing actress, right? There's a few that made it through. It's not many.
Yeah.
And it's not a good path.
Yeah.
It's not a path that I would ever recommend to somebody. And once you've gone through it, there's no way to go back and do it all over again, right?
But I say with confidence that I feel like I could be the one, because I feel like I don't expect it to be easy, and I don't even want it to be. Actually, I had a guy trying to be shitty at me one time, said, "You want a guy that'll just do whatever you want?" I said, "That's where you're wrong. I want like all the challenging things. If it's something that's easy, I don't fucking want it. I never have. That's why I didn't keep living my life in Nashville, where we were the biggest fish in the small pond and all that kind of thing. I needed more. And the reason why I say that with confidence is because I'm really willing to do the work. And I'm also, I'm willing to look at myself at a human level and also look at like what my body needs to thrive. And I know that it can't be cocaine for me, and I know that it can't be alcohol, and I know that unfortunately I love fucking fish, but at this point I gotta eat it to be able to have my brain to work as quickly as you and I are going right now, or what I have to do later today, and going to the studio tonight. And I understand myself from a human. There's nothing about me that thinks I am superhuman, and I think I would take that as something that makes me unique, because I don't think that I know that there's something special about me in my life, but I don't feel that on this level of being a human that I'm different. And so I know what it takes to keep this motor going, and I also know when to take time
Well, all those things you said are perfect. As long as you have a doubt, as long as you want to do better, as long as you're recognizing that who you are is not exactly who you want to be.
Yeah.
You want to be better, you want to figure it all out, you want to work it all through, and you have this weird guilt from growing up in this weird
It's
way.
bad.
It has to be.
Yeah.
You're a fucking superstar when you're a little kid.
The guilt's crazy.
There's no way around it. And if you hang out with normal people, they're going to stick that in your face.
A lot of people hold my guilt. They know it's a weakness, so they use it with me a lot.
You got to find people that don't do that.
Yeah, that's why my crew is pretty small.
Beautiful. Well, they're all nice people.
They are. They've all been in my life for over 10 years.
And that is possible. People ask people that are famous, like, is it possible that you can find people that don't get weird around you? Yeah, you can find them, but they have to be strong people.
Exactly.
You have to have people that don't have their own personal sovereignty. They're people that can hold their own space. They don't need you. They just love you.
Yeah.
That is possible.
Man. You know, I had someone that tried to hurt me and say that. I mean, I really have had. I've had really amazing people in my life, but I've had people that have tried to hurt me too. I even brought my little scarf because in case I got emotional, because I really might. I had someone recently try to tell me that everyone in my life is afraid of me. And that really makes me upset just because.
Well, I bet a lot of people in your life are afraid of you.
I think everyone in my life that I have in my close inner circle really loves me. And so to say that everyone in my life acts out of fear of me, my mom, I'm almost fucking 30, she will whip my ass. Like, my mom will actually hit me.
But I don't mean it in a bad way.
No.
I don't mean that they're afraid of you, like you're afraid you're going to do something terrible and they're afraid around you. I mean, you're a powerful thing. There's no getting away from who you are. You got to kind of accept that you're Miley Cyrus.
That
You're
I'm
a very
working on.
strange thing.
I'm
There's
working on.
one Miley Cyrus in the universe that we know of, and it's you. And you're really fucking famous, and you're really young.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
There's no getting around that.
Yeah.
And the fact that you feel guilt about all this, and the fact that you want things to be difficult, those are all the best indicators that you're trying to do better.
Yeah.
Like, you get it.
Yes.
You do get it, and you know that you have a hard road. And the people that don't think you have a hard road, they're out of their fucking mind. Like, I didn't get famous until I was much later in life. And it was a slow drip into my 20s and into my 40s.
That seems
And
healthier.
it was way healthier.
That seems healthier.
But I also, during the whole time, did martial arts.
Yeah.
So I was always humbled. I was always getting my ass kicked.
Yeah.
And I think this saved me from my own brain.
Yeah.
Because you're like, people are not designed to be famous.
Yeah.
That's why kings are all tyrants.
Yeah.
But if you're the one person who gets to make all the calls, absolute power it corrupts absolutely. It's a common expression, right?
Yes.
That
Absolutely.
happens with famous
I'm
people.
trying to have a good relationship with the power and feel a healthy dynamic.
The way
towards
you're
it.
describing it is perfect. How many, look the Ellen situation. I don't know Ellen.
Yeah.
She's probably a nice lady, but she's in control.
Yeah.
She's in control of all these people, and they're all scared of her. She's like, "Fuck you, where's my tea?"
Right.
You know, that kind of shit. It's not a good place for a person to be.
Yeah.
To have that
See,
much
that's where
control
I'm
over that
really,
many
really
people.
proud of myself that I don't live in that world. And I think I could probably also mark that up to animals and how much I love them. And I think that's
Sure.
what led to my veganism for a time. Was
Right.
like the fact that tonight I have to put powder on my dog's ass. That makes
What
me
does the powder
happy.
do? I don't get what the powder does.
Apparently, I think it kind of just hopefully conceals in some way how disgusting. It's very, very out there and in your face, and I think it's more of like a concealer. But I'm really happy that Kate Moss, hey guys, I gotta say Kate Moss makes me put baby powder on her ass. Just use that as the teaser. One time Kate Moss made me put baby powder on her ass. It's called monkey butt. So that makes me happy. And like one of my dogs, he's obsessed with drinking out of the pool, and so he like throws up all the time, and it's disgusting. And it honestly always makes me happy. And the one thing that I like about my dogs is that they don't know who I am.
Right.
I mean, they know that they got a good living situation. They're probably like, I wonder what she does for a living. But their life is pretty good, and they get to go to other cool places also. But yeah, my dogs don't know who I am, so I like that. And the cats scratch the shit out of me all the time, and the pigs are horrible. They bite my ankles. I love it about them.
Yeah, well, I bet that's one of the ways you achieve balance is through animals. That's probably why you like them so much, because
Exactly.
they don't treat you like you're an alien. They just
Exactly.
treat you like your mama.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And their appreciation and gratitude level is something that I aspire to kind of recreate in my own life. I love how gracious they are.
I think I really respect the way you're looking at things. I like the fact that you know that you're in this weird situation and you actually feel guilty for it. I don't think it's necessarily good to feel guilty, but the fact that you do
Yeah.
is strong because it shows that you're conscious of how weird it is.
Yeah.
And, you
And we've
know,
been working on my guilt a lot. And what's funny is like I always want to cancel therapy when nothing's going on, which I guess is when we kind of need it. But I always want to cancel it, and then we start talking about guilt. I'm like, we got to work on your guilt, whatever. But I'm like, I only call you out of guilt. I don't want to do therapy, and I don't even want to talk to you about what's going on in my life. So we can't get rid of it too much because guilt makes us do good things. I feel the same way about fear and anxiety. Also, healthy fear, healthy anxiety.
It's one of the things I like about weed.
That's the mask.
I like to get scared.
You like to get scared?
Oh yeah, I like to see the devil. That's my friend Joey Diaz says it.
I don't like that anymore.
I like to see the devil.
I do not like
I
that.
like to be paranoid. I like to freak out.
I had a very great ayahuasca experience that I saw some things. I saw like I guess people take ayahuasca a couple of times and have seen these snakes and end up like taking you underground and you kind of meet Mama Ayahuasca and she walks you through everything. So ayahuasca, the woman that I was seeing, it was at the time where I just kind of started to become like really dedicated to the veganism, and she reached on my throat and pulled out every dead animal I'd ever eaten and made me throw it up. But I didn't see the animal that it was. Like I didn't see like a cow or pig or chicken. Like I saw me puking up all the animals. I saw me puking up seals. Puking up a seal, not fun. Elephants, all these different animals, and I would see like animals coming out of my body. And you're not supposed to have like a companion in your ayahuasca trip. It's supposed to be just about you. But I, in like my life, the good perks, I got special treatment. I could have my dog. So I had my dog and I held my dog the entire time, and I had a really, really intense trip. But since then, I haven't really loved getting high as much as I used to. It like unlocked something. Now I'm like, I just don't want to puke up seals again.
Well, that sounds like you were dealing with some sort of personal guilt.
I was dealing with guilt.
Yeah, not just guilt for being famous, but also guilt for killing other lives to feed your own life that you already feel guilty for.
Yes.
It's all psychologically connected. Like what you see through psychedelics it's not just the psychedelic. It's what you bring to the psychedelic. That's why setting is so important.
Well, you're supposed to be sober, I think, 2 weeks before you actually do the ayahuasca, which I was the only one that did that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessary.
I got a little crazy.
DMT will take you there no matter what.
That's good DMT. I saw all my personalities greet me one time on DMT.
Wow.
All my personalities I saw, and then I was like, I saw me as like a really ugly crier, and then like screaming, yelling at people, and it was nice. As I was sitting on the couch, it started to hit me. They almost kind of like accordioned back into my body. All my personalities.
The thing about all this craziness and the manic behavior and all of your guilt and all of your anxiety, there's something that comes out in your music. There's some of that comes out in this energy when you sing. And I don't know if it would be there without it. I think all brilliant artists are crazy. I've never met one that isn't. There's something that they have when they're bottling it all up inside, and whether it's they're playing the guitar or they're singing, when they sing, it comes out. Yeah. And when you sing, it comes out.
But it's kind of it's kind of new also. Like it's coming out in a whole nother way. I look at videos. You're different. I'm very different, and I honestly feel like my voice changed a lot after the fire. Fire in some way. It's almost like it unleashed something.
Yeah,
it did. Yeah. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe I earned it. Yeah. Maybe that's what it is, because I noticed that my voice got better as I had trauma.
Probably you're more comfortable with who you are having gone through that.
Yeah.
The thing about having like a really not an easy life, but a privileged life, like you've had so many doors open to you and so much wealth and so much success. Like when you do something hard or something hard happens to you, at least you go, okay, I got through that. That was real. Yeah. Like I earned that. I earned my point of view, my place of peace after a storm. Yeah. And every storm that you go through, like that's why when you listen to Johnny Cash sing "Hurt,"
man,
I mean that is. Like, how old was he when he did that cover? He was like 80.
Yeah, it was the last time.
Yeah. God damn, you hear that voice, and it's like there's something that's coming.
Thinking about it.
Right. There's something that comes through in the music, in the voice. There's something that comes through in someone's art when they've experienced things.
Yeah.
And this is what you're getting. I mean, this is what. Your emotions and all that shit that bothers you and freaks you out and all the chaos, when you get in front of that microphone, that comes out.
It's almost, I guess your life is almost like, kind of art in the way of I feel like I'm always doing performance art in some way, even in my personal life.
That's a problem, right?
That's
It's hard
scary.
to just be.
It's scary.
It's hard to be in the moment and just be. You always feel like you're putting on a show.
It is.
Well, it's because your whole life you develop putting on a show.
And we talked, obviously I think a little bit about kind of in the beginning of this, talking about technology and how it's changed things for me and streaming and all these things, but it's also given everyone a voice.
Yeah.
The people that don't need one sometimes to say the things that they say, it gives them a lot of power, and you've got to have a lot of restraints. Like, listen, you're sitting with someone that loves to do drugs. I can't take drugs anymore. I want to, but because there's a repercussion, I won't. That's the same way I feel about looking at shit and looking at Daily Mail and looking at these things. I won't do it, not because it's not tempting, because in a way that gives you a rush too, right? You look at it, you get those adrenalines and the butterflies. I'm someone that likes to get high. It gets you high, drama. So I try not to watch any dramatic TV or things like that, because I'm also kind of a parrot. I'm a sponge. I never grew out of that. Kids, they hear something, they can do it. Like, I've always been like that. You show me once, I can do it right now. But that's why I shouldn't watch dramatic television.
Right. Well, that's why I always feel weird when girls are really into those true crime shows about rape and murder.
You're like,
shit.
no.
Shut that off.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think it's really that healthy. That's why I love RuPaul's Drag Race. It's like nothing really harmful is going to come out of just slapping some wigs on and calling it a day. When they do death drops in a whole other way than what you guys do out there on the mats. This is some intense shit.
I have never watched. What does RuPaul's Drag Race do? What do they do?
Oh my god, what? This is crazy. Okay, honestly, like RuPaul, when I said earlier I'm not religious, that's a lie. I am RuPaul's vegetarian. Like, I fuck with RuPaul. RuPaul is God. RuPaul lives by, if you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love anybody else? Can I get an amen?
On a ranch in Wyoming. I love
got
that.
It all figured out. Yeah. RuPaul, Mama Ru, she's my life. And the reason I love to watch her so much is really, there's this a thing that they do on the show, and it's called the reading room. It's called the library.
What is the show? Because I know the name of the show, but I don't even know what it is.
So the drag queens from all over the country, and now they're going all over the world. They've got RuPaul's Drag Race everywhere.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, it's all over the world. I watch RuPaul's Korea, RuPaul's Canada. We watch everything. And oh, yeah. Oh, this is one of my favorite, Alyssa Edwards. I think I might even be in the audience.
You know who that is?
Yes, I am!
Ow.
That's what I'm telling you.
Look at that guy clapping.
Oh, my God.
The way they're clapping.
I was here. Look at her. Look at her.
The way they're clapping
Yes.
is amazing.
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Yes.
Kick off the
Latrice.
shoes.
See, I know who that is. Yeah, I know Latrice.
Oh my God, that's a big person.
She's got a
doing
song
that kind of
called "Big Big Girl," and she says, "Wait, come over here and pile some more food up on this plate. I ain't going to the gym, bitch. I ain't losing no weight. Look at me, I'm sickening. Lose weight."
Oh shit! Down do the split.
All the same stuff.
But
yeah,
this move of the splits, they all do this. That's the move.
It's the money move.
Oh, the money moves.
Look out! She got money in her hand. Look, they're throwing it at her.
Throwing money at her.
Kennedy's everything. She's an OG.
They call this show "I Do the Splits."
Death drop.
I got a highlight video of all these. Best death drops.
Oh,
I've seen this one.
So is that death drop when you do the splits?
That was a death drop and split. That's also a very here she goes. Yeah. Ooh, God. Y'alls. Ow!
Bam. So is that a death drop?
No, that was a split.
Okay. What is the difference?
Death drop, you'll see it's when you go from standing. Let's see. No, that's a split.
They're all splits.
You gotta find death drops. That's not a death drop. Look up it's season, I believe, maybe 10 or no, season 9. Laganja Stranja.
Laganja Stranja.
Oh, there, that's a death drop. That's her. Laganja Stranja.
Oh, there you go. What about Jinx?
She just does a bad split.
She needs a little bit
that wasn't great.
Flexibility.
We love Monet. She's Miss Congeniality.
Monet needs a little bit of flexibility.
I don't love her as much. I'm okay.
That's funny. Like, they have to go all the way to the
Alyssa's my favorite.
Oh, Alyssa.
So she's got her own show. She actually did the VMAs with me.
Now you have to
so
do a full split to be taken seriously.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a
right there.
Split.
I'm clapping.
You can't have a bent knee. Is that disrespectful?
I mean, you're not going to get any cash on the stage.
Oh, if your knee is bent, it's not good.
No. That's Laganja. She's got the best one.
Boom.
That was her big split, but she's going to probably do another death drop. They're probably there, right here. This is a real death drop right here. Ready? Go. Yeah, that's a death drop.
That's a death drop. That looks like a good way to blow out your ACL. Look at that right knee. That don't look good.
Oh man.
If I was doing commentary on her, I'm
Here
like,
we go.
she's gonna be hurt.
Yeah. Boom.
That is terrible for your joints.
It's got to be awful.
Oh, look at her knee.
Here she goes.
That's terrible.
Cameron.
Okay, here we go.
Cameron
Bam.
Michaels.
Oh, that's a full side split. Look at that. My goodness. That's a lot
So
of
when you ask me why my hips hurt so bad, it's from
You do all that
practicing this. No,
Oh,
I don't death
don't.
drop. I do not death drop.
that will fuck you up. I mean, that's what fuck Prince is about.
No, I don't do that. I
Yeah.
tried it one time at GAY, and it was worth it.
What is GAY?
My favorite gay club in London.
Oh. Boy, they just fucking nailed it on the head.
GAY.
They just call the club gay.
It's so
perfect.
gay. It's just called gay.
Why not?
It's iconic.
What did you say? What do you want? What's that? What happened?
Oh, this one's really crazy.
Oh,
Oh
Jesus.
no! Oh no!
Oh my God, that's
There's
the craziest
no-
death drop ever.
Aces.
So that's wow. That's
Yeah.
a brain damage death drop. That's a death drop from 5 feet up. That's
Honestly,
crazy.
but like I feel like I've come alive since watching this. What it does to me, as like on a level that I just like, I love it so fucking much.
What,
I
are they
love it.
scoring them?
Well, usually
Like
in
a
the ball,
gymnastics
like usually
event?
in the ball, which is what you're doing. You're bringing it to the ball, like you're doing
Okay.
a runway.
Okay.
Usually it's a 1 through 10, 10 being the best, and you say tens, tens, tens across the board.
So this, what's happening here?
Oh, this is a really good performance that I love.
And these
And
fellas,
these are they're pit crew.
pit crew.
They're kind of like the bitches that bring out the shit. Like they're kind of like they kind of get up.
Pros.
Yeah,
They help.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I like about the show too. That I think all the men kind of like having to be the background dancers
That
because
blue
usually
paint
for,
is outrageous.
her name's
She's
Alaska Thunderfuck.
Avatar. Alaska Thunderfuck.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites.
This might be my new favorite show.
I'm telling you,
I might
Alaska
have to start watching.
Alaska Thunderfuck is absolutely my favorite queen.
Jesus.
I love Kitty Go.
I think you've already had 3 or 4 favorite queens just in the time
Well,
I watched
Alaska
this
is
clip.
the one that I love her personal music.
What about Alyssa? You turn your back on Alyssa?
No, Alyssa's my favorite performer.
Oh.
Alyssa is my favorite performer / dancer. Oh, I don't.
And Alaska
Alaska
Thunderfuck.
has got amazing music.
Oh, so Alaska Thunderfuck's a
Yes.
musician. Okay.
Her big hit single is called "Your Makeup Is Terrible."
I might have to watch this show.
It's really good.
I have
That's Detox.
Detox.
Yeah,
That's
I actually
hilarious.
grew up hanging out with her. She worked at Features Madhouse, which was like a freaky club.
Oh yeah, I met that
So
dude
she-
before.
yeah,
I met
so-
him at the Comedy Store.
So that was like my, Studio 54, like
Oh,
that
that's
era. That's what I
hilarious.
did. So she was there. She was one of the performers, so I know her.
That is hilarious.
I-
God damn it. So is this show like this every week?
Yes.
And so every week it's RuPaul and
And
they're all...
until there's a new episode, I watch the same one every day.
And who are the folks on the panel?
So usually there's a guest judge, and then his best friend Michelle Visage, and that's Todrick Hall,
Oh,
who's like a big choreographer and artist.
hilarious.
I know a lot about this show.
You do?
There they are.
How often do you watch? Is this like
I
you're
watch
on
it every
tour?
time. I'm so thirsty for new episodes. I'm watching RuPaul Canada right now. RuPaul's not even on it. It's just a spinoff.
What? What?
I'm not
do they
that
have
into
RuPaul
it.
Canada if it's a spin-off?
She's a genius.
But
She's the new McDonald's. She's got it.
So she just said, listen, I'm just going to put my
Franchise.
name on this and just spread it out to Thailand and
Love it.
put it in Iceland.
Oh yeah, everywhere around the world.
Wow.
They're really fun to watch on that. But without Rue, it's really not the same because she drops knowledge.
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 Like what kind of knowledge?
Like when I do feel guilty about like all my, kind of what we talked about, of just like when I start feeling that guilt, and I feel guilt that like when I tell someone I can't do this because I need to focus on me, or I need to like take the time that I'm cooking for you to be using that time for my meditation, and I become that person. Like I just give so much, and I just love that she says if you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you gonna love anybody else? I really love that.
That's a good point.
It's a really good point. I'm trying to just like that needs to be tattooed on my brain. So
Well, RuPaul's also been around a long time.
also
so
a really
got
great
through
beer.
all the ups and downs and
And look what you created, like from a world that, I mean, still, even in 2020, that's just not acceptable. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. None of my friends in Nashville, they all don't know what I'm watching. And I can't believe that. And it's just like the way that she's won. I think she's up for like 14 Emmys this year.
what was her? What did she break out with? What was like the first thing that she got popular with?
Booty. What's her movie? Something Booty. You could look it up. RuPaul Booty. I'm going to be so annoyed because I have the DVD. Yeah.
Was she famous for a song? Like
Yes, it's,
Yes.
like you better work,
That's right.
supermodel,
Yeah,
look at girl,
right,
look at 12.
Right. What year was that?
Wasn't it like what is it, 80s, 90s?
That might have been right around the time your dad popped.
90s. Why he didn't collab with Ru, I'll never understand.
That would have pushed him over the top.
I really would have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So RuPaul drag, that remarkable longevity for RuPaul, right?
I'm telling you,
Right?
RuPaul is the only one that in my book compares to Dolly.
That is crazy if you really stop and think about that. That is
Yes.
30 fucking years.
That's her as a little, that's her. Oh.
Wow. There you go. Isn't it?
Girl, look how beautiful.
Look at the exaggerated femininity that drag queens embrace. I love that aspect of it.
That's called
That they
painting.
go
That's
all
called painting
the
for
way.
the gods.
Painting for the gods?
Painting
How's
for
it
the
go?
gods.
Show me.
Painting for the gods. I'm not painted for the gods right
Oh,
now,
you
but
mean with
the
the
makeup. So when you're like, you're painted for the gods, that means like
Oh.
your makeup is like you are drawn on that face.
Now, is that
Painted.
is that a drag queen expression?
Like, yeah.
Painting for the gods?
Yeah, it's a
Showcasing
drag
drag queen?
Drag queens all good.
Okay. That
Yeah.
one hung around.
We love drag queen.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's certain expressions from
There's
back in
even
the day that you
been
can't say
A
anymore.
drag queen on the show that is a straight male that just does drag.
Wait, what?
There's a straight
Are
male
you
on
sure?
here.
I bet
Yes.
you can talk him into some gay stuff.
He's a straight
Just gotta
male.
get him drunk. Sure, he's straight.
And not all of us.
Wank.
He is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I really like
Well, he's probably really good at it, right? Really good as a drag queen.
He knows what's sexy. He knows what he wants.
Right,
I love that.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
just love
explaining
it.
to me about some men who love women, but like to dress as women. Like there's a kink. Like they like to be.
I actually dressed
sexy.
as a man for RuPaul's Drag Race. My name was BJ. If we can show you that, because I'm kind of like a hot dude. I look a lot like Justin Bieber. People say that all the time. Like if I have a little scruff and like a side swoop, I go Bieber really quick. But my name was BJ on the show, and I dressed as a guy, and I kind of thought it was kinky.
So, yeah. Do you feel like a bad girl? Do you dress like a boy? Like
No, this is 2020. Like playing with gender roles, it's just so not. There's no shock value to it anymore.
no shock value to
There's
it?
no shock value to it.
It's
Not
a
in
little
my
shocking.
community.
Oh, in your community of drag.
In my community, and
Painted
just
for the
like
gods.
we're painted for the gods. We're beat. The beat. That's like you're beating your mug.
What?
That means you fucking pounded that shit into your face. Like even if you took a wipe and went like this, you'd still look like a woman. Like you have beat
That's what it's
your
called?
mug. Yes.
Beat your mug?
Yes. You should see me. If I had my brush in here, I'd show you how you do it.
Wow.
You just like pound it.
There it goes.
Oh yeah, there I am.
There you are.
Oh yeah,
That's
so
you.
they can't see me. I'm in a
Okay.
double-sided mirror, so they just see themselves, but I see them.
That's you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. It's like a beard I've never seen in my life. That's like Team America World Police. Remember when the dude had to put on a fake, remember the fake wig on? And the fake,
Yeah, it didn't work
beard
very well.
on?
They recognized me right away.
Yeah.
But I swear it's the point.
It's your neck.
Might have been the beard. My neck,
You've got a girl's neck.
too femme.
Yeah, you have a girl's neck. There's no way you're a guy. It's
Are you
not
sure about
even
that?
physically possible.
Are you sure about that?
100%. Yeah. If I saw you, if you were like with the fake beard on your face
You would know?
and then the neck, I'd be like, that's a chick. 100%.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Some of
That's
those drag queens, they can pass as a large woman.
That's why I brought a scarf. What if I wear this?
Oh, okay.
Am I still a
Cover
woman?
your neck? Yeah. Need a hoodie or something, like zip it up and put it over the top. I think you're a young boy.
Hoodies are fashion.
Hoodies aren't
No,
fashion.
hoodies are fashion.
Some of
Hoodies,
them are, right?
hoodies are fashion. I like wearing them in my own time. Just don't want to be
You
seen
wear
in public
hoodies
with
of
them.
your own time,
Yeah,
but
not in
in
public.
public?
No.
No, why not?
Because I'm Dolly Parton's goddaughter. She would actually shame me to the end of the earth.
So are there rules
I've
if you're
done a
tight
lot
with
of
Dolly?
things. Like I'm in here telling you about my ayahuasca trips. This is all fine and dandy with Dolly. Let's not even start talking about hoodies.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Dolly won't let you wear hoodies.
I mean, Dolly it's not Dolly approved. This earth needs to be Dolly approved. I'm telling you,
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Dolly is everything.
Somebody had a funny tweet about Dolly Parton once. They said, I just saw a picture of Dolly Parton when she was young. She goes, and the tweet said, what the fuck did Jolene look like? I want to know who this Jolene chick is.
Right?
She must have been ridiculous.
Jolene must have been a fucking
Yeah.
150. I mean, there was no one more beautiful
I
than
know.
Dolly.
She was about as hot as it gets.
And I love the way that she created like her identity too. You know, she created her identity from the town whore
Yeah.
that everyone made fun of. And she was like, I was looking at him like, this is the entire brand. I loved it. And she goes, I just tried to recreate that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And she also just was so nice.
Oh my
Like,
God.
it just came through in everything she did. It's like she was so likable.
Man, she brings merch everywhere and she will get from the bottom to the top. Whoever worked on that set today, getting a Dolly hat, getting a, signed, get donuts delivered. Like she's just as cool as it gets. I mean, I do think that that's a big reason too that I've been able to. Not even because she's gonna be mad, but you just don't want to disappoint Dolly.
Well, it's just you are very fortunate to be connected to this lineage. You know, the fact that you're tight with Dolly fucking Parton. Like if you're a young country singer, a man, and you know Willie Nelson, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like you're tight with Willie, like you gotta cultivate that relationship.
Yeah. That was kind of my dad with George Jones. That's who I grew up around my whole life. Like George was my dad's right hand. It was really painful for him when he died because that was my dad's just stake in the grass, you know.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, there's something about that, right? Like this old guard that like nurtures the young people coming up.
Yeah, and I really want to be that person. If I make it through the treacherous path we discussed,
you're gonna make it.
You know, I think so.
If anybody's gonna make it that's gone through what you've gone through, the way you're looking at it is, look, it ain't easy, kid, but you can do it. You can do it.
Well, I would want to be that way with the next artist, and I still am. Like, even from my position, I never like to say or seem like I think I know something that a new artist doesn't, but I've been doing it now for 15 years. My show came out when I was 12. I'm 27, going to be 28 in a month.
It's not even about whether or not you know something that they don't. It's just what you know.
And I've had a lot of
irrelevant what they don't know. It's what you know.
And I just feel like it's kind of, I never knew jealousy or competition through Dolly, through Joan, through Stevie. That's why when I reach out to Stevie, she says, like, I know that this Corona thing's going on, but can we sit 6 feet apart in my backyard and talk? I just want to be there for you. That's what she wrote last time, and it's like going through what I'm kind of been going through over the last 2 years. All these, I think, honestly, some of the physical pain is growing pains. Like I feel like some of the growth that I've had, stress, and quickly just stretching like beyond, and I just
a lack of being stable in your mind and the tension. That stuff manifests itself in injuries all the time.
Yeah.
People always have weird back pains that are related to just their life being all fucked up.
Yeah.
You're always tense.
Yeah, I am. I know. Like my back cracks like crazy. Everything. Down to when I'm asked what hurts, I literally feel embarrassed to toe to the top of my head. Pretty much hurts a lot of the time. But I'm working on that pain management, and I do like CBD.
CBD is awesome.
Yeah, CBD
is gigantic.
I love it.
Yeah, but for you, I can't say this enough. You need rigorous exercise. You need something like really hard. So when it's done, you're fucking spent.
Yeah.
Like, just
Yeah.
laying on the ground, can't breathe, puddle of sweat, that type of shit.
That's why I'm glad I have a 7-month German Shepherd at home. So that seems like a good. If anyone's going to put me to it, so
but you need someone to
that's a good
push
idea.
You need to purge the demons.
Yeah.
You got demons.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in there, 100%. But again, like you don't want to. You gotta hold on to them a little bit.
I know. I like to use them to my advantage sometimes.
Music, man. There's something about the demons that come out in the music. Look, that's always why the great artist. Like the thing about Robert Johnson, right? They even thought he sold his soul to learn how to play blues the way he did. And it's because of there's the fucking life experience came out in his music.
Yeah.
You need both of them. You can't be some person who just lives in a fucking monastery and breathes in and breathes out all day and then put out amazing art.
Yeah.
You have to have pain and life.
I know that,
stress.
and I think that's the. I guess one of our words we've used pretty consistently today is balance.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty much got to be my mantra.
Yeah. Well, for you, you are born into this treacherous path. You have this crazy position that you find yourself thrust into. You're very famous at a very early age, and also there's these weird expectations because you're famous for a Disney show, right? Which is even crazier. And then post Disney show, it's
and
like,
then that got erased by craziness and wild and being a provocateur. And so now I feel like I'm breaking out of like another role in a way. You're
becoming just yourself instead of a rebellious person who's trying to escape the sort of the boundaries of your persona.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted, I have in my music video, I have me with the microphone stand, and the reason why that was so important was like, I'm not just fucking getting naked anymore and
Right.
swinging around this. It's about the music comes first, and I feel like I think when people are very visual, and if you can hold the fucking microphone in your hand and say, "This is who I am. This comes first." By the way, I don't come without this.
Right.
Like at the VMAs, they tried to get me to get rid of my microphone for something that I'm going to be doing. And I said, "Fuck no! Like, what do you think? I can't be Britney Spears with a headset and a snake. What's important? I don't want the snake. I don't want the gag." And there was actually even some comments that day about just an interesting conversation in regards to lighting, because I've been kind of learning a lot, from directors. I didn't go to film school, but I have been put through that in that way. So I directed the last video, and that's what I look forward to doing the next 10 years. I'd love to write and direct and, kind of work on film in that way. And so now I have a better understanding of cameras and lighting operation. And so I was just asking some questions about, not even on some deep shit, like, I don't think I want to get shot from this side, whatever. I wanted the lights to be turned off, and that the lighting of the room to be just lighting me. So no key light, no beauty light. And beauty light is always used on women. And I said, turn the fucking lights off. You would never off. I want this red lighting. They said, okay, we'll do it, same thing that we do with the guys. So like, that's what I want. And then something that I was doing, which I can't say, but something that I was doing for the VMAs, my bracelets kept getting caught and all this shit. And they said, you want to be treated like a guy and live like a guy. We wouldn't be dealing with this if a guy was doing it. And I said, well, a guy wouldn't be doing this because a guy doesn't sell your show sex the way that I'm going to. And I'm aware of that. I know about
these conversations with
I had these conversations with the directors talking to me.
That's a ridiculous conversation.
That's a ridiculous conversation. Also embarrassing, because just the conversation. Once you see what happens on the show, you'll understand more. If you see it. But it might be hard not to, If you take walks like I do, you might see it, whether you want to or not.
If you take walks?
But if you walk down the street and there's, I don't know, maybe people sell magazines. I don't know about it. COVID time, or you'll see it at some point. You guys
will show me.
So yes, and so they're asking a lot of questions about that, and like, well, how long is glam gonna take, and all this stuff, and I was like, I can't really nail it in enough too. It's like, I did come from the world of Dolly Parton, and I love pop culture for entertainment and escapism. And again, we're joking about the hoodie conversation, but I mean, like, for me, I there's nights where I don't do that. At Chris Cornell, I had on a pair of black pants and a fucking Chris Cornell t-shirt. That's what it was.
Right.
The VMAs is a pop culture show celebrating pop culture. And I wanted to bring, especially in this time of, COVID-19, all these at-home performances, like, I want to give my fans escapism, good old pop culture. This is surrealism.
How hard is it to deal with people that are directly like that? How hard is it to deal with, like, other people and their vision, and they're talking, and they're this and they're that, when you're just trying to get out what's in your head and what your vision is?
I get it done. I get it done, but the balance that I found is firm and kind. I don't lose my kindness, but I also don't become a mat. But I am firm about what I want, but in a way that, you might expect. Someone might think, man, she was a diva, she was a bitch. But it's like, okay, like, have the weekend come in here and say the same thing, and you would say him, or Kanye is like a creative god. And it's like, come on, why am I not getting that I'm like, a creative mastermind, but I'm becoming a bitch? It's like, no one would ever say that about Kanye West choosing what lighting he wants on a performance.
It's such a delicate balance too, right? Because when someone's as popular as you, like, you know what the fuck you want to do. Like, and if this person who you're using as a director, if you don't have a deep relationship with them,
yeah, that's why I started directing my own shit.
Yeah.
And that's why I loved making my last video so much and directing it, was because, one, I thought about my scenes almost like a relationship. You're having a relationship with it. When it's over, it's over. What's painful isn't the relationship. It's that when it's done, you holding on for that extra however long you try to make it work, something that's not working.
Yeah.
That's what I did on the video. And that's what I hated when I was a kid, from directors not knowing what they want and then getting frustrated with the child for not performing properly. It's like, you're not communicating. And I'm a child and you're an adult and you're not communicating properly, so you are working me into the ground to get something that you don't know what you want. And that was always really frustrating to me, and I think that's why now a non-negotiable in my relationship or dating life is, you better know what you want, because I'm just not interested in taking, another 10 years like I did with my first love, figuring that out.
Now, when you were doing these, like, like when you're putting together music, do you have anybody that, like, if you're doing an album or you have a song, do you collaborate with people? Would you write the songs entirely on your own and bring it to other musicians? Like, how do you construct something?
It's been different. So on Bangers, which I kind of think my career as as a solo artist, I guess, kind of started there. I mean, not really. When I started working, on my very first record, and it was called Breakout, and it was because I was kind of breaking out of the character that I was in.
How long ago was this?
Like 2007, I guess, maybe something like that.
Crazy.
2007.
13 years ago. Holy shit.
2007,
Right.
yeah. And I already had 2 records out already, but they were as Hannah
So you were
Montana.
14.
I'm 27, yeah.
That's bananas.
Yeah.
Okay, so
On
when
my
you're
first
on Hannah Montana,
And I had already had 2 albums that were like #1 and had done all the things. And so then I had this like
how much were you working?
pressure every single day.
Every Sunday too.
Sunday Sunday because I want to.
Jesus
Sunday
Christ.
because I wanted to.
All
And
day.
I remember one time I came home and my dad almost didn't let me go back on the road because I was so thin. And he was like, "What are you gonna eat?" And I'm like, "Turkey and cheese slices," And he's like, "Bullshit."
Who's taking care of you when you're on the road if it's not your dad?
My grandma, my mom. My mom has been my mom is the reason I'm sitting here
So
together.
your mom and your grandma come with you on the road, and you would just go town to town, arena to arena, boom, 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 boom. Eat,
Yeah.
sleep, wake up. There you go. Here's the mic. You look
School.
beautiful. Go to school. Oh, school.
I did school
What
in
the
the
fuck
morning.
kind of school are you doing?
I had my teacher on the road with me, who
Oh.
I loved. I loved.
But no kids.
What do you mean? No friends.
No other kids.
Just my little sister and my little brother.
How weird is that?
That's pretty weird. It made my sister's life a little difficult also because her idea of like success is completely blown out of proportion also.
Oh yeah,
Because
it's
she
all fucked
watched, and
up.
my brother too. But my brother is very simple, and I love him so much, and he'll probably be listening to this. And my brother just has his chickens and his ducks, and he's in Nashville, and he's in small little place, and he's living more. I sometimes wonder if he's the smartest of us all. I don't know.
Maybe he has less stress.
He has less stress.
Yeah.
And
That's
he
the thing
has
about
a very
stress,
normal life.
though. It's like,
But he's also a fucking badass talent, but he just saves it. He doesn't want to be on that level. Like, he wants to make music because he loves it. He wants the people that are interested in him to hear it. He doesn't have the, I gotta grind till I'm
does he have some
fucking.
shit that's online right now?
He has some shit that's online right now.
What's his name?
Brazen Cyrus.
And how do you get? Does he have an Instagram?
He has an
YouTube,
Instagram.
SoundCloud?
He'll kill me. But he has a Spotify. He has a song. Yeah. Then he did Fallon, and after he did Fallon, he's like, I don't think I want to do that ever again. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, man, that was too scary. No, thank you. And he didn't. I'm like, all right.
Wow, good for him.
He had 2 shows. One at City Walk Universal down the street, and he said, no, my hair was ugly. I'm like, you know how many times I've been called fat, my hair is ugly? And he's like, I'm not ready for that. He didn't perform again. Then he's like, all right, I'm going to try it again. Fallon. I'm like, you're going to go from Universal City Walk to Fallon? Whatever. So I go there, and I try to change his shirt. He's like, no, this is me. I'm wearing my flannel, the whole thing. So he goes out and kills it. He goes, not for me.
Wow.
No.
That's it. Well, maybe growing up and seeing all the crazy shit that happened to you, it's almost like growing up around an alcoholic who never wanted to drink.
Exactly. You can go one way or the other,
Yeah.
right? You either become my little sister who kind of wants it, and she's got a record out that I love called The Into Everything.
What's her name?
Noah Cyrus, and it's the most depressing EP you'll ever listen to. She's
Really?
20 years old.
It's depressing.
She's emo. She's like an emo kid.
She emailed me because she was on the road.
That's what it is. She has a song where she says, my sister's like sunshine, it'll follow her wherever she goes, but I'm more like a rain cloud. It's like she's really got this idea of me. But
she used to go to the doctor.
she is. We're all at the doctor a lot. We have like a salary doctor that just
Oh boy.
we got to deal with that. Yeah, she's dealing with it. She's dealing with it. But she's only 20, so I worry
It's
about
the
her.
hardest age for kids today too. It's so hard.
Dude, if you don't look like these girls on Instagram right
They
now,
don't even look like these
I
girls.
know,
You want
it's-
to see something crazy?
yeah, I do.
My 10-year-old did. We were in a restaurant. She took a picture of me. My 10-year-old thinks it's fucking hilarious when she does this. She, you know where it is, Jamie, right? That he'll put it up on the screen. She took a picture of me, and she goes, "Let me take a picture of you. Make a face. I'm like this crazy kissy face." And then she put it through this filter. That's me.
No,
Yes.
that's not real.
That's real. That's me. That's me through a
Wait,
filter.
that's not real.
Yeah, that's me.
Are
That's
you
the real,
fucking kidding me?
That's how bad these goddamn filters are. What's wrong with you? What's happening with that? Oh, yeah. So that's the original picture, right? That's me and her at a restaurant, and that's what came out. And meanwhile, if you know my 10-year-old, she's fucking hilarious. She thinks it's so funny. She's like,
That's not right.
that is how fucked up these goddamn filters are.
How
Why
did she
these
do
girls-
that?
It's just a filter in an app. That's why these girls are so insecure. Because they think all these people that they see online are perfect. But every one of those bitches is using filters. All of them. All of them. All of them. And even people that I'm friends with that contact me like, this is crazy. I use filters, but that's fucking
So
crazy.
I don't have a filter on my
You don't
phone,
need
and I need to know though what your dog is using. Like I don't even understand this technology.
On it. It's trickery. It's witchcraft. It's fucking trickery.
Yeah, I don't.
I couldn't believe that was real.
The only thing I have on my phone is where I can swipe on the Instagram story thingy and turn Paris. You know, where it kind of blurs out your pores or something. That's all I got.
Don't even use that. It's
That's
ridiculous.
pretty good.
No, you look great. You don't need that shit.
Pretty good.
No, it makes you look very cartoon. It doesn't make you
I
look
don't
really
do any
good.
of the shit with like.
Girls want that. They want like no flaws. They want everything to be like cloudy.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
no.
That's basically what it does. It
That's
makes you
not
look like
good. But that's not good.
I know. There's so much unprogramming to do on me.
There's so much on everybody.
There's
It's
so
not
much
just you.
unprogramming.
It's all these women out there that are these unrealistic expectations. Like I'm sure you saw that Khloe Kardashian picture that looks nothing like her.
Where it like goes from like the hairlines, like
It's
yeah.
nonsense.
Yeah.
They used Photoshop on her. I mean, it's like CGI.
Yeah.
You might as well be looking at a monster movie. Look, she turns into a werewolf. It's not who she is.
No.
It's crazy.
I mean, and even like for me, I think in my real life, I don't wear any makeup. I don't even like today. Someone asked me, "What do you use on your hair?" And I'm like, shampoo and conditioner. Like I don't do anything to my hair. I don't really do anything. And that's been really for me over the last few months too. So I don't know why. I guess I think as that keeps happening, like as these technology things keep happening on Instagram, these filters keep getting better and better. I'm compared to the people altering, themselves either physically, like with all these things you can do and lasers and all the shit, or to the filters. And I've had a really hard time with that, and I think it's hard for me. The other day, I get Pap walk around my neighborhood in like a really shitty, dirty Fleetwood Mac t-shirt that I've been in for 5 days, and it hurts.
Just don't go online. Just detox from all that shit.
The Wi-Fi would be right.
Just don't pay attention to all these other women that are doing these fucking wacky filters, because that's where everybody gets fucked up. It's the comparison thing. There's a book called The Coddling of the American Mind by Jonathan Haidt, and he talks about young girls and depression.
Yeah.
This gigantic uptick in depression directly coincides with the invention of the iPhone. And that as the iPhone came up, and then pictures, and then social media apps. So at first a lot of it was social media and people being mean to each other on Twitter and all those things because you're not seeing each other.
I've
There's
listened
no
a lot
empathy.
about this, about the iPhone kind of, I guess, mimicking
Yes.
right Vegas slot machines and things.
Oh yeah.
Like it's actually, isn't it? I think it was called, what I listened to was the slot machine in your pocket.
Yeah, well, it is a lot like that. But
Yeah.
the thing about it with women in particular, with young girls, is that they're comparing themselves to these cartoons. These people that aren't even really like that picture of me.
When I got sober, I had to delete all the apps on my phone where I could purchase things. Like I had to take off Amazon and all the things on my phone,
Yes.
because walking around with that slot machine in my pocket,
Mhm.
all of a sudden I'm getting these bills and things, and yes, I care about that, and I want to live financially responsibly and all the
Right.
things. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, I don't even remember doing this. Like it's
Right.
totally like being high on drugs.
It is.
And things started showing up, and you're like, what the hell? It's too easy.
I'm in the middle of a book now about that. It's called Irresistible. Let me find that. It's on my Instagram too, Jamie. Irresistible is this book that is about how people are addicted. It's by Adam Alter. And it's about how people are addicted to your phones and applications, but it also goes into just the actual physical aspect of addiction and how it works on the brain, and how we always like to think of addiction as like it's something you get hooked physically and you can't live without it. No, it's something that you have a compulsion to use, and you can't avoid that compulsion for some reason. It doesn't even necessarily have to be good. It's
And it
it's
can
not a
happen
good
with
feeling.
things like
Anything.
love, and I think I
Yes.
felt that too when it's like the most stressful times in my life. It's like, okay, I can't reach for drugs anymore. Okay, I don't want to reach for bad food. All right, I'm going to reach for someone to love me. And it's
Right.
like, coming down from something all the time.
Well,
we
the beginning
are
part
this
of
phone.
love is the most powerful drug you're ever going to take.
It's like cocaine.
Yeah, it's straight dopamine right to the fucking veins.
Dr. Amen has a book, Brain and Love, and I read it a lot because I had a tendency to need someone in my life at all times, and I actually now I really love just factual information, so you can go, I'm not a total freak that's got this, I'm not a love addict, this is actually what is happening to me on a level of, this is uncontrollable, of you can control how it affects you and what you're, I guess you kind of learn to control your reaction. Exactly. You can control your reaction, but when you love someone, the first couple of months, you know, you do feel like you're high on drugs.
It is.
It's the same. It's the same drip.
It really is. It's
Yeah.
dopamine.
And I kind of, you like how it kind of goes from like more like cocaine, which is kind of a quick hit and wears off really quickly, so you need a lot of it, and then it becomes more like, you know, kind of like heroin, where it's something that almost suits you. Actually, I called the love of mine who I was with, and we got divorced. It was almost like a pacifier. Like it was that thing that I just needed, not because we were in love anymore, but because of the comfort and because my brain said, oh, this feels better, this is comforting. But actually, knowing that I was giving in to an addiction made me feel way worse. I had the hangover. Next day, okay, we sleep together. Next day, we wake up, I'm totally hungover.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like a relapse every time I go back.
Well, people do it to each other. You know, it's not even anybody's fault. It's like you don't even realize that you're a part of this drug cycle.
Yeah.
And then you get involved in that, and then you find some new person and you get lit up.
Yeah.
Maybe some new person you see at the gym or at the office or wherever you meet people, and you're like,
well, what's funny about this is, like, you know, I guess I just realized something about myself is all of a sudden it's like unavoidable. You know, I'm telling you, this is not true. So this is where I now retract what I've said, because I need to work on this a little bit. So it's like, okay, it's so untrue for me to see all these bad things in my face, no matter what I want to look at it or not. I have a really hard time looking at the good things. Like when people send me the stats of my song, I don't open it. When people send me the charts of the views, I don't open it, because I don't want to get attached to success or numbers, or mean that my art. Everyone said, literally, I'll show you the text from manager. He said, unless it's a drag queen death dropping to her new single, don't even bother sending it to her, because she's not going to open it.
And I think that's good. That's a sign of you avoiding narcissism.
But I wonder why I feel like I can't avoid the bad things and looking at them. Like I'm maybe a little addiction of that, of looking at that. But then why don't I want the hit of the positivity of like seeing the numbers?
Because you want to work hard. Because you want things to be difficult. When you see too much success, you don't want to slack off.
I have no idea how many people listen to my song.
I have the same thing.
Yeah, I can't.
I have the same thing. I have the same thing with podcasts. I have the same thing with comedy specials. I don't read any of their reviews. I just keep moving.
That's why I don't
always do that.
And everyone's like, you want to hear some stats? I'm like, I literally, you can ask them. I say, I won't even know what it means.
Jamie will tell me some stats every now and then. I'll just go, what the fuck?
I don't even know what it means.
Yeah. It's what gets nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
Yeah, what does it mean?
And a lot of the
3
time,
million streams. What does that mean?
A lot of, in the world of like how many 7 billion, it's never good enough for me.
Doesn't mean.
I'm like 3 million, 7 billion. I can do better.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, 3 million's not enough.
Well, I think that's a sign that you're looking at things the right way. I really do, because I think that's a sign of you. You know what you were talking about earlier. You want to struggle. You want to earn it. You know, and because you think that you kind of got these crazy gifts, being famous at a young age, all this wealth and success at a young age, you want to earn it. So when you see success and the trappings of success, or wallowing around in all of your fortune, you don't want to do that.
No.
You want to hustle. You want to keep going. I think that's a good sign.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. That's why, at some point, you know, you can bring your kids. Maybe she can do that weird fucked up thing to my face, whatever. You should come and see some of the animals, especially when you're in Nashville. I think you'll totally get it. I think you'll totally get if you're ever in Tennessee and you come out to the farm and you see the horses and you see the pigs bite my ankles and all these things.
I'm sure.
I think you'll get a really good understanding of my life and who I am.
My last comedy special that I filmed was Strange Times for Netflix, and when I warm up for shows, I've done all the work. I like to just put my brain in another place, and I was listening to Malibu. And
that's not what I thought you were gonna say.
All the people on the set were making fun of me. So my friend Anthony Giordano, who also directs the UFC, by the way.
Yeah, I could imagine.
A good friend of mine. He's like, what are you listening to? I go, Miley Cyrus. And he's like, shut the fuck up. I go, look. I go, listen to it. And I get put the headsets on him, and I had him listen to it. But that song is so removed from anything in me or my life, and I love your voice. Thank you. It's a little steep for me.
That's cool.
So I feel like dancing backstage, high as fuck, getting ready to go on stage, listening to your song.
Yeah.
Like just swaying back and forth.
That was the first song. Well, no, because I had done Dead Pets. Dead Pets was where I started writing like my music, where you look at the list, it says, because what's funny, okay, so if you look at Stevie Nicks songs, things have changed a lot in credits. A lot of it says written by Stevie Nicks, and it doesn't say any other writers, but there are other writers because there's music that was written. She didn't play every guitar part and every piano part, etc. Now it's changed in our credits, the way we do things, so actually you have to put written by for anyone that wrote anything musical on the song, so any guitar parts, all that shit. So if you start looking at some of the Dead Pet stuff, it'll say written by, it'll say a group of people, but all the lyrics were written by me. It's just any of the melodic stuff in the track.
These are all stuff that's new for money purposes.
Yeah, and I think the way that now streaming is kind of making things a little bit more difficult, because you don't pay someone the way that you would a record. When a record sells, they get their money, whatever. So that it's something to do with that. It's very complex, and they say that some of the best lawyers don't even understand quite what's going on in the music industry right now, because we're having such change, such a shift in the way that everything's happening.
From sales of records,
to streaming, to videos, to TikToks. TikTok is like a freaking label now.
What?
So they pay TikTokers to TikTok to your music because it counts as streams. I don't even understand it. But this is a thing.
TikTok is weird. Do you pay attention to all that shit? Because like the Chinese government owns it.
No. I mean, I know that that's a thing. I also know that it was like, this is the new way of the new label. Basically, labels pay TikTok to be able to have these kids do it. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but they fucking do. So then I said it.
Please say it.
It's all I know. It's like, it's true. So say it.
So they pay kids to TikTok to certain. So say if you're a TikToker,
yeah,
like a big time TikToker,
like rich TikTokers that are like that from like
millions.
I don't know about millions. We have maybe a different idea of like rich, but for kids living in a house here, that there's TikTok agencies. Yes,
TikTok agencies. So they like, Marsha, I see you TikToking.
It's like Black Mirror. I'm telling you, it's like some Black Mirror shit.
Wow, interesting.
But the one thing that I told the kids that, these kind of influencers, I've spoken to some of them before by doing some of this press, they want me to play the song for them, whatever. And the one thing that I said that I like is like, at least it's kids creating content for themselves. Because I used to have to go through all the middlemen before I could put out a fucking video. I had to ask, hey, Gary Marshall, is this okay? Hey, the person, can I do this? Now it's like, shit, grab your phone, put it up, you're in control of your own death.
Go live on YouTube and play an acoustic set, do whatever the fuck you want.
I love that about that. So
I love that about today.
Yeah, me too. I love that. And yeah, so kind of to that point was when I was working on Younger Now. That was the first record I was going to put out that was for sale, because I did SoundCloud with my Flaming Lips record. So because I said people don't want to hear me singing a song called Bang My Box about me like having sex at a lesbian strip club, well then I'm not going to ask them to buy it. I'm just going to give it to them as a gift. And you're really, the worst thing they can do as a gift is throw it away or not open it. Like,
well, that's
you
kind of
lose money.
good thing of being in a position where you're in that you can call the shots.
Exactly.
Like,
and it's like, listen, okay, you're not going to make money off of it. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm sure they're still selling a toothbrush somewhere that plays my fucking song, and I'll get $1 from that.
Are there any TikTokers out there to bang my box?
I don't think anyone's TikToking to bang my box.
Jamie, can you research that, please?
I honestly, I think everything on the internet's been done, but I don't think people TikTok to bang my box.
I would love to see a bunch of RuPaul's drag queens TikToking to bang my box.
I don't think it's happening.
Bang
my box is very, very niche.
We can make that happen. I feel like we can put that out there to the internet.
Look, it's not there.
Now I'm trying to find a good version of the show.
I'm scared.
Oh, listen, Jamie can find it if it's out there. He has connections
to
the dark
web. That's what I was wondering. You got that hooked up here.
He's the best Googler on the planet. There's no one even close.
Yes.
He's a one-handed best Googler too.
I know. Look at this.
He Googles with one hand while he's working the camera with the other.
Oh my God.
Let me give you some volume. Let me hear a little bit. Look at this guy. Woo. So we got a dude.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
Look, this is how shit it is. It's got 2 fucking likes.
Listen, for now it has 2 likes. Now people know about it.
I know.
Now it'll have more.
Now he's an influencer.
I'll retweet that shit later. Send that to me and I'll retweet it.
I want you to bang my box. The point being is that was free, and then getting to write Younger Now and writing Malibu, I wrote that in the back of the car on the way to going to the Voice, because I was looking outside the window in the car thinking like all of it's true. Like I had never really gone to the beach. The closest I ever really got was my parents taking me to Florida like one time, and my sister got my toe caught in the revolving door, and like I had to go to the hospital. It was a nightmare, and my parents swore we're never going on vacation again. But most parents say it, don't mean it. My parents fucking meant it. Meant that we never went on vacation again.
That's crazy that you did all that work and you never went on vacation.
Well, I went on my own vacations. We didn't go on a family vacation.
That song's so obviously written by you.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that I think I liked about it. It was when you listen to someone sing a song, like a really good song, it's an expression of who they are at that point in time in their life, and you can get wrapped up in their mind, and I felt like that's why I like listening to other people. I like listening to songs before I go on stage, because it gets me out of my own head, and it gets me into someone else's head, and then when it's time to go, and they're like, you're on in 3, and then I'll take the headphones off, I'll do a shot, I'll stretch out a little, and here we go, that's me.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's me listening to your fucking song.
That's
backstage.
crazy.
Yeah. Legit. I'm not lying.
That's nuts. Oh, it's an honor.
That play that when Anthony was listening to, it's like, you fucking idiot. What are you listening to?
That's fucking wild. I never, ever would have thought that. Never would have thought that.
I like it.
Thank you.
I like your music.
Thank you.
And I like you. You're a good person.
Thank you so much, you too. I enjoyed talking to you.
I did too. I'm glad we did this.
Agreed.
So, you got something that's out right now.
Yeah.
What is it? How do people get it?
Well, it's called Midnight Sky, and even just the title is kind of inspired by Debbie Harry's Heart of Glass, but I pulled inspiration from Edge of 17, 2 of my favorite songs. Heart of Glass, the reason I love it so much is that the title isn't the repetition in the chorus. It's just a cool thing to say. It's not the chorus at all. And so I thought, you know what, my favorite part about it is I love the kind of visual painting of Midnight Sky and what that means. And the midnight sky to me is like, if you're really fucking partying, the moon is a disco ball. The stars are all the reflection of light on the ceiling. And what I really like about the disco ball is that it's a bunch of broken pieces put back together again, that when you're finally enlightened, it makes this mesmerizingly attractive, like people, it's like, it's like the bugs to the light. Like people love disco balls, but it's really just a bunch of broken pieces put together. And so I felt like that was reflective of me.
Wow.
Pretty deep to think about it.
That's happy.
Yeah.
That's happy.
But when I saw it, I thought, like, I recognize this. This is what I feel like. So that's it.
Send it on that.
And it's everywhere. It's on YouTube, streaming, and yeah, it's everywhere. And I'm
Nice,
making it,
nice.
so hopefully people will watch it.
All right. You're a bad motherfucker.
Thank you.
Thank
too.
you.
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Cool. I like being in here. This is just...
Hello.
Joe.
What's going on, man?
Man,
Good to see you.
thanks. I feel
You look good.
Oh,
look at that.
Starry Night there.
Yeah, you're really into that.
Yeah, I got.
Is that?
Yeah,
That's what's on your phone.
So
as
you
well.
remembered? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on the phone. Starry Night. What do I like about Starry Night? It's not what Van Gogh saw that night. It's what he felt.
How do you know what he felt?
Because this is not a representation of reality.
Oh.
And anything that deviates from reality is reality that has filtered through your senses. And I think art at its highest is exactly that. If this was an exact depiction of reality, it would be a photograph and I don't need the artist.
Okay.
So even photographs that take you to a slightly other kind of dimension as you gaze upon them, it's more than what was actually going on at the time. And that's art taken to the craft of photography.
That's why you like it?
That's one of the reasons why. Plus, I think it was the very first painting where its title is the background. Think about that. This could have been called, in the full painting, obviously this is a snippet. Yeah. So there's a town there, there's a cypress tree, there's a church steeple. It could have been called Cypress Tree. It could have been called Sleepy Village. It could have been called Rolling Hills. But no, it's called Starry Night. And everything in front of it is just in the way. And how often do you paint something where the title is the background? That's my point. And in this particular case, the background is the universe. And so for me, this was a pivot point in art. And it's 1889, which is recent given the history of paintings and, that go all the way back. So, yeah, there it
Is
is.
that your favorite painting ever?
I have to say yes.
You have a vest and a phone. If it's not, what are you doing?
Yeah, I have or 5 ties that have this painting on them in different ways. Yeah, so I'm all in. I'm all in.
What's interesting is that the town is.
Wait, have you seen Starry Night in Bacon? Somebody did dig it up on the screen. Somebody did it in Bacon. It's just crazy.
Oh God! How weird.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
How weird. Go back to the original one, please. What's interesting about town is realistically depicted. The trees are recognizable as trees. If you ever saw a sky that looked like that, the end would be here.
Exactly. Plus, that swirling is not wind, and it's not clouds, because if it was clouds, you wouldn't see the stars.
Right.
It's how he felt. That's all I can tell you. By the way, that is a real evening. So it's not even evening. It's early morning. The crescent moon, when it's that orientation, means this is before sunrise, and that white object lower on the horizon, that's sort of glowy, that's very likely Venus, and that enables us to trace what set of weeks this painting was actually painted. So it's kind of like forensic astronomy.
Has anyone done an analysis of like where he must have been?
Yeah, it's well known. Yeah, he was in a real place.
And so that
he didn't pull this out of his ass, right? I mean, it was he painted what he saw, folded into what he felt. Yeah, that's how art should be, I think.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what do you need artists for?
Make cool shit.
The cool stuff is something that they felt and that came out of it.
Yeah.
And they feel stuff. Artists feel the natural world in ways different from the rest of us. And that's why they're artists.
Do they, or do they just express it?
Oh, sorry. Yes, they not only we all can feel it, but to be able to express it, that's a whole other talent.
Right.
And you know what I think about often? Why do we all know who Paul Revere is? Right? We it's a household name. Yet, is there any other war ever fought in the history of the world where a household name is the name of the person who told other people the enemy was coming? We can mention his name, but we can't list the generals that all fought in that war. Why? It's because a poem was written about him. And he had this mundane job, let me tell people the enemy is coming. And so the artist, in this case the poet, elevated the mundane to something that forces you to reckon with your understanding of this world. What's Joyce Kilmer's most famous poem? It's about a tree. Dogs piss on trees. You drive by trees, you don't even know they're there. Yet a poem about a tree, I'll never see something as lovely as a tree. Oh my gosh. So the art forces you to pause, just reflect on things that you took for granted, things that became ordinary in your life. They were elevated to get beatified by the talents of artists.
That's right.
Oh, beatify? You never heard of that?
No.
Beatify, I'm using it loosely. It's the intermediate step between being an ordinary person and being a saint. The beatification of someone in the Catholic Church.
I would have thought it's making something more beautiful.
Maybe, okay. It could have similar roots. It could come from that. But to be beatified is the first steps on route to sainthood. Yeah. That's if I remember the word correctly.
Here it goes.
Oh, you got it.
Hold it up. Definition. To make supremely happy, Christianity declared to have attained blessedness of heaven, authorized the title blessed, and limited public religious honor. She was beatified 6 years after her death.
Yeah, so I think you can't become a saint unless you've previously been beatified. I think that's the rule. But I'm looking at the number one definition there, to make supremely happy. So that's interesting. Yeah, that moved ahead of it.
Definition of beatified.
Yeah. So to beatify, the verb was up there. You had on the screen, Roman Catholic Church. He beatified Juan Diego, in India, believed to have a vision of a Virgin Mary. Synonyms: canonize, sanctify, hallow, consecrate. So I think if you take something ordinary and you subject it to the interpretation of an artist, it can be beatified and elevated on a level where it becomes a household recognition of its importance in this world. So my brother's an artist. So I have
Kind of art.
Fine art, but also he paints and he teaches history of art. So I've had this sort of baptism my whole life. being exposed to him. I'm the sibling scientist, but they have an artist in the family. Everyone should have an artist in the family.
I've got an uncle.
And of course, the whole STEAM movement, science, technology, engineering, and math. The artists got in and said, wait, so the STEM movement, science, they want to throw in the A. They get art as part of that movement. Science, technology, engineering, art, and math.
Change it from STEM to STEAM.
It's a STEAM, so you full steam ahead. STEAM is a better word than that. Well, they're both good words for what they need, but
That just sounds like a bunch of awesome stuff. Like
it does, and
why not throw in comedy and building houses? You know, and it seems like you're getting very. It's like the LBGTQAI. Like things get really squirrely when you start adding more letters.
yeah, you can add letters, but if it doesn't spell anything, then the memorization has to kick in. But STEAM, you don't have to memorize that;
Right.
it's already there for you.
Right.
So it's cleverly conceived. I think the abbreviation was it's tacit recognition that these are elements in society that advance civilization and grow the economy, actually. So, in fact, there's hardly any growth economy in the world that isn't growing because it has been for not having been touched by science or technology. Everything. Just think about it. So if you're around running, you don't have them on your show, but if you're running around saying, I don't like science, science is bad, science is evil, okay, well then you will die in poverty if you elect officials who believe that as well.
Who the fuck thinks that science is bad in 2019? And how do they express this? Do they express it through science?
Okay, so
You know what I'm saying? Like, are they saying it online?
I have a book coming out in a month called Letters from an Astrophysicist. Okay, it's not out yet.
I've got it.
It's not. How did you get a copy?
But
I don't even have my copy yet.
But I got
Okay. What I'm saying in there, there's a whole chapter on just angry people who don't like anything, including science. And one of them, it's a riff. He just said, I hate that science, and that science that brings some of the worst things that's ever happened to humanity, and pollution, and this. It goes on and on and on and on and on. And so I reply, there's letters from an astrophysicist, and I reply as calmly and as rationally as possible when you get attacked that way. But what I'm saying is, not everyone embraces everything that science does. And some will cherry pick it. You have the science deniers for global warming. You have science deniers with vaccines. You have science deniers with GMOs. There's all manner of science denying going on in modern society. And we in a free society, what are you going to do, right? The people can think what they want. But if thinking what they want influences policy, which then affects everybody, then your science denial has consequences to the economic health of the nation. And by the way, it's not only economics, the economic health, it's your physical health, because medicine flows through advances in science, as well as our security.
Well, there's people that deny some aspects of science while conveniently using others. That's where it gets weird, right? You're driving a car that's relying on GPS. You're using a phone to complain about the global warming hoax. You're
correct. One of my more sort of popular tweets was, remember when we had the photo of the black hole from a distant galaxy, and it was banner headlines, maybe you listened a year ago, banner headlines, and first photo ever of a black hole, and it was an astounding engineering achievement to accomplish that. There was multiple telescopes all around the world pooling the data to get it right, and it was one of the greatest collaborative efforts we've ever undertaken in my field of astrophysics. Okay. And everybody was loving the results. So all I tweeted was, scientists report first photo of a black hole. Public. Scientists report humans are warming the Earth. Oh, you can report it up. Okay. Scientists, we produced the first ever image of a supermassive black hole, 55 million light response. That conflicts with what I want to be true, so it must be false.
Well,
that is the cherry picking of science.
It is the cherry picking of science, but the global warming thing is very much connected to a certain type of ideology. A certain type of person who thinks that
it doesn't matter to me.
No nonsense person.
What I'm saying, yes, it does matter. What I'm trying to say is that is a demographic that has cherry picked science to deny human-caused global warming. There are other demographics that have cherry-picked other science to deny other things. And it's not all located in one political spectrum. I mean, one political branch.
Right.
So you tend to find liberal folk complaining that the conservatives who have embraced no global warming platform are denying science and they need science on their side. And many of those same people are rubbing crystals together to be healed by the crystal energy, or they're denying vaccines, thinking that they're somehow bad for you. And so all of this requires some or total rejection of mainstream science. And we're living in that world now, and I don't know. I don't think it'll stop the progress of civilization, but it can certainly slow it down and occasionally stall it.
Well, that is certainly a problem, but how big of a problem is it? Like, how many people are really in denial of science in 2019? There's got to be.
For me, in a free country, that's not what matters. What matters is, in a free country, that you elect officials who are not.
Officials.
Yes, you elect people who are scientifically literate.
Yeah.
They don't have to be scientists. Or if they're not scientifically literate, they should be self-aware of that, and then listen to people who are.
Right.
So,
don't you think what they're doing though is they're doing what their constituents would like them to do?
That's why I don't beat politicians over the head. Ever. I don't do that. We're a republic, we're a democracy. Whatever they believe, if they think the Earth is 6,000 years old and they got elected, it's because the people elected them believe the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Or because they're willing to let that one go because they believe in the
politics. Possibly. Yeah, that's a good point, because you have a portfolio of thoughts and beliefs.
Or because he's such a profound Christian. I mean, he's so profoundly Christian that
There's plenty of Christians who are connected to science that don't, including the Pope. By the way, can you get more Christian than the Pope? All right.
Yeah, he believes in science now. This new Pope is pretty interesting.
Yeah, if you read his encyclical from a couple of years ago, it's a scientifically literate document.
Yeah.
And no, so it's not. He's still religious, right? So Jesus still rose from the dead, and there were still miracles and all the rest of that in the New Testament. So he's not in denial of that. But given that, he is saying, "Oh my gosh." Here's something we, the religious community and scientists, can partner behind, and that is we want to save life on Earth. And so we have to be better shepherds of what is going on this Earth. And one of them is we want to flood low-lying countries in the South Pacific, where the average sea level is 10 feet above sea level, or whatever it is. You lose these countries if you keep melting the ice caps, because that would include the north, and there's no land in the north. So the glacier ice, that's land-based ice, right? Because any ice that's in the water floating, that can melt and is not going to change the water level. So it's why you can do this experiment. It's really cool. Fill up your glass, a few cubes of ice in a glass of water. Fill the glass up as much as you possibly can without spilling it. And the ice is bobbing above that level. Okay? Because ice is about 10% buoyant on that. About 10% of an ice cube will be lifted above. This is the iceberg equation, right? All right, that's the tip of the iceberg. Well, you see 10% above, and 90% is not visible to you. This is, by the way, I don't want to get too many off ramps here, but that's one of the things that they did right in Titanic. Okay, if you look at the earliest Titanic movie that was in black and white, they see this huge iceberg on the horizon, and then they can't square away from it because oh my gosh, it doesn't have no. The iceberg that cuts the bottom of your boat is a little bit of ice sticking out above the water, because 90% of it is underwater, and that's where the damage occurs. And in the James Cameron Titanic, the iceberg that they hit above water looks like a little chunk of ice. And, that couldn't hurt anything. All the damage was underwater. Anyhow, so back to this. So do this experiment, and then let the glass sit there and let the ice melt. And the water level will stay the same. Because when ice melts, it takes up lower volume than it was when it became ice. And that's why pipes break.
I thought pipes break just because the water expands.
Yeah, I just described that in the opposite direction.
So because as it freezes it, I didn't know it gets larger.
That's what expansion means. What's with your vocabulary here? Right.
No, but I'm saying right.
So your ice cube is sitting 10%. Your ice cube is sitting 10% above the water level, and it melts and becomes water. The water takes up 90% of the volume of the ice.
Right.
So that just melts back into the water, and it doesn't overflow, even though it was sticking above the water line where you have the glass. So now let's do the opposite.
Okay.
there's water in the pipes.
Right.
Oh, can I tell you something that might blow your mind?
No. Sure.
Is that allowed? I don't know. How many times does your mind? At least once a day.
Yeah, at least
You
one.
need your mind blown. Okay. Here's how it works.
Okay.
So let's put water in the pipes. Okay. And then the temperature drops. The pipes have a certain strength.
Right.
Copper pipes, you know, they're rigid.
I
Okay.
grew up around breaking pipes.
Okay. So watch.
Massachusetts.
So the water's in there. And now the temperature begins to drop. Okay. The water wants to turn to ice, but it can't because the pipe is containing it. So it just sits there, okay, at 32 degrees as water, even though the temperature outside is dropping below 32 degrees, okay? And it still sits there, gets to 30 degrees, 29. The pipe is squeezing the attempt of this water to become ice. And the act of squeezing it prevents the temperature from dropping. Okay? And as the temperature drops, depending on how strong the pipe is, and the temperature gradient across it, as the outside temperature continues, it gets to now 25 degrees. The pipe is still holding on to the liquid water, and it's still 32 degrees inside there. And it holds on to it, and it keeps happening. It keeps happening. You get a point where the pipe can no longer contain the water. And the water freezes spontaneously. It just goes right down to that temperature, and the pipe is helpless in the face of this. So the point is, the stronger the pipe is, the lower the temperature has to be outside for the freezing water to break it.
So theoretically, if you had a pipe that was made of a stronger material than copper, you can get even lower than
You
that.
get an even lower temperature.
How low can you get? Because when things freeze, they have to expand.
So what? No, only when water freezes.
Why does water expand when
It's a remarkable fact about water that is shared by very few other ingredients. Most things, when they cool, they shrink, as all men know.
Oh,
So most materials, because things cooler, the vibrating molecules slow down and they take up less space. Water is the opposite of that as it passes down through. So I'm going to describe to you an extraordinary fact about water and why we're alive today. Okay, so watch that. Let's take a lake that has fish in it. Okay, temperature drops outside, and the lake slowly begins to get cooler because there's a time lag between the air temperature and the waters. That's why the first freeze, the lake is still there. It's got to be cold longer. Right? So what happens? The water gets cold on the surface. Okay, and it begins to, the water gets cold on the surface and it begins to shrink. So that water falls to shrink. That makes it denser. It falls to the bottom. Fine. It does that down to about 4 degrees Celsius. As it goes from 4 degrees Celsius to 0 degrees Celsius, the freezing point, it begins to expand and become less dense than the water. So now, as the water wants to actually freeze, it stays on top. When it does freeze, you freeze the top surface of the lake. Well, how about the water below it? It's insulated from the dropping air temperature, and the fish don't die. Imagine if ice were denser than water. What would happen? You'd freeze the top layer, it would sink. The bottom is frozen. Freeze the next layer, it sinks. And fish would be systematically forced to swim in shallower and shallower waters until they were all freeze dried on the top surface of the lake. And all fishes would be dead every winter in every lake.
I think it's fish.
What?
I think you're supposed to say fishes.
Fishes is a double plural.
You can do that?
Yeah. You never
All
heard
fish would
fishes?
be dead?
You never
Like
heard?
all deer? Would you say all deers?
Well, because you generally it's one. If you have multiple kinds of deer. Yeah.
Oh, so if you had like Sitka
Yeah,
deer.
but it's rare that they're all in the same place. You generally have one kind of deer in one place. But the ocean has many kind of fish in the same place.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. So you would say fishes.
Fishes
If you're
is
talking
it's like it's a
about
double
different
plural.
kinds.
It's different kinds of plural fish.
Oh,
Yeah.
double blow my mind.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Do it again.
Oh no, no.
I didn't know. I never thought of it
Fishes.
that way.
The many fishes and the
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry.
Fishes in the sea.
Yeah. So multiple plurals of different
How
kinds
cold
of
is it enough
fish.
to get where ocean water freezes? Because that's where it
Well,
gets
it's
fun.
salt water. Do you have the
Well,
word
you put it
fishes
up
up there?
there.
Some weird anomaly that happened where there was too little oxygen in the water, and somehow frozen fish got pushed out in a wall of ice. It was in South Dakota a couple years ago.
Oh, so there's too little oxygen.
I don't know. I can't explain that. I don't know what happened there.
If you look at the green in the water, most likely it's algae. So that happens with certain lakes, types of
Or
algae.
you can kill the lake by doing that.
Kill
Yeah.
the lake, and well, you get it in the ocean too. You get these zones.
But I don't see how you get frozen fish though.
That's incredible. But you scroll, go back up.
Yeah.
Scroll down so you can read it. Fish frozen in a wall of ice in South Dakota's Lake Andes National Wildlife Refuge. That's incredible, man. Is that a video, Jamie?
I think it's just a picture.
I don't know how they froze because they can just swim to where it's not frozen. So I'd have to do more homework on that one to see what caused that.
Wow.
So my point is, because of this property of water, that ice floats, it insulates the bottom layers of the lake, and fish can survive over the winter
That's
because
how
of
these
this.
work too, right? Insulated, so you can, inside you get like a nice spot.
Well, yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, if you put a barrier between you and the changing elements outside, that's basically an insulating layer.
Have you ever gone ice fishing?
No, I never.
It's a good
I'm
way
a
to
New
get away
York
from
City
your life.
person.
Well, they have them in New York City. People go ice fishing, I'm sure, in Central
Wait, do
Park.
women go ice fishing to get away from their husbands?
They do. And
Yeah,
some
okay.
people do. It's a
Well,
joke. It's like, why do people golf? You know,
Okay.
but ice fishing is particularly weird because you have to continually scoop out the ice and maybe even drill again.
Right. So that works because frozen water is less dense than non-frozen water, and it's one of the rare ingredients for which that's so. And it's likely there would be no life on land or anywhere on Earth. So water is a very special ingredient to life on Earth. It's cited by many religious folks as saying, "See, Earth is sacred for this special ingredients for what make Earth habitable for life."
That is a really strange thing, though, that if you can contain, though, like, is there a number?
Well, that's
It
why.
doesn't matter?
That's why pipe
Crack.
And yeah, and then it'll break the copper like it's paper.
Now,
Tear it like it's not 30 degrees freezer. Just pull it and leave it on the counter. Put it on a point where it hasn't melted yet, but you can take it and squeeze the ice cube. And the only way you can accomplish that is if the ice turns.
so if you had some sort of a pipe that could physically constrict, like something that had threads in it that could wind down.
Melt. If you had some machine that squeezed ice,
Yeah.
and the colder the ice is, the harder the harder it would be for you to squeeze it to accomplish that. So it's sort of fun with ice. In fact, you know what else you can do? This is a harder experiment to do. If you take a mesh, like a screen mesh, it has to be sort of wider openings than a screen door would. So what would this be, like a fence? Ice will melt the ice in the contact points of the chain itself because it's feeling that pressure to squeeze it into a smaller volume. But by the time it melts, the ice has now passed through the grate and it will refreeze on the other side. So you can actually pass a block of ice through a chain link fence vertically just by pushing it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a slow experiment, but it's
How
really,
long?
I mean, it depends on the temperature of the ice and how much it weighs.
Right.
Because the edge of the blade on the ice, it's melting a bead of water. You're actually gliding on water when you're skating. You're not skating on slippery ice.
Really?
Yes.
I thought you were just cutting the ice with the blade.
Well, so the blade, have you ever seen a sharpened blade? It's not just flat. There's actually a concave cross section to it. So each edge, the left edge and the right edge, is basically a knife edge. Okay, not quite as sharp as a knife, but you can feel how it's sharp. So that when you lean on that edge, either inner edge or outer edge, your entire body weight is being held up on a very narrow surface area of the blade. So the pressure is extreme. It's like, 1,000 pounds per square inch. You don't weigh 1,000 pounds, but you're not skating on a square inch, right? So you do the math on that, and what you can have is you will skate, and you're actually, what makes it so slippery on ice skates is because you're moving on a bead of water that freezes right behind you as you go past it. Yeah. So it's possible for ice to be so cold you can't really skate on it, because even that pressure is not enough to melt it.
How cold would it have to be?
That last I did a calculation, it was really cold, like 10 below zero.
How does dry ice work?
Oh, it's just frozen carbon dioxide. That's all. So here's the difference. You have a block of frozen H2O and a block of frozen CO2. So there they are. it turns out the air pressure on Earth is high enough, at sea level, is high enough to allow the ice to melt and sustain a liquid state. Okay? The CO2 under air pressure, normal air pressure, it wants to melt, but it can't sustain a liquid, and it goes straight to gas. If we had much higher air pressure, you could have CO2 melt and have liquid CO2. So now watch what happens. So can I blow your mind again? This is really good stuff. Okay, it's good like chemistry. So here you go. So watch what happens. So what happens if I reduce the air pressure? Okay. Well, the transition from ice to water is still the same. It's not affected, but the boiling point is affected. As you know, cooking times have to be adjusted on mountaintops because when you boil water, it's not 212 degrees. Depending on the height of the mountain, there's less air pressing down that's preventing it from boiling. Okay? The boiling point is not some absolute fact about the water. It has to do with what the air pressure is sitting above it. If you have extremely high air pressure, water has to go to a much higher temperature before it boils. So the boiling point of water that's reported in all textbooks is at sea level, at 1 atmospheric pressure. That's how you get 212 degrees. If you start reducing the atmospheric pressure, it's 210 degrees, 205 degrees, 200 degrees, 190 degrees, 180 degrees.
180 degrees.
No! Yes, and so that's not as hot as 212 degrees, so you got to cook the food longer. Keep reducing the air pressure. Okay?
Theoretical or like possible on Earth?
No.
Like Himalayas.
Yeah, or take it up. You could ascend in some kind of copter or some kind of device, or air balloon, whatever. But I'm saying you can do this experiment in a laboratory. Okay. You keep reducing the air pressure. Boiling point keeps dropping. It's 170 degrees, 150, 120, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 50 degrees, 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Fahrenheit. What happens? The water evaporates and becomes steam, and all of that's happening at 32 degrees. There is an atmospheric pressure for which water, ice, and steam coexist, and it's called the triple point of water. And all ingredients have a triple point.
Wow. What is the atmospheric pressure?
Mars is very close to the triple point of water. So you can have a simultaneous bath in certain regions of Mars. A simultaneous bath because the air pressure is so low. It's like 1/100th Earth's air pressure. It's very, very low. So you have a place where a pot of water, ice cubes, and steam are coming out all at once. It's at the triple point. So here's the lesson here is we live life in our world at 1 atmospheric pressure, at 1 room temperature, atmospheric pressure, and we define what is normal based on that life experience, based on how our senses interact with that environment. But the actual universe is far freakier than what our senses are exposed, our 5 senses are exposed to on Earth.
What did you think about Elon Musk's idea about nuking the poles of Mars in order to make it warmer?
Yeah, so some of these are kind of pie in the sky ideas,
right?
But let's get to what he's trying to get at.
Yeah.
What you want to do is you want to introduce warmth. You want to block the ozone. You want to block the ultraviolet so that you can protect organic life. All right, so we have an ozone layer. That's with 3 oxygen atoms, O3, and ozone likes ultraviolet light. So ultraviolet light comes from the sun. It gets eaten by ozone. It gets eaten. And when you do that, the ultraviolet light doesn't make it to Earth's surface. So even though they say, oh, wear sunscreen and sunblock 45, yes, that's for the 1% of the ultraviolet that gets through the atmosphere. If you're above the atmosphere, you are fried. So, because ultraviolet is highly hostile to organic molecules and what we're made of as life. So, you want to give life a chance. So you want to not only heat Mars, you want to find a way to block the ultraviolet light coming from the sun. So you need some mechanism, if not ozone, or to just live underground, for example. Okay, and so I don't think we should think of the idea as a literal thing, but just it's a general principle of what you want to accomplish on Mars in doing so. So you want to warm it, you want to protect what could be the future of biochemistry, and then you seed it, and then you wait. You want to wait too long, you want to sort of speed it up if you could, and then you terraform Mars. SpaceX has, I visited him a couple of times. He's got a mug you can buy there that it has Mars on it. Okay, and then you put hot liquid in it, and Mars turns to an arable blue-green marble. So yeah, it's very good. And it doesn't tell you that when you. So I got a Mars mug, and you show it off, and oh my gosh, when did that happen? It's an Earth mug, but it doesn't look like Earth.
There's a lot of people that go on.
Also, we think there's a lot of water that was once on Mars, which is a certainty. We think it's just sitting below in a permafrost. So you wouldn't have to bring water to Mars. By the way, in the really distant future, you can just redirect a comet and get all the water you need. But
how far distant is that?
The comet's everywhere. We're in a shooting gallery.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
Oh,
how far away do you think it is before we can redirect?
How far away in time?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. We know how to do it, but there's no real incentive. So there's no funded engineering plan to do it, but we know how to do it on paper.
We know how to do it in a conceivable way?
Oh, yeah. So first of all, it happens with or without us, because we are in the shooting path of countless thousands of asteroids and comets. So what you would do is you'd find one that's headed close to us anyway, in the 7th orbit down the line, or the 100th orbit down the line, and then you slightly deflect it in such a way that it would then collide with Mars, or even Earth if you wanted. If Earth needed some more fresh water.
Yeah, I heard there's a possibility.
But the problem is, if something really big that would fill lakes, if that collided with Earth, that would just be bad for life on Earth, because it's a spontaneous deposit of energy that can change the climate. So you want to do that on a planet that you're trying to terraform.
Isn't that the speculation of how water got here in the first place?
So the jury's still out on that. There are tags in the oceans, in the water molecule, that tell you that the water must have come from more than one source. So that's what's confusing things. We want it to be a simple thing. It all came by comets, or it all came from inside the Earth, through volcanoes. Volcanoes emit lakes, and historically, lakes and oceans worth of water just out of their calderas. So the problem is, as we say in science, overdetermined. There's plenty of comets to have delivered all the water. There's plenty of water that could have come out of volcanoes to give us all the water. So, but in the oceans, it's clearly a mixture, and so the final word is still out on that.
What do you think about what's going on in Hawaii now with the protesting of the building of this largest and latest telescope?
Yes, the TMT 30-meter telescope, which would be the largest ever by far of any kind of telescope. The history of astronomy is one where bigger telescopes become bigger buckets to collect light. That's the only telescopes today are the same as telescopes when they were invented. They're just bigger. Right, the principle behind them is bigger, because what they're doing is simple. All you're trying to do is get as much light as possible. The more light you get, the dimmer is the object you can detect, and the farther away is the object you can see. And so for every generation of new large telescopes that have been built, it has increased and deepened our understanding of our place in the universe. So that's the background. The proposal is for a 30-meter telescope, largest ever, on the big island of Hawaii in Mauna Kea, where there are other telescopes there.
That's where the keck is, right?
Yeah, I think it's where the keck is. I think they sited it in a place that's sort of tucked behind most sight lines to it, but that's not so much what's important here. It's that the native Hawaiians, from what I've read, view the mountain as a sacred place, and so to put a telescope, yet another telescope there, becomes sort of invasion of sacred land. And so yeah, it's a there's a standoff. Last I looked, I mean, people protesting in the streets, and there's some native Hawaiians who embrace this because it means jobs, high quality jobs, engineering jobs. You got to build it, you got to maintain it. There's an entire supportive infrastructure for that. That means jobs, and it's done in collaboration with the University of Hawaii. And all the other telescopes are partnered with the University of Hawaii, where people are educated there. And so at the end of the day, you have to ask, well, how are you going to make decisions going forward? Are you going to make them democratically? Then you take a vote. Or do you want the natives to be the deciders of their own fate? And is that democratic? Okay, so the natives vote. Okay. Or is it the few people who are protesting? Do they win the day? I mean, it's complicated, and it's very. There are a lot of nuanced issues going on there. There's a branch of thinking that the United States government and normal municipal leaders have no authority over it. There's some who claim that this is Native Hawaiian property that does not belong to any municipal entity of the U.S. government, so therefore even state representatives have no say, right? So there's a lot going on there, okay? But if I were to weigh in, this is how I would do so, okay? I would say first, I think what should happen is, I don't know if they even have the infrastructure, I don't know how the system is set up, but if they could set it up this way, if the mountain is viewed as sacred by the natives should have entire say of what happens to the mountain. Okay? That's how I think that should be. So now, what you want to make sure is that whatever decision gets made and voted upon by the natives, that it's fully informed. You don't want to vote being misinformed or underinformed in any election, let alone when you're voting for a telescope on your sacred mountain. Okay? Otherwise, you're voting out of nowhere, right? You're influencing your future based on partial information. And decisions based on partial information are bad decisions no matter what. Okay. So I would say hold the vote with the natives and make sure everybody's fully informed. And here's a bit of information I just want to add to the information. Okay? You know what we do as astrophysicists. We study the universe, rather passively at that. We sit there at it. It's not a petri dish where we stir it or heat it or freeze it or crack it, or we're just kind of there, communing with the cosmos. My PhD thesis was significantly fed by data that I obtained from mountaintops at telescopes. I got my data from mountains in Chile, Cerro Tololo, and employed all the local people. That's another telescope. So there's all these telescopes that all have specific access points to the universe. They're not all asking the same questions.
Right.
And so it's the collection of all the data that gives us the complete understanding, what we think is a complete understanding of the universe. So what we do is try to understand our place in the universe. And all I'm going to say is that if you have power over what happens on that mountain, and it's sacred to you, because whatever that is, it is something important to you and your sense of your understanding of your place in this world. That would be spiritual significance. I can tell you that what we learn as astrophysicists from those mountaintops, understanding of who and what we are in this universe. So I would say that whatever is your concept of God, be it the creator of the universe, the spirit energy that pervades all of space and time, whatever is your concept, the discoveries of astrophysicists bring you closer to it.
I get your perspective. Let me be the opposing view. They feel
I'm not trying to.
No, I know you're not.
This is just information.
Okay.
I'm putting this is information, and I walk out of the room, and then you all vote, right? I'm not. We believe in democracy here, and majority rules. That's kind of a good thing. It's kind of worked, right? But if it's not majority rules, I don't know how they're going to make decisions. But let's say invent a future where the natives vote. If they vote, I want to make sure they heard what I just said, and now take control of your own fate.
I just don't think they care. I think they've decided that that's a sacred space, and they don't want anybody doing anything to it.
Then that's their decision.
To them. You think that's okay?
I don't judge people's.
But if you wanted to make a convincing appeal to them,
No, all I would say is what I just told you.
that's it.
That is all I would tell them. And when they vote, I want them to understand that fact. I can take it one step further and say, mountaintops, because of the access they give astrophysicists and by proxy us all to the universe, are sacred places to scientists. Okay, now it's not sacred in a religious sense, but it's sacred in terms of a pathway to knowing and understanding who and what we are in this universe. We place great value on that. So, but it's not our land.
So specifically, these things have to take
Europeans
place.
didn't come to Hawaii and find legions of scientists there conducting experiments. Okay, they found native peoples governing themselves. So that's that. The consequence, if it gets voted down and that's permanent and there's no way around that, that telescope is still going to be built. It just won't be built in Hawaii.
Well, where will it be built? Don't they have to be built on mountaintops?
Yeah, so they're on
It's
the
an
mountaintops.
elevation issue, right?
Yeah, you want to be above, schmutzy clouds and haze, and you want a dry environment so there's less rain,
I went to the
fewer
Keck.
clouds. You visited.
Yeah,
Very
I went
good.
to the Keck more than 10 years ago, the first time. And I got very fortunate. It was a night where the moon was not out.
Yes,
And
but it's not the astronomer's favorite thing. Yeah, you want the darkest sky you can.
We were worried as we were driving up there that it was really cloudy, but we drove through the clouds. And we got to the top, and we got to the observatory, and it was the most amazing, without telescopes. There was telescopes there, but without telescopes. It was the most amazing view of the sky I'd ever seen in my life, and it changed my perspective of our place in the universe.
This is
It
what
looked like we were on a spaceship, like we were flying through the universe because of the diffused lighting on the Big Island, because it's all set up so that it doesn't ruin what they're trying to accomplish at the Keck. When you
Minimize
up there,
reflections in the wrong place.
it's amazing.
Not only that, if there was a moon out and you did ascend up through the clouds, the moonlight illuminates the clouds, and you are an island in the middle of white cotton,
Yeah.
and you're not even connected to the earth. It's what you imagine Mount Olympus would have been,
I've been up there for when that happens too.
with the gods up there, and it's their place. It's their
Yeah.
so yes. And so my brethren, my fellow astrophysicists who have also observed from mountaintops, by the way, it's becoming a lost art because, it's not lost, but it's becoming something we don't do anymore. Something called service observing. When you put in your observing program, it's handed to a technician at the telescope who points the telescope, gets the data, and sends it back to you. So the next generation doesn't have the experience that my generation did, because there was a pilgrimage to the top of the mountain, and you converted your life's path, you converted your life's schedule to become nocturnal. And in so doing, the journey was long enough because you're in the middle of nowhere. Now you got to go nocturnal, and by the time you're ready for this, you are communing with the cosmos. It is you, the detector, the telescope, and the universe. And there's an eerie silence up there too, because you don't hear anything. Just the hum of maybe the motor or the telescope, but that's it. And so all I'm saying is, if they choose to not have it, the telescope will go somewhere else. One of them is the Canary Islands. These are also volcanic hilltops, not as high as Mauna Kea. That's at 14,000 feet, by the way. I should have checked at what temperature water boils at the top of Mauna Kea. We could have rounded that story out. But I think it's around 180 degrees, actually. I think I did actually calculate about that. But anyhow, so you find a mountaintop and we'll put it somewhere else, and the data won't be as good, but that'll be a consequence of it, and none of that'll go to Hawaii.
How do you think that's going to get resolved, though? If you had to guess.
I don't know. I just don't know.
A lot of people are against it, including Jason Momoa. Aquaman's against it.
Oh,
He's out there protesting.
Yeah, and so when you get celebrity types to put the weight of their name behind it, it magnifies the cause of others, even if they're in the minority.
Yeah.
And so, I like I said, I think natives should. Does anyone know who all the natives are? Is there some listing so that they can all vote for this one thing? You wouldn't want people voting who are not native if you're voting on whether it's so sacred you don't want to put a telescope there. You want people who have an indigenous concern for what goes on there. And
indigenous in reference to Hawaii is relative.
Every usage of the word indigenous is relative.
Yeah, especially with Hawaii, because
the only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Okay, because human life began in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. So native, you set a time frame to declare what is native and what's not.
Yeah.
And the native in its simplest form is, are you born there? So I'm a native New Yorker. I'm born there. But I was the original settler there. My species did not form on Manhattan Island. So everybody traveled to where they are. They just got there before the Europeans. And so that has become the definition of indigenous. Were you there when the Europeans landed? Then you're indigenous. But to other life forms on that rock, on that Hawaii's are volcanic. It's a volcanic archipelago. You know how that happens, by the way? You have all these multiple volcanoes in a string. You ever wonder why? How that happens?
Sure.
You did wonder? Or did you know?
Why?
Oh, because there's a hot spot beneath Earth's crust. It's just sitting there, okay? And when you're beneath Earth's crust, stuff doesn't move around the way it does on Earth's crust. Earth's crust shifts, okay? So that hot spot gurgles up, makes a volcano, then the hot spot goes dormant, but the shelf still drifts. You still have continental drift. So it drifts. Then the hot spot says, time for me to gurgle again. It gurgles up. Now you get another volcano. And then it goes dormant. That volcano goes dormant. It shifts. You get another one. Anytime you see a chain of islands, guaranteed they're made by volcanoes over enough time for continental drift to have shifted the plates over the hot spot of Earth's mantle.
So do you think what they're concerned with is the eventual spoiling of this beautiful natural resource, that slowly but surely people are putting up houses there and developments and all these different things, and then the scientists are saying we need this sacred land because we're going to put a volcano, and they're like, look, there's already out. I mean, we're going to put a telescope. There's already a telescope here. Enough. You think that's what it is? They're trying to halt the progress of civilization, or maybe progress is a bad word. The expansion of civilization.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back. What did Teddy Roosevelt do? He said we got to preserve these lands because they're beautiful. And by the way, he said that after he shot all those elephants and tigers, and lions and tigers and bears. Yeah, I mean, I hail from a museum, the American Museum of Natural History, where he's the patron saint of that museum. What happened was he realizes how important this land is and how beautiful it is, and he's the patron saint of the national park system. So that's the secular version of sacred, right? We don't say it's sacred, but we've all decided as a community that we care about these lands, and you don't want to drill on it. You don't want to put housing. Was it Lyndon Johnson's wife, Lady Bird Johnson, who said, our freeways that we're so carefully building after the Second World War, the Eisenhower Freeway Project, the interstate system, this is our country. We want to keep it beautiful. So certain stretches of it, there are no billboards. Billboards would change your relationship to nature. So certain stretches of interstate are secularly sacred, if I can say that. So I remember visiting Australia and there's the famous rock in the out in the outback, the Uluru. Please help me get my correct pronunciation of this. Uluru. And it's I'm told it's one coherent geologic rock. It's not just an assembly of rocks. I don't know enough about the geology of it, but I do know that the Australian Aborigines, Uluru, okay, iconic red rock.
Look at that cool thing.
Okay, so that is one sort of geologic thing, and climbers want to climb it, but it's miles in circumference. So we visited it. I rented a bicycle with my wife and kids, and we rode around it. Okay, so now, sacred to the local indigenous peoples. So they don't want you to climb on it. Well, I'm a rock climber. What do you care? I'm not going to ruin it. They don't want you to climb on it. And I try to think to myself, to part to this, that would sort of wake up a Westerner to say, I get it. All right. Now, suppose some natives from Alaska, or from some tribes from Africa, or some Aborigines came up from these remote places of the world, walked up to the Vatican and said, we want to climb the walls of this Vatican just for sport. What would we say? We want to climb the walls of St. Paul's Cathedral in downtown London. What would you say? No.
Yeah, but are those comparable? I mean, these are
wait, hold on. We want to repel the Tower of Big Ben. You're going to say no. You would say no. These are important structures to us. Now, are you going to say, are the equivalent? Well, we built those, and the natives didn't build the rock.
Right, exactly.
Okay. It depends on how important that detail is to you. All I'm saying is, on the level of, we say this is sacred, you say that is sacred, and now you're going to have different rules for who's climbing what. I think it'll force you to take pause.
Well, here's an in supporting what you're saying. Look at what's going on with the Himalayas. I mean, it's the human shit that they leave behind there.
All the climbers.
So disturbing. Yeah.
The climbers.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's really horrible. Yeah. I mean, there's tons of it. Tons of human waste.
Okay, so what you do there is, if it's still not a problem that people are climbing, it's that they're leaving waste. Stop the climbers, you tax them at some level, so that now you have cleanup crews that come up after them.
Yeah, but it's
your solution.
But there's solutions. It's incredible.
No, look,
difficult to bring anything back.
Look, so
you
tax them, you make it worth it. All right.
But you understand, like they have to leave the bodies up there, right? You know that they can't.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Well, why do you think they can bring tons of shit when they can't even bring bodies?
Here's what I'm saying. When they invented cars, and cars were killing people in the street because people didn't know how to cross the street. They didn't know where to cross the street. People don't know how to stop the cars. They say, well, cars are actually a pretty useful thing. Do we ban cars? No. We make stoplights. Oh, people are crossing. Well, we make crosswalks. Oh, let's put lanes so the cars don't hit each other. And let's make airbags so that you don't fly through the windshield. All right, so there are ways around problems if you value the thing that it is that you want to do. So people leaving crap up there, you make them bring it back. Or you develop a system that enables the stuff to come back no matter what. And if you can't do that and you don't want it messed up, then cancel the whole operation. We didn't cancel. We got really innovative about how to keep it.
There's a big difference between cars and human shit that's up on the mountain. I think the real problem too is, I think
if you value it and you want to keep doing it, then you solve the problem. This is what engineers do. That's all they do.
Right, but
what's your problem? I'll solve it.
Been able to bring those bodies back because the physical limitations of the human body. You barely have enough juice to climb. It's so thin. The air's so thin. It's so dangerous.
And the energy draw on you is so high.
Leave those bodies there.
So is that the human shit that you're talking about, or is that?
No,
you're talking about the fact that humans were there. That we're not very clean about our presence. That's what you're talking about, right?
Well, we're just being human. We have to go. When you gotta go, you gotta go. When you gotta go up there, you just open up the hatch and let it rip down the side of a mountain, and the resulting.
Do you know in the space station they recycle your urine and your crap?
Congratulations to them.
because they put engineers on the problem.
Right.
What I mean by recycle it, they extract all the water from it, and then what's left is highly dried
You drink it.
mineral. Yeah, water is water. It's a water molecule.
That's the thing about.
By the way, every glass.
drink
Do you see this?
People's peas in it.
That's correct.
Yes.
You got a bottle of water here?
Caveman pea.
Okay. This has
Napoleon's pea in it.
yes. There are more molecules of water in this bottle than there are bottles of water. This volume of water in all the world's oceans. So in other words, if you drank this and peed it out, okay, you have enough molecules in your pee and in your sweat and in the moisture that you exhale. All that goes back into the environment, scattering into all sources of water of the world, and there's enough of those molecules to occupy every half liter of water that covers the surface of this earth. So that given enough time, you scoop a cup of water out of there. I don't even care if you filter it. The H2O is still there. That is water that has passed through the kidneys of Abraham Lincoln, Genghis Khan, Joan of Arc, Socrates.
Plato.
No,
Jesus? Can I get a bottle of Jesus?
I'm trying to get my Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure list going here, okay? You just ruined it. But yes, Jesus would be included in that. So would Socrates, yes. So that is the same. By the way, the same is true with breaths of air. There are more molecules of air in every breath you take than there are breaths of air in all the atmosphere of the earth. So when you exhale, there's enough of those molecules to scatter. And the air currents will do this to scatter into every breath of air that is inhaled. So when you take a breath of air, you have molecules of air that went through the lungs of Jesus. We're all connected, and there's no way around it.
And the water that we have is the water that we have, right? We drink it, we pee it,
Yeah.
because the atmosphere that comes down as rain.
Yeah, and rain is an important difference is most of the water on Earth is salt water that you can't drink.
Right.
There's a limited amount that's fresh water.
How much of a...
By the way, all the glaciers are fresh water because it's frozen rain.
Right.
Frozen rain. Here's something that no one talks about. When the glaciers melt, where does the water go? Where does it go? Just tell me you know the answer. Just back in the ocean. Okay. So, but this is now non-salty water going into the ocean. So you're mixing fresh water with brackish water. And they occupy different places in the vertical profile of the ocean. And because salt water is heavier than fresh water, so fresh water occupies the top. Right. It's not as salty as the water below. And there are circulations in the ocean, not only up and down, northern latitude, southern latitude, like the Gulf Stream. There's also circulation top to bottom. And the combinations of all these circulations create the stability of the ocean. If you disrupt that, oh my gosh, there are animals and fishes that can't live anymore where they used to be because the salt level is different. And so some animals might go extinct. Some weather patterns will change because the ocean affects climate. So this is why climate modeling is so critical yet so complicated. This is because there are a lot of variables that show up.
Why can't we take the salt out of the water?
You can. It just takes energy.
Why isn't that being done on
You can. You
on
have to ask.
scale?
Who's paying for the energy? Where are you getting the energy from? It's an energy thing.
But I would think that would be very valuable. I mean, think about how many people
It's
buy
not
bottled
valuable
water.
enough yet. That's the point.
Well, is it that?
It's
Or is
just
it
it's just money, dude. It's just money. You can ask, what does it ship a half pint of water from Fiji? Okay, whatever the hell is the square bottle that you buy. Fiji water. Is it Fiji, right? Yeah, Fiji water. What does it cost to bottle that into Fiji, ship it here, relative to desalinating the ocean? It's cheaper to ship like to Fiji. There'll be a day when that's not the case. And future wars are going to be fought over who has access to fresh water. And the value of water will go up. And by the way, the value of water in space is $10,000 a pound. So if you lasso a comet and you say this is a lot of fresh water, I guess you can bring it back down to Earth, but that's expensive. You're better off selling it to NASA for $9,000 a pound. because it costs them $10,000 a pound to put water into orbit.
So you're better off keeping it up there and somehow or another.
Yeah. So if you harness water in space, you're better off trading in space with it than bringing it back down to a planetary surface. At the moment, the economics favor that.
What is the desalination process?
So it's simple. You just evaporate the water. It's basically a still. It's a distillery, right? So here's a pocket of water that's highly salty, and you heat it. The H2O evaporates, leaving sodium chloride behind. And at the end, you get this salt deposit at the bottom of your dish, at the bottom of your vessel. Oh, wait a minute. What happens to lakes that used to be there, salty lakes that used to be there that aren't? There's a salt deposit. That's the source of our modern day salt. This is what I tweeted the other day. That all table salt is sea salt. It just came from long buried prehistoric evaporated seas. So salt mines, and I was told by some geologists, I had a narrow usage of the word mine. I think of a mine, I think of a hole in the ground, but mining operations include surface operations as well. So there's surface lakes that have evaporated, and you get salt from that, as well as the mines that you would dig down deep below. So all of that is a mining operation. My tweet only reference the buried ones, but it's all from evaporated water. It's all from evaporated. It's all sea salt. Is the point?
Now, nuclear power plants rely on steam, right? Isn't that part of nuclear power plants?
Just to finish the point. So you evaporate the water, and the salt left. Maybe you might want to use that, make some sea salt out of it, table salt, and that evaporated water condenses out over here, and that is distilled water. Right. Now, you might want to mineralize it so it tastes good, because distilled water doesn't taste good. Plus, it's not really healthy to drink it, as you probably know. You drink distilled water, it goes into equilibrium with your minerals, sucking minerals out of you, so it has the same minerality that your body does. And then you pee it out, and you'll systematically drain yourself of important electrolytes. Yeah. So, generally, the water that you would say tastes good and you enjoy has some mineral bits and some kind of minerals in it.
Now, nuclear power plants, the process is using that nuclear energy to create steam to operate turbines and...
Yeah, basically all of our electricity today comes from, essentially, most of the electricity is coming from turbines that convert steam to electricity. So you heat water, the water makes steam, the steam turns the turbine, and the turning turbine generates the electricity.
Isn't it?
It's a matter of where you get the energy to boil the water. That's what it comes down. Is it coal? Is it oil? Is it nukes? Is it wind? Is it hydro? All of this. If you get a hydro plant, by the way, in a hydro plant, they don't have to make steam because they have the water pressure at the base of the dam moves through the turbines and turns the turbines, and they make electricity. They don't have to heat anything because they have the water pressure to do that anyway. That is also solar powered, by the way, because the sun evaporated ocean water. The water lifts up, becomes a cloud. The cloud moves over ground, up over the land. The cloud rains into the lake that is above the dam. So the energy that got the water up there in the first place is all solar. So you should think of hydroelectric as solar, as well as wind energy, because wind is the unequal heating of air on Earth's surface, and that creates air currents. It's also solar power. It's all solar.
Isn't it conceivable that you could come up with a combination of desalination and power plant, where you're using the heat to combine, to make the turbines move, and then you steam it off, and that's where you get the water from?
That would be that's an interesting idea, and I don't know how much that's been thought about. What you're saying is, I'm making steam anyway.
Yeah.
So why don't I do it
Suck
with
all the
salt
ocean water out? Yeah. And make...
That's a nice 2-for-1 kind of thing.
3-for-1. You get salt.
And you get salt out the other side. You get salt. You...
Fresh water.
Get fresh water, and you generate electricity.
Yeah.
So do patent it.
No. It's free for anybody who wants to take that and run with it.
I have high hopes for tidal energy, because there's certain places on Earth where tides are very powerful, and and you just put some paddles in there, and you sort of And it works both ways when the water comes in and out.
Is it battery technology that's the reason why LA isn't completely dependent upon solar? Because it seems like this is the spot to do it. Like, it never rains. And if it rains here 50 days a year, it's crazy.
Yeah, or any desert, right? And we're next door to the Mojave Desert, right? So one of the problems is, by the way, the deserts are generally localized to certain latitudes on Earth. It's because of general circulation on Earth. So the air pockets on Earth, there's a lot going on. The air moves in a lot of ways, but there's an overriding circulation of air that has air sort of rising up at the equator. Imagine a cylindrical movement of air that girds the Earth. Okay, so just above the equator, you have a cylinder rotating where you have air rising, and just below the equator, you have a cylinder rotating the opposite way, so that air is still rising at the equator. Okay, so air rises at the equator. It's unstable. It makes clouds. The equator is the cloudiest place on Earth, practically one of the cloudiest places. Well, how about the other side of those cylinders where the air descends? Okay. When you have descending air, you don't make clouds. Well, how big is the cylinder? It's about 30 degrees of latitude wide. So, your rainiest places on Earth are at the equator. That's where you get the Amazon rainforest and all that. And your driest places on Earth are 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south. Because these cylindrical movements of air have descending air there. So the Mojave Desert, the Sahara Desert, the Gobi Desert, they're all around 30 degrees north latitude. So we live on the surface of the Earth where there are forces operating that are so much bigger than us that we don't even think about it. And why is it? And India would be a desert because it's right in that zone, were it not for the seasonal monsoons. It doesn't rain much in India except when it's monsoon season. So the monsoon is sort of the exception to what would otherwise happen there. And that's why everyone loves the monsoon. They hate it, but they love it. It cools the weather. They get sources of water. There it is.
So they ask you the question again.
Oh, did I not answer? Sorry. Oh, so
battery technology? Like, why isn't LA completely solar?
It should be. It's not. And some of it is cost. LA is so car heavy. Right? And plus, there's a Lamborghini passing me horsepower, right? So any place that has a lot of sunlight should be thriving on solar panels, and you guys aren't. I looked around; very few homes have solar panels, and I don't fully understand that. If you did that, then you'd run off your own power. You can do this.
Yeah,
you can do the
equation. It's very difficult, by the way.
And yeah, I mean, the price might have to come down a little further. You don't really see the full price of oil. It's subsidized in ways that are not obvious to us. You know, we built the roads with our taxes so that car companies could sell you a car that you drove on the road that was built for them. If they had to build all their own roads, the price of gas to go in the car would have been much higher. The price of your car would have been, all of that would have been much higher.
If the car companies had to do it?
What I'm saying is I make a product and I want you to use it, but there's no roads. Oh, I convinced you to build a road so you can buy my car and drive on that road.
That's a weird way of looking at it.
It's full cost accounting. It's full cost accounting. What is the cost of coal? It's how many people died of lung disease, of mono-ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Okay, that's the longest word in the Random House Dictionary.
Is it?
Yeah. That's basically black lung. Yes, basically black lung. But you can break it up. Pneumono, ultra microscopic, silicovo, what's the silicates, and canoconiosis. So there's all medical bits stapled together to make that word. So what is the cost to their health, their death, their air quality, asthma? The total cost of oil is not what you pay at the gas tank. It's other things that we shell out that are not realized in the actual core cost of that source of energy. And then the solar option would look way better than it does relative to it. That's all I'm telling you.
Well, when you're talking about cars and car manufacturers having to pay for roads, isn't that
No,
like
they didn't say
restaurants? Isn't that like restaurants having to pay for toilet paper?
No, restaurants have to pay for land that you would park your car on to go into the restaurant. Not in New York City, but in places where everybody has cars. If you don't have valet parking, my restaurant will not occupy the entire plot of land I just bought. It's going to be a fourth of that land, and all the rest are going to be parking spots. I have absorbed the cost of your parking your car in my acquisition of that real estate, for example.
To make it convenient so people could use your facility.
Correct. So I bore that cost as restaurateur,
right?
Or maybe I'm renting, of course, but that's.
How does that relate to someone, the car manufacturers being forced to pay for the roads, or that they should be?
That would have been interesting had they, because then it would have changed the pricing of everything.
But why would they be?
Are you going to make a car and no one has a road to drive it on?
It's your responsibility.
It's what?
It's your responsibility.
Then you don't have a business.
What? Don't you want a car? Yes. So we all agree. Cars are good. They move fast. They get you where you want to go, right? So how do we as a society make it easier for people to get where they want to go? Well, we all chip in and we make roads. It's not entirely dependent.
Before there were cars, nobody's thinking, I want to go to Chicago tomorrow and I'll be back on Thursday. No one is even having that thought.
Before there were email, no one was thinking, I'm going to send you an email.
Right, these are not thoughts. So I'm just talking about all the forces that had to align to make it actually work. Okay, so now what's holding back electric cars? Well, I might not be able to charge it. It takes a little too long to charge compared to my other vehicle. Are there enough chargers along the way? Well, these were questions that were asked when people got cars. If you have cars and it takes gas, is there a gas station? Oh, Standard Oil says we'll put a gas station there because you're buying cars. And so it's a whole family of businesses coming together, and you're paying for a big part of that. It's not just the car. You pay for the roads. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just describing it as a reality.
I get it. I just didn't understand the comparison to car manufacturers paying for it.
If I make a car and I want you to buy my car, I need a road. So I'm going to build the road. Oh, wait a minute. I convinced you to build the road. That's even better. Oh my gosh, I made it a national priority. Oh, it's a security problem. We need a military design interstate system. That's what the interstate system is. Military. Yeah, that's why it goes through mountains instead of over them. Long stretches of straightaways you can find. That's why they're built above the road. That's why the surface roads are not as highways, because the highways are not on the surface. Why? Because they're built up. Why? Because tanks can drive on them without decomposing the road. What specs did we put this to? To the Autobahn. The Germans invented the modern highway system. They invented the cloverleaf. They invented the off-ramps. They invented all of that. And their armies could move on their roads like it was nobody's business. And Eisenhower said, hey, I'll get me some of that. And he comes, that's probably not how he said it, I'm guessing, but he comes and convinces us all that we need to build an interstate. I got nothing interstate system. I'm just giving you the foundational facts for it. And by the way, the interstate system costs us going to the moon. About $100 billion in total cost.
It seems like a bargain compared to how many people use it versus how many people went to the moon.
And it grows the economy. It has a lot of. But basically, it was sold as a security need, because if you're at war, you need to move material and personnel, and you might have to land an airplane in an emergency way. And so all freeways do this. You're going to crash a plane, do it on a freeway.
It happens.
Yeah. But do it because you might land safely, and if you don't land safely, the road comes to you to get to the hospital. Don't crash in a forest. We can't get to you.
Right.
Can't get emergency vehicles.
Good call. Have you seen this new Porsche has a new electric vehicle about to release?
I haven't seen it.
Revolutionary, groundbreaking technology that allows you to charge much faster. You can charge up to 80% in 20 minutes. Because pull up the information. Is it wattage or amperage?
Just a couple of things.
Much different battery.
You can't cheat physics, so yes, some batteries charge faster than others, but what really drives the charging speed of battery is the voltage over which you charge the battery. And it goes as the square of the voltage. So
supercharger.
So if you charge an electric car in your 120 volt home electricity, it could take 30 hours. If you go to 240 volts, okay, it'll take 10 hours. If you go to 384 volts, so you keep going up, that drops precipitously, and you can get a voltage where the thing will charge in a couple hours.
Yeah, we have a supercharger here.
What do you do?
Yeah, we have something set up here for my Tesla.
So there you go. Which Tesla?
Yes, quickly. The S.
Yes, yeah, cool. Yeah, so you charge it in at most 90 minutes.
I don't think they call it that anymore. I think they only
Superchargers?
No, there's the Tesla. I think they call it they have like an S Raven. They don't
call it the S anymore.
No, it's not the P100D. That's the
high
they don't call
battery
it that
capacity.
anymore.
Okay.
I think they have it based on whether it's a single engine or a double engine. They've simplified things. They've also removed all the labels to make it a little slicker and sleeker.
So in the Porsche, is it just
Hold up.
they're selling a higher voltage charger to you,
Trying to find that info.
or is the battery so completely different?
Google 10 interesting things about the new Porsche Taycan. How do you say it? Taycan? That's the article I was reading today.
So that's cool. So my concern is batteries are still kind of 19th century technology.
Yeah.
You know who invented the battery? Volta. Alexander Volta.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's cool. Yeah.
Voltage.
Volts come from him.
Volt?
Yeah, all these guys got, they got famous. So the Tesla, we got a car named after the guy. Had his car. There's actually a unit of electromagnetism named after Nikola Tesla. So it's like the density of magnetic field strength within a certain area through a surface. So, but it's charged by an inductive plate. The eventual transit Porsche claims that the Porsche turbocharging system charges at 350,000 kilowatts in 15 minutes.
80% in just 15 minutes.
Oh, that's cool.
It's not clear how
Very
Porsche will prevent battery overheating. Maybe they won't.
Yeah.
Good luck, Mitch.
So it could be vaporware, but we'll see. But
They've already been
but
driving it.
but it's game on. That's what that means.
Yes.
It's game on. Whether it works or not, it's like Tesla's on notice. Everybody's on notice.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to lose market share because people want to buy an electric car, and so
You want something that's going to charge fast, and that's the number one complaint that most people have over electric cars.
or you find a way to. Okay, so that's one way, but another way is you find a way to swap batteries as quickly as in less time than it takes to fill a tank.
Yeah.
How much time do you stand there with your hand on the nozzle for the gas to go in?
Right, so they would have to have a mountain of batteries sitting there waiting for people to just come in.
Is it any mountain than a sunken reservoir tank of gas? That's no different. Why is that any different?
Probably larger volume, right?
Possibly, but so what? If it's economic, you just do it.
Right.
And if the battery's all at the bottom of the car, and it's go like NASCAR, you run in, pop it up, take out the battery, put this one, you're off.
Do you think that's the future?
Why not? I do. I do have cars now. I didn't used to. It's expensive as hell to garage. It just went up. The price just went up. The big price point of that was when did the average cost to garage a car for a month in New York, in Manhattan, equal the average cost of a 2-bedroom home in the United States, and we passed that cost of rent. Yes. So it cost more. It was like some $600 a month or something
To rent a parking spot?
to rent a parking spot. Right.
One spot.
One spot a month,
$600
per month.
That's
And you can rent a home in many places, in the suburbs, somewhere.
What kind of car do you drive?
So I now have a Tesla. Yeah. So I ponied up. They're expensive, by the way.
Sure.
So I have the X. So that's my sort of utility vehicle. The X is the SUV. Very high acceleration, as you know. And but yeah, there's no maintenance on it, right? There's no oil change. There's no. The only moving part is when you turn pistons, nothing. So, cars really should have been this 100 years ago because of clever engineering to perfect that.
Did you ever see the documentary Who Killed the Electric Car?
No, I haven't, but I know about it, and I know some of the background story behind it. And the electric car was one of the first, because electricity was all the rage 100 years ago. Let's electrify the cities. There's Edison. There's Tesla. Everybody wants to do everything electric. And the car had just come out. Let's do it electric. So this was not a new concept. And it's unfortunate that more sort of innovative thinkers hadn't been brought to task on how to perfect the electric car.
Speaking of Tesla electricity, what did you think about Tesla's initial idea that Westinghouse shot down to sort of broadcast electricity so people could just pull it out of the air?
Yeah, so the people in the Nikola Tesla fan club somehow feel that he got wronged in his life, okay? And surely some of that is true with regard to his business acumen and patents and who owns the patent. Does he have good business sense? Is he as savvy or as sneaky, whatever other words you might apply to Edison, right? So I get that. But his contributions to electromagnetism are real and recognized in the world of physics. Like I said, there's a unit of electromagnetism named after him. So don't come crying to me and say he was not recognized by my people, okay? He's recognized. He had some ideas that were a little out there, and out there on a level where it almost certainly would have not worked. And here's why, okay? Electromagnetic energy is communicating between us. I see you. That's because visible light is reflecting off of your scalp, okay, to me. It's reflecting off of my nose back to you. You can ask, how much energy is in that? Well, not much. There's not much energy in visible light and photons. If you stay there long enough, you might feel a little warmth from it. But no, you're not going to drive a car with that energy. You're not going to run a motor with it. Okay. Well, of what good is it? Oh, you know what we found? We can use electromagnetic radio waves, which are the lowest form of electromagnetic energy, lowest energy level of all of it. We can use radio waves not to transmit energy. That's not the point of it. The point is to transmit information. And information became what characterized the modern era. And that's why in the 1950s and 60s, when everyone is imagining flying cars and motorized sidewalks, everything is running on energy because they're thinking energy is going to be free in the future. But what they didn't figure was that information would be free or easy to transmit and to generate and to store and to delete. And whereas the energy that would take to move things and to drive things, that would be a problem. No one saw that coming. Nobody saw that coming. So, as your photons get higher and higher energy, yes, you can start doing things with them. You get X-rays and gamma rays. But that's not what Tesla was referring to. He was talking about moving radio waves through the space that would charge things up. You can't pack sufficient energy in your radio wave to do anything we need to do mechanically. Currently, well,
Back then, would it be sufficient?
there might have been something you could have done with your radio waves because the needs were no, I take that back. That was the height of the Industrial Revolution. That was the age of the machine, the age of the giant turbines. Radio energy is not touching that.
Right, but wasn't it possible that he was considering it for things like radios or light bulbs or household items? Would it be possible to use that power for that?
So what happens? So the radio waves, if you had enough power in radio waves to generate a light bulb, to power a light bulb, well, through the air? Are you standing in the way of this? This energy has pathways. We now send energy through wires because you're not standing in the way of the wire. The wire is buried. The wire has insulation. The wire is on a high suspension. You want to move it through the air and you want to walk around like, no. That's not how that works.
What I've heard,
if you're moving enough energy through the air to power something that itself could kill you, the energy moving through the air could kill you. Unless you bring a little bit amount and then you store it and then use it later. You can do it that way. Sure.
Some sort of battery.
Yeah, you need a storage system.
But you would still probably have some sort of residual effect of having this stuff broadcast through the air. And who knows what it would do to human health.
If you needed that much energy, right now, the energy to transmit information is so low that it has no effect on your health. That's why I can call out my cell phone. I'm in a brick. This fake brick, that's fake brick. I'm in a
That's real bricks.
No,
Yes, it is. Go touch it.
I don't believe it.
Go ahead. Those are real bricks. Go touch the bricks, man. Jesus Christ, I think we got fake bricks. What do you think we are? Oh. Thought I was a liar. How weird. Now, let me be honest.
So
It's a veneer.
a brick veneer. Okay, it's not holding anything up.
Real building.
So it's not structural.
Slice the end off bricks and then they mortar it in and everything.
Yeah.
Real bricks make it look.
Okay, so we're both right. It's real brick, but it's not structural. It's
Real
not structural
fake.
brick. So here I am. I'm real fake. So we're inside. I can pull out my cell phone and have a phone call.
Yes.
These are microwaves of a frequency that can penetrate walls, send information to my cell phone, and I can communicate using information and not have that energy kill me.
But it's not enough to power the actual
It is
device
not
itself.
enough to power the device. Correct.
So the Tesla
So Tesla, everyone's thinking he's got the solution to the future transmission of energy. No, he doesn't.
Well, I don't think anyone's saying that, but what
He
you have to
did,
say
and his fans do.
but back then, there were no computers. Back then, there were no televisions.
But we did have machines. It was the era of the big machine.
Right, but I don't think he was insinuating that you could use
I don't know
that
what he wanted to
power
power with.
factories.
I don't know what he would have powered with, if not light bulbs and other things.
You know, one thing you brought up that's really interesting, you talked about light reflecting off of things. Are you aware that BMW they painted one of their cars Vanta black?
I saw. This is jet black.
Yes.
I saw one
ultimate
recently.
black.
Yes.
No light can bounce off of it, and
So not only-
you can't drive it because people won't be able to see it at night.
Oh,
They're literally saying like this is just a theoretical. We just like
well, what you want to do? You can line it with the
pull up
light
an
trim.
image of it because
No, I've seen. I saw one in a parking lot.
it's fucking.
It's very
You actually
badass.
saw one in real life.
That's not what I saw. I saw a sports car
Oh, you
version.
saw a Vanta black car? They have them.
I saw a sports car.
That was
It was
Vanta
not this. The car you have up there, I don't know what that is. What
That's
I saw.
the BMW that they painted Vanta black.
Okay, well, then Advanced Black is available on their badass low to the ground sports car. And so, what
No, it's not available commercially.
do you want me to say?
I'm saying that for BMW, it's not something they're offering.
I'm in LA. You have all your cars here. Everything showcased here. I didn't see it in New York. I saw it here in LA.
Well, I'm sure
So
some.
maybe it wasn't a BMW. Maybe somebody else did.
No.
And
I'm just saying BMW. If someone did it, BMW didn't make it themselves.
okay.
Someone must have done. I mean, you can do it. It's a real thing. Vanta Black's
Okay.
a real car.
So one of the principles of stealth is that if you send a signal to it, it never comes back to you. So you have no sort of radar measure
Like
of its
stealth
existence. Correct. But there are two ways you can do that. One of them is you cannot reflect back. Okay, but so by absorbing it.
Right.
Okay. So the jet matte black will absorb it and not reflect it back. But if there's enough energy coming at it, it will heat up because you can't get something for nothing here. It'll heat up the skin of that, and
Right.
it could be bad for the occupants.
That's what they said about the article about Vanta Black.
Yeah, if you put that in the desert, forget it.
Well, they were saying even in Los Angeles, the
Right.
car's so hot. It's
Exactly.
ridiculous.
So another way to do it is the signal comes to me, and I reflect it in a direction that is not back to you. So the B-2 bomber is not only non-reflective back to you, it takes the signal and reflects it and bounces it so that all your energy gets sent in other directions and not back to you. So it doesn't then keep the energy that was sent to it. So that's another way to do it. There's another stealth, which was featured in one of the recent 4 years ago, James Bond movie, where light that comes at it, the light that's behind it, goes around it coherently and continues to come towards you, so that you think you're seeing what's behind it, and it's not there. You are seeing what's behind it, but the path of that light went around the vessel and continued on its way to you. So you think you're just seeing the grass and the tree, but there's a car sitting right there. You don't know about this technology?
Oh.
Yeah, right now it exists only for look up stealth light rays, and so the material has to be able to know what that only works in one sight line.
Okay.
Whereas if you needed functional stealth, everybody looking at it should, every path, every sight line to it should be able to see what's behind it on the other side of that
So
sight
the
line.
way it reflects things.
It carries the light beam around it and sends it out the other side. You able to find it? Yeah. Yeah, what you have is there's like a solid block and a person who's looking at it, and you see their eye out the other side. It's really freaky. It's the future of stealth.
What are your thoughts on digital privacy?
What do you mean?
Well, like phones, in your Google feed, you see ads.
Yeah, so we don't, I haven't researched this, but my wife tells me we were once gifted one of these, what do you call those things that you talk to?
Oh, Alexa?
Yeah, whoever the Google one is that Alexa?
At home, Google at home.
No, Alexa is Amazon, right? So it's Google at home. And she said, don't turn that on. I said, why not? Because they'll be listening. And I didn't believe her at first, and then I started hearing stories. And so I don't have one, but it's not because I know that it's listening or not listening.
Well, it is substantiated.
Yeah.
Being actual, they've said, they've apologized for actual human contractors listening in to conversations that people have had, having sex, having arguments. Like, it's real.
Yeah. And it seems like it should be a problem. So what's your question to me? What, am I all for it, or am I all, what's your question?
No, my question is, one of the things that you're getting out of their ability to scan things is they're tailoring things to your liking. Like, your phone tells you it's 22 minutes until you get home.
I get it.
And you're like, bitch, how do you know where I live?
Exactly.
I didn't tell you where I live.
I got it. Here it is. And I'm just old-fashioned about this.
Okay.
I'm get off my lawn about this.
Yeah.
I'm the old man in the rocking chair on the porch saying, Sonny, get off my lawn.
But you're also a scientist.
Okay, but I don't want to. Okay, I wear multiple hats. I'm also a dad. I'm also a husband. I got all these hats for all those things. In this particular case, I'm old man. And my old man sensibility is, if you track what I shop at a store, what I buy at a store, and then send me coupons based on what you think I'm going to buy next, based on what I bought before, which is kind of the same thing you're describing. You have denied me the chance of stumbling upon something that I never thought of buying. And that takes away my freedoms, and I don't want that.
How have they denied you the chance of stumbling upon something different?
It's not diabolical, it's just in the casual flow of life. I'll give an example. I walk into a wine shop. I say, can I help you? And I say, if you help me find what I'm looking for, it's a guarantee that I will never find what I'm not looking for. And I'll end up spending less money in your wine shop.
It's a weird way of looking.
It's the art of browsing. Dude, you're old enough to remember when I gotta look up this word in a dictionary and you get through 6 other words. Oh, I never knew that word. Let me read that. You learn other words en route to the word you're targeting.
I understand.
Okay, so that is how I feel. And that's how I think about my interaction with this world. I like the randomness. The randomness of it enriches my life. And if you're going to advertise to me because you think you know who I am, maybe you do, but I'll ultimately end up spending less money because it's the diversity of how I think and what I buy and what I think of buying and how I buy it and how much money I spend. That is the richness of the life I lead. You're trying to channel me into some product, something that fulfills a, what do you call it when they have the study whether you're going to buy something or not? The table of people. Do you like this product or not? Focus group. Am I just a focus group to you? If I am, you don't know me. And I want to experience this world by stepping where I've never stepped before and buying something I've never thought of buying. And if you know my previous habits, you're assuming I'm going to stay that way for the rest of my life. And maybe most people do, and maybe I should be.
Well, don't you think they're just
I'm sorry.
No, you're getting a little excited.
Sorry.
Don't you think they're just doing that because they think it would be effective to advertise in that way? So if you go Googling the new Nikes, and then as you're looking at something and the Google ad pops up and it's for new Nikes, they said, hey, Neil, I know you were looking at these
We saw you.
Maybe you just need a little nudge. I mean, it's not, I don't think that's that diabolical.
I'm the old man on the porch. I'm saying the next generation might feel completely different. They might say, I love it. They know exactly what I want. You heard about the case where they were, I read this. I haven't re-verified it, but it's completely plausible. It was a teenage girl who was Googling pregnancy tests because maybe she got pregnant, okay? And the fact that she had searched pregnancy tests, she got coupons in the mail for baby products. And the parents said, what is this? She got outed.
That's a little weird.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing that can happen.
That seems intrusive, certainly.
Oh, that's intrusive. Well, only because it's pregnancy? It's intrusive in
it's
every way.
No.
Don't tell me it's not intrusive because you want to buy Nikes.
Sending you physical things. It's not just something that appears on your Google feed that you can quickly glance over.
What's the difference between sending you mail to your mailbox and filling your advertising space in front of your face with product? What's
For
the difference?
one, other people can see it.
I walk by your computer, I can see it.
Don't look.
I guess I'm arguing in principle rather than in detail.
Okay, well, let me take the counterpoint. On the positive side, what they're doing in terms of, particularly Google, in terms of your driving, right? And in terms of using of Google Maps and documenting the history of all these people driving, and especially with things like Waze, which they acquired, is they've developed a much more efficient product than Apple, which what Apple does, the Apple Maps, they shred everything you do.
Yes, they do.
They
All where you've been and where you're going, that's correct.
But Apple Maps sucks. So you have to, because they don't have enough data. They don't have nearly the amount of data. Google has billions.
What is Google giving you that Apple Maps isn't? They're telling you you're 22 minutes from home. It's time for you to drive home. Are you valuing that?
Well, yes, and also it's just a better map.
Wait, hold on.
Their program's far better.
I can ask it how long it'll take me to go somewhere, rather than it knowing what my daytime schedule looks like, and it coming in. Like you said, how do you know, bitch? You know, I had that same reaction as you did, and I said, I wonder what's causing this. It's a little creepy. And again, I'm the old man syndrome. So a 10-year-old kid that's only ever known this and becomes 15 and 20, that is life to them, right? Why would they even? Maybe they're not going to complain about it. But I'm the old man on the porch. But and I'm saying it off my lawn.
This sort of intrusiveness, or at the very least, this connection that you have to these devices, and that they have to your patterns and your information, it seems inevitable.
That doesn't mean I have to welcome it with open arms, but I agree it's inevitable. I agree. Plus, we have security cameras everywhere. Everybody knows where you are. If the KGB had access to people the way we during the Cold War, the way modern the United States has access to us, we would say, oh my gosh, you have taken away your country's freedoms. We're the free leaders of the free world, and you guys have imprisoned your entire population. Oh my gosh. The KGB would give their right arm to have the monitoring devices that are actively in place here in the United States today. We know where you are. We know how long you stayed there. We have records of it. We know what streets you were walking on. We don't necessarily monitor it, but we can dig it up if we have to. And with facial recognition, I can track you wherever you are. I feel like I use the facial recognition. I use it now. It doesn't care if I'm wearing a hat or sunglasses. It still knows who the hell I am.
Yeah. Yeah, it relies on so many points.
Yeah, so many points of cheekbones and nose, eye separations and everything.
I think
ratios of numbers are highly powerful probes of the structure, the form of things.
everybody's face.
No, Fibonacci, I think, is a little overplayed. Fibonacci is a little overplayed.
Especially once you get a nose job.
So Fibonacci, you can find it in nature and say, oh, isn't this beautiful? But you've overlooked all the places where it doesn't show up in nature.
Right,
So
it appears so many times.
it doesn't appear in more places than it does appear.
Right, but in a lot of living things.
Yeah, living
plants,
things, of
pine
course.
cones,
Yeah.
pineapples. There's a lot of sunflower seeds. It's or sunflower
Flowers, yeah.
Yeah, really weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's this random. I mean, not random, but this.
Well, if the next thing you do depends on the previous two things you did, you get the Fibonacci series. I mean, that's often the case with, think of things in your life you do where the third thing you do depends on you having done the previous two things in exactly the same way. That's not everything in your life, but you can surely find some things that do that.
I think it was Camden, New Jersey, where they had such a crisis.
Wow, that was so random.
No, it's Cavallo.
Yeah.
Camden, New Jersey had such a crisis of funding that I think there was a brief period of time, at least I don't know if it's changed, where they literally didn't have a police force. And one of their solutions was to put surveillance cameras everywhere. And the idea was to sort of try to capture all the shit that was going down. Here it is. The surveillance city of Camden, New Jersey. A community beset by crime and the intrusive tools they're using in hopes of
Take away your freedoms for your own safety.
Yeah.
This is a well-known, Benjamin Franklin wrote about it. What's his famous Benjamin Franklin quote about security and freedom?
Yeah, he who abandons freedom for security deserves neither.
Or is getting neither or something. Yeah. So this is not it yet. They that can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Those who sacrifice liberty for safety, for security, deserve neither. He who would trade liberty for some temporary security deserves neither liberty. He's got all combinations.
Yeah, man, he's want to cover that bitch.
All permutations on that one.
This is what I mean. I don't want to leave any room for misquoting.
He understood that. So your security, you give up some security for privacy, I think.
Yes.
And I don't know if it's a well-known place where that should be drawn. And you can actually get an entire generation born into a state where they think that's normal. We all now think it's normal. You have to show ID to walk into an office building. Right. Oh my gosh. What would that look like during the Cold War? You have to show in the United States, you have to show your papers just to walk into a building.
Well, they're also changing the system where if you don't want to travel with a passport, you're going to have a new
already been through that. A federal driver's license, federally endorsed driver's license. I just went through that last week.
Yeah.
Right. So.
When did that go into play? When does that go into play?
It's for everybody, like next year or something. It's very soon. If you want to travel in a particular way, if you don't drive or anything, that doesn't matter.
Fly.
Right. We want to fly. Correct. And I carry my passport wherever I go, so it's not really a problem for me. But so
you carry your passport everywhere you go. If you want to just jet out of the country. This place. Like a spy.
How's your brain nerd?
Mine?
What?
I think you know by now.
Escape? No, if I had 4 passports, then you'd say, do I want to leave the country? Yeah, whoever. Anybody in an espionage movie, there's somebody who has 5 passports.
In a safe.
And with wads of cash of every currency.
Yeah.
So I think, I worry that we're sliding towards a state of total monitoring on the premise that we're all better off for it.
Right.
And it's like the frog in the heated water. We don't feel it day by day, but it's happening. So we all agree that we can be hand patted down just to get on an airplane. We've all accepted that because of a handful of people. A handful of people. Historically handful. Not even a handful in this moment, just historically. A handful of people. We all say, yes, take my luggage, x-ray my luggage, take away my liquids, pat me down, and I'm okay with that. But that's a transition. And I'm okay with security cameras in the street. It was okay in banks. We understood that. But now, when I exit the bank and I'm in the street, when I'm walking in the park. So I don't know the future of that. I really don't know. I saw the movie 1984 recently. The book is better than. But I was wondering how you can create an entire where everyone is kept in line because somebody is telling you we are fighting this battle out on the front lines. I'd forgotten this from the book. They're from the front lines. You never see the war. You never hear about the war. You don't know anything about the war other than it exists. And you have to do things a certain way in country so that your country can protect itself from these evil people that want to take over and destroy your way of life. So everybody's under control from Big Brother.
Well, what they didn't anticipate, though, was these social media things.
Could you voluntarily give them all your information?
Yeah, it's not governments.
Right.
It's Twitter and Facebook and Google and all the stuff that we use on a daily basis that has access to everything that you do. It's almost inconceivable to someone outside of this generation that there would be a company that would provide service, and through that service you would give up all notions of privacy.
All privacy.
Yeah, because literally you have a microphone that's listening. Everywhere you go, you have a bug that you're carrying around with you. I mean, I don't remember
Yeah,
what.
yeah, you've been pin bugged, right? Yeah,
He is.
you've been pinned with a lapel.
You will get ads for things you talk about. I mean, that has been proven. So what is that? What is these passive listening devices that are only picking up keywords? It's no big deal. It's just keywords.
It's the frog in the water.
Yeah.
So I don't know where it's going to go. Like I said, I'm a little old fogey about that. But I think we'll resolve it.
Do you think there should be regulation?
Generally, if you have something good and it gets abused, you regulate it. That's the whole point of regulation. We're here alive today because of regulation. Because there are nefarious people who, in control of powerful forces operating on society, would gain at the expense of everyone else and would not be good for the progress of civilization. So you regulate. Okay? Airlines are regulated so that you don't die. All right? We have the safest record now ever for commercial airlines, American carriers. The safest ever. Look at not only how many people have not died relative to when we grew up. We grew up through at least 1 or 2 planes crashed each year. You'd lose between 100 and 300 people every year. That was like the baseline number. That number is near zero now, and way more planes are taking off and landing than at any time when we were kids. So it's a double progress point for not only the Transportation Safety Administration, but engineering, technology, and everything we care about. We want to fly. So you regulate, you make sure these are inspected this often. The pilots don't fly more than this many hours. This gets oiled, this gets replaced. It's one of the triumphs of modern engineering, aerodynamics, aerospace engineering as a branch of what we do as civilization is one of the greatest achievements there ever was.
Great. Jamie, did you find that stealth stuff?
Found there are cars that have black velvet.
This wouldn't be a car. This would be a laboratory.
Didn't find anything.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Look at laboratory stealth light.
Oh.
Something. Try that.
Yeah, I found those cloaks that people wear that sort of seems like video shirts.
Yeah, that seems like fuckery. Yeah, there's a lot of.
But in Harry Potter, the what's that cloak that they wear? The invisibility cloak. That would be this principle.
Yeah.
If it existed. With that.
There's a bunch of videos of that, but it seems like they're just using After Effects, like Adobe or something like that, to fuck with the video rather than create an actual product. Because there was a woman in an office that had a blanket, and she held up the blanket, and you could only see the whole office. You wouldn't see the blanket at all. You'd see what's behind her. And she lowered the blanket. You could see her, and then from the blanket down.
So why isn't that just a green screen of the
I
background
think
image?
that's what it was.
Right.
I think she was holding up a green blanket.
This might be it. Dark matter.
No, sorry. No, there's nothing to do with that.
Okay.
That's the map of dark matter in the universe. The three-dimensional map.
I've tried to give that a shot.
No, we don't know what it is, so don't worry about it if you don't understand.
Yeah, but it's too goddamn confusing for me.
No, it's not confusing at all. It's not. It's something out there that has 85% of the gravity of the universe, and we don't know what the hell it is.
That's not confusing?
It's not confusing. It's
If you don't know what
confusing.
the hell it is, it's confusing by nature.
Okay, I have a more nuanced definition of confusing. Confusing is I'm confused. I don't know how to think. Dark matter is I don't even know what to think. So, I need something in my head to be confused. Right? Dark matter we don't know what the hell.
Do you anticipate a solution to that or some sort of...
Sure.
Is it in Hawaii?
I hope it might have been. Yeah.
Telescope?
It might have been. Yeah.
Listen, folks.
It's not the GDT. That would be the goddamn telescope. It's the TMT, 30-meter telescope. So, yeah, solutions to... You don't know. Part of what it is to explore is not knowing what it is that you will find. And all these telescopes, the launched ones as well as the ground-based ones, we have enough foresight. We're mature enough as a field to know that even though it's designed to look for certain things that were part of the program that you set up for it, you want to have a serendipity mode for it. You want to be able to say, let's point it in some random direction, see what shows up. Without that, you could miss something in plain sight. If you're only looking for one thing that you think is there, extrapolate it from what you knew before. And the way I think of it, there's the old saying: as the area of our knowledge grows, so too does the perimeter of our ignorance. So, as that area grows, there are more places to look over the fence and stare into the abyss of ignorance that awaits you. So, dark matter is sitting on the other side of the fence.
That way it describes the bonfire of our knowledge grows brighter, the area of our ignorance is illuminated.
Okay, I have to think about that.
Yeah.
It's similar to what I said.
More and more things are
Yeah. If the bonfire is your knowledge
Yeah.
that's lighting the way,
as it grows bigger,
you
see
will
more
see more stuff you've never noticed before. In fact, it's the same principle.
That's a giant one. 85%.
It's 85% of gravity. So yeah, and you add that to the dark energy. We don't know what that is either.
Right.
Dark matter, dark energy comprise 95% of everything that's driving the universe. So everything we know and love, the chemistry, the physics, the biology, life, planets, stars, is 5% of the universe. Now, so people, theologians and folks say, well, maybe God is in the other 95%.
Maybe.
Okay, but yeah.
Maybe God's dark matter. That'd be crazy.
Well, people say that.
Surprise!
Yeah. But I don't know why dark matter would care about
Gay people?
whether you...
Whether or not chicks drive cars?
yeah, depending on which religion you're in, right? Yeah, all the religions got their
What are
thing.
you wearing?
Yeah,
Don't you know I'm God?
it's
Come on. I'm dark matter. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just to, in letters from an astrophysics physicist, which isn't out yet, but again, I don't know how the hell you got the book, but it's there's an entire chapter where I am conversing with people who are strongly religious. There's a conversation I have in there with an Orthodox Jewish person, a Muslim, multiple fundamentalist Christians, and we're talking about the age of the earth and why do we think one way or another. And so there's a lot of intimate stuff in there that I generally don't go public with, but I did it one-on-one with those who had written to me about these challenges they were facing in life, and they wanted to know what an astrophysicist had to say about it.
What's the youngest version of how old a religious person thinks the earth is? What's the
6,000 years.
That's the Christians.
Yeah, Christian. Well, of all,
And not all Christians, by the way.
no, of all religions, I don't know the age.
Scientology is like a month old.
I don't know enough about how old all the religions think the universe is.
Right.
The youngest universe you're going to get from a devout Christian is 6,000 years. The oldest is around 10,000. But it's far and away from billions.
Mormons are a unique one because they think you get your own planet when you die.
Yeah, and it's odd how one religious group would comment on how preposterous another religious group's comments are.
Love that.
I was once, I don't know if you know this, I was once quoted after I think the Scientology documentary came out on HBO and everybody was talking about it. I think that was it. And there was a lot of chat about it for a couple of weeks. And one of the news outlets, I forgot who, called me up and said, do I think Scientology should be a religion? Classified as a religion, as an authentic religion. And you can ask, well, why are they calling me? Well, because in Scientology, they're aliens. And they're space beings that
You're not
come...
supposed to give up this information.
Oh, sorry. So that's how I got brought into this conversation. Because of the sectors of Scientology that involve space beings. Okay? All right. So my answer was, we live in a country that protects the free expression of faith-based systems, provided they don't subtract from the rights of others. So I will not sit here and judge whether thetans from space exhume souls from volcanoes. At least a third of what I just said is accurate. It's from Scientology. Or whether a man born of a woman is the Son of God who died and rose from the dead. I'm not going to compare those and judge whether one of them is more authentic than another, when they're both founded on belief systems. And so in this country, belief systems are protected. And we've all bought into that. And so, you know what the headline was? Tyson defends Scientology.
Of course. That's how you get clicks.
That was the clickbait of my comment.
Want to get clicks. You got to distort a little bit.
There are some rational people who in the comment thread said, that's not what he said.
Of course.
Yeah.
But isn't it more interesting when they do that, and then inside the actual article itself, they give you full quote so people can see the deception. The real confusing thing is when they take a chunk of your quote and
out of context,
and take it out of context, which they love to do.
So you know what I do?
You go to jail for that, by the way.
Well, so that's interesting. So for me, I'm an observer of that, not a complainer about it. So, is that how they're doing it? Okay, so maybe I can shape this phrase differently to minimize the chance of that happening in the future.
Minimize the chance of you being lied about.
Correct. So for me, that is a landscape. There's some landmines here. There's some trapdoors here. There's some, and so for me, one who communicates on that landscape, that's just information for me to navigate it slightly more nimbly in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. Interesting. Gravity is one thing that I want
You're still
to talk
hooked up on gravity.
Yes, I'm always hooked up on gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Because
as you should be.
well, since we've talked last, I've been reading a lot about it. One of the things that confuses me the most is that we don't really understand what gravity is. We know its effects. We can measure them. We know how to measure them. We know what the mass is involved, but we don't really know what gravity is.
But they got a little more philosophical than you just did. But they both lean philosophical. It's science can describe how gravity works, but can they describe why it works?
Can we?
So this is the how-why
Yeah.
duality here. And allow me to just answer it from a how-why point of view, and then we can apply it to gravity after I say that. In science, if we can describe how something works and predict its future behavior, we claim to understand it and we move on. You can ask deeper questions about why is there gravity? What is the meaning? What is the purpose? And go ahead, but I'm good with what I've done, and I can land a spacecraft on Mars inside of a crater in a hole-in-one using my understanding of gravity, so I'm pretty good with it. Okay? So I'm not distracted by the more philosophical side of that. Why does it work? Okay. Einstein, so Newton was deeply puzzled by how you can have something called, in which he coined the phrase, action at a distance. Okay? He wrote down the equation that worked. He wrote down the equation. The moon goes around the Earth, Earth goes around the sun, the moons of Jupiter go around Jupiter. He accurately described that with his equations of gravity. Okay? He said, one day, I think we're going to find some way that they're connecting to each other, but I don't know what that is right now, but I know my equations work. He called it spooky. It was spooky to him. That's his word. Spooky action at a distance. All right. Fast forward 300 years. 300? No. Fast forward 230 years. Get to Albert Einstein. Gravity is the curvature of space and time. And you're moving on the curvature of that fabric. That's gravity. Oh my gosh, is it even a force then? Is it even, so there's no need to think of it as an action at a distance. And in a phrase first uttered by, I think it was John Archibald Wheeler, a student of Einstein, and I learned relativity from John Archibald Wheeler. In fact, that's where I met my wife, in relativity class, in graduate school. It's space. So matter tells space how to curve. Space tells matter how to move. It moves along the curvature of space. You don't need an action at a distance. There is no action. It can't do anything else but do that. It's like you have a funnel and you take a ball and you roll it on the funnel. The ball can only do what that funnel tells it to do. and it'll circle. If you give it a sideways motion, it'll start spinning around. There's no magic hand coming in there. It is following the curvature of its space-time continuum, this construct that you provided for it. So now I can describe what gravity is doing. I even have a mechanism for it. Are you going to still ask me, why is there gravity? Is that answer not fulfilling enough to you, even in the why department? You can say, well, why would a particle curve space? You can just keep doing that. That's fine. But is there a point where you'll be satisfied with the answer? Oh, that answers my why. I can say, well, why did this half-liter of water drop off the edge here? Well, it's no longer, the forces are imbalanced. And if it, no, but why did it fall? Well, there's nothing holding it up. Why did it? There's a point where it's not especially productive to continue to think about the world that way. Because what I'm claiming is answers to the how, when you understand the how enough, are tantamount to having answered the why question. That's all. That's what I'm telling you.
Tantamount in terms of your ability to measure it and accurately use it.
Correct. So we can say, okay,
But isn't it
you got a bald head. We can say, well, why did you go bald? Well, okay, the hair follicles when you start in your late 20s and when you go bald, when you start losing your hair, probably late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
That's common. If you have your hair when you're 30, you'll probably have it for the rest of your life. That's how that goes. You start losing it going up until you're 30. So you can say, well, the hair follicle begins to not producing the keratin or whatever. We get the explanation. Then you say, well, why does the hair follicle stop doing that? Then you say, oh, well, because the DNA has it pre-coded about the hair kind of thing. Well, why does the DNA have the hair? Well, because so
we know far more about how and why people go bald than we do about what gravity really is, correct?
I'm telling you, gravity really is the curvature of space and time. That gets us the Big Bang and everything we've ever known and loved.
Space and time, but it's also based on mass, right? It's based on the amount of mass.
Any concentration of matter and energy will curve the fabric of space and time.
And the more mass,
and the movement of matter on that fabric of space and time, we call gravity. And I'm good with that.
Okay, but you seem a little oddly defensive about something that's scientific.
No, I'm just saying I'm good with it.
But you are, because you're kind of defending it.
No, you can say, well, why does matter?
Why do you need to know why?
Why
that's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying, why does matter and energy curve the fabric of space and time? You can ask that.
Okay, why?
And I don't have an answer to that. I can say,
well, that's all I'm asking.
Well, no, what I'm telling you is,
okay, you don't need to know why.
I got you to the point,
right?
We had to walk to that point.
Yes.
Where your why got unanswered.
I understand that,
but before we got to that point, I answered otherwise.
But I'm not disputing that.
Good. So what I'm telling you is that I can answer your why question most of the time, but then you'll come back to a point where there's the why doesn't have the answer. So you say, why did it fall? And you say there's a force of gravity operating on it. Why did it fall that way? Because of the curvature of space and time. I'm answering your whys.
I understand.
Then, well, why does matter and energy curve space and time? Okay, that's a frontier. We're still working on that.
That's all I'm asking.
That's good. That's fine.
You are a man of science, so you are a person that should probably embrace whys.
Except, many people who ask why questions, they really want to know purpose.
I'm not asking purpose.
Well, then that distinguishes you from many other people who ask why questions.
Oh, okay. I don't know if this purpose.
Like, why did you bang the table? I was angry. There's a purpose behind it. Okay. So if your why is just a curiosity of what's going on, that's one thing. If you are inquiring about purpose, then it's theological. Okay, because when you're theological, then religions give purpose to life.
Clearly, I'm not doing that.
Right.
But I just think it's amazing that something that's such a massive part of life on this planet, that we stayed glued to the ground because of gravity.
Can you pull up my Instagram account? I only post.
Do you have an Instagram account now?
I,
He had a fake one for a while.
Yeah, I
It's a
took
friend
it
of
over.
mine, actually. I know the guy.
I took it over.
He gave it to you?
Oh, the guy who had it?
Yeah.
No. Actually, sorry.
This
I
one?
went to Instagram and said, people think this is a real account and it's not. Can I have it back? And if it's an account that's an imposter and followers don't know it, it's illegal.
Right.
So there's one that says fan of Neil Tyson.
Yeah.
That's a different one. Okay.
That's the guy I know.
So I only post art house photos, okay, that I've taken, most of which I've taken. So just scroll down and look for Muscle Beach. There it is. Click on that. Okay, so here's my go to my caption. Go full screen on that. Remember my caption. Okay. For most of our life on Earth, we either resist or succumb to the force of gravity. At Muscle Beach, gravity loses every time. That's not true. I was proud of that caption. You call me out on that caption.
That's nonsense. Gravity never loses. Gravity doesn't even have like little tiny losses. It's not like there's a war and gravity loses a
For
battle.
those just listening to this, so I was in Venice, California, and the sun was setting behind some guy who was doing
Hand press.
hand presses suspended up on this chin-up bar, right? And it was so it was cool. It was silhouetted. There's a palm tree. There's the beach. He's there.
Gravity's gonna beat that motherfucker. Let me tell you.
Eventually, but while he's there, he's conquering gravity. Are you getting too old? You haven't conquered gravity lately.
No, I work out all the time. I'm not buying it. I ain't conquering shit.
He's pulling rank now. He said, I work out and you don't, because I see your middle-aged man belly.
Well, when I've talked to other astrophysicists and scientists,
Wait, let me ask, are these conversations supposed to have a theme or a purpose? Or is it just, you sit there, just whatever comes to your head, you send my way?
you and me?
Yeah.
Well, clearly, it's just whatever comes to my
Okay,
head.
I don't know. How do you
Okay.
say,
They got
this
an
episode
agenda.
is about, you can't say that.
I don't ever do that.
You don't do that. Okay, fine. That's just episode number.
Secret to my success. That I don't have a
You got no commitments.
So how the fuck could I ever have a threat? Think about all the different people that
Yeah,
have
of course,
it.
of course.
It's like impossible
Of course.
between fighters and scientists and scholars and crackpots. A bunch of different people coming through here, man. I can't have any agenda.
All right.
I mean, that's probably the only reason why this thing is as successful as it is. But that's a weird one for people. That this one thing that is so powerful.
What is? Oh,
Gravity.
gravity.
That's a weird one for people.
Yeah, I mean,
It seems like you're frustrated by all the various questions. It seems like you seem a little defensive there. Am I right?
Because I thought you were taking your why to ultimately mean a purpose. If it's just why, I'm claiming that many responses to how are also responses to a why. That's the point I'm making. And I don't like splitting definitions.
People ultimately understand gravity.
I think we do. That's why we can land things on Mars.
Well, we
I
understand
think we do, which is why your cell phone gets time from GPS satellites that is pre-corrected for Einstein's general theory of relativity because they're in a different gravitational field in orbit than you are on Earth's surface. We got this.
Yeah, angry.
Einstein is triumphing.
We're running short on time here, so I sent you something that I wanted to ask you.
What's
I
it?
sent you an email. Did you get that email?
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
It was about a black hole that landed in a mysterious place in our understandings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me just give I'll give the sort of Reader's Digest version of this. Okay.
Okay.
There are black holes that are.
I'll send it to you, Jim.
There are black holes that are formed at the consequence of the death of stars. Okay. And we think we understand the formation of stars well enough to say, well, a star is born with this much mass, and it'll lose a certain amount of mass over. It's like all stars lose mass because there's so much pressure and so much energy coming out. It carries particles with it. So they lose mass. The sun is losing mass as we speak. It's called the solar wind. So everybody loses mass out there. The question is, at what rate are you losing mass? Is it a lot compared to your total mass? Is it small? So very high mass stars are not especially stable objects. They remain stars for 100,000, at most a million years, and they'll explode and become a supernova. If you're more massive than that, they will not explode because the gravity is so strong that it cannot explode against the strength of the gravity, and it collapses into a black hole. So we expect black holes to have slightly less mass, somewhat less mass than the most massive stars that we know how to make. So if you have 100 times the mass of the sun star, it'll lose half of its mass over its life, and you have a black hole that's 30 times the mass of the sun or 50 times the mass of the sun. Fine. Put a pin in that. In the centers of galaxies, there are supermassive black holes. Hundreds of thousands, millions times the mass of the sun. And we call they're supermassive, and they're black holes. We call them supermassive black holes because that's how we roll as astrophysicists. All right. Well, could you have black holes somewhere in the middle of these two extremes? We do not know a phenomenon that will give you a black hole that's in between, that will birth a black hole that's in between these two categories. You can make a black hole that eats its way there, fine, but we don't know how to make one. And we think my colleagues who've done this, think they've discovered a black hole that is sitting in this sort of netherworld where there's no evidence that it ate to become that massive. And we don't know how to explain it by the formation and death of stars, and it's nowhere near the supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy. So it's the frontier of research at this moment.
So it's just a newly discovered type of black hole.
It's in a match regime. It's physically impossible. You know, headlines. We're reading the headline now. Black hole shock. Show me the where this appears. Express. This is a British. I think they're British. Anyhow, it's a news digest for science. So black hole shock theories swirl around the discovery of a physically impossible black hole. So scientists don't use the word impossible unless it's violating a known law of physics. So I bet that was an editor's title. And I don't have a problem. I don't mind sensationalism there. You can say it is a black hole that if it comes from an object, it is an object we know nothing about and have yet to discover. We're not going to say it's impossible. Every time we point the telescope to the universe, we find something that we never predicted or understood.
And it adds to the knowledge base they already have whenever they do discover things, and then it becomes what we know and understand, like the supermassive black holes at the center of every galaxy. That was a fairly recent discovery in terms of...
It was hypothesized. They should have, given how much gravity was tugging on them, and we said, dude, something's got to be there. And it's got to be really small, because we're tracking stars really close to the middle. Well, if it was made of ordinary matter, how big would it have to be? Really, really big. So this has to be really, really small in order for this to happen. The only thing we know that could fill that small volume and have that much gravity is a black hole. So it's suspected for a long time. It was confirmed that as a common thing by the Hubble telescope and first photographed by this recent result in the galaxy M87. Messier 87 is the name of the galaxy.
And you can determine how big the black hole is based on the size of the galaxy.
We can determine the mass of the black hole by how fast the stars are moving at the distance they are from it. So in other words, so we're Earth orbiting the sun, and we have a certain speed. We're going about, I forgot how, but 18 miles per second. I think that's the number. 30 kilometers a second. That's our speed around. That's our speed around the sun. That's pretty fast. Okay. If the sun had more mass instantly, that speed is not enough to maintain our orbit, and we'll start spiraling in towards it. If the sun had less mass, that speed is too high to be in this orbit. It'll take it to it's too fast to maintain this orbit. It'll climb us out to a higher orbit, slow us down, and we'll be in a higher orbit with a slower speed. So in other words, for any object, at any distance, there's only one speed you can maintain and have a stable orbit around it. So when we see stars orbiting something in the center of the galaxy, it is a straightforward Astro 102 equation to calculate.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the podcast. This book will be available when, sir?
It comes out in October, first week of October. I'm very proud of this book. It's my most heartfelt thing that I've ever done.
But when it comes out, I will take your photograph and put it up on the Instagram and the Twitter. Let everybody know about it.
Yeah, and it also has letters from people in prison. A person who just learned that had terminal cancer. I mean, there's a lot of people reaching out,
responding to letters.
Yes, it's me responding, and their letters. I can't fit all of their letters. Some are very long tomes, but most of their letters are in there. All of my correspondence is in there. So it's my most heartfelt contribution to this universe.
And Star Talk is still a podcast.
Still going. Star Talk. We're pumping up 50 episodes.
And a television show.
Yes, so we can see if we're going to have a new season. We don't know yet. That's to be announced. But we're going through. It's always a podcast, and we got a YouTube channel, Star Talk YouTube channel, and we're thinking of branching out into other kinds of educational product that's still fun and comedic and the like. And I love your support for this because you're also a comedian, so you know the value. And I love comedians that have their fundamental part of how we deliver science to the public on Star Talk. So thanks for that plug.
My pleasure, my friend.
Dude,
thank you.
Always good.
Always good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bye, everybody. Thanks for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for having me. I appreciate that.
You're the only guy I've ever had in the studio where when I showed up, you were working out.
That's what I do, man. That's my life. That's my life.
That's pretty crazy, though. I mean, how much time did you have when you got here?
I got here about an hour early.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a little early.
So I got here, shirt off, doing chin-ups. It was hilarious. I didn't get my camera out in time before you saw me. I wanted to take some pictures.
Well, maybe next time.
Next time. Well, I'll catch you after the show. You are a guy that, for a lot of people, you sort of embody the idea of hardening your mind and figuring out a way to do things that most people think are impossible. Right? You've sort of become that guy over your life, and you become that guy for a lot of people, including me, online. We've talked about you on the podcast a ton of times. So having you in here has been it's very exciting to me.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
How'd you become that guy?
You know what? I grew up not that guy.
Yeah.
So a lot of people put a title on me. They want to, they see me now. They see me now as the guy that with his shirt off who can do 4,030 pull-ups in 17 hours. Who can run 205 miles in 39 hours. Who can do all this crazy shit. But what they don't understand is they don't understand the journey that it took me to get to this point. And what got me to this point was I was just the opposite of Ready Today. I was that guy who ran away from absolutely everything that got in front of me. But not many people knew that. People like the real me was like this, very scared, insecure, stuttering, got beat up by his dad, all this kind of stuff. And I built this fake person that walked around like my shit didn't stink. You know. Right. Yeah. So that's kind of how I did it. And through a process of time, I realized that I was lying to myself and lying to people.
That it's a fact now. Right. You genuinely are a legit badass. Right. At one point in time, you were a legit terrified person.
Yes.
So what was the process? Like, how did you step forth?
Well, it's a long process.
Right.
My dad beat the shit out of me when I was growing up. I was the first black baby born in this hospital called Miller Fillmore in Buffalo, New York. My dad owned skating rinks, he owned bars, he ran prostitutes from Canada to Buffalo, New York. My dad was a big time pimp, big time. Anything bad about a person, big time hustler. He was American. You know that movie with Denzel Washington? He was sad, but not that bad.
Right.
You know, he wasn't that big. But that's what it reminds me of. He was that kind of guy. And beat the shit out of me, the shit out of my mom. There was an incident one time when my mom got knocked out top of the stairs and they dragged her down the stairs by her hair. And at 6 years old, I'll never forget this. In my mind, I was always afraid. My whole life I was afraid, but I had this fucking voice, this conscience that would always be battling me, saying, hey, you got to get up and do something. I didn't want to do shit. You know, I was just afraid, but that voice forced me to get up. And my dad, I tried to beat him up whatever at 6, and I get my ass kicked. So this went on for several years. And I have a big time learning disability. And my dad ended up leaving us going to school. So my dad, it was about the business, the skating rink and the bar. So the skating rink opened about 7 o'clock at night. And this is the time I was able to walk. So about 4, 5, 6 years old, 8, 9. And I'd go to the skating rink at 7 o'clock at night. And I worked the skating rink until 10 at night. And then we would scrape it, come off the floors, and we cleaned the whole skating rink up. And then my dad had an office. And my brother and myself would sleep in the office. My mom would go upstairs and work the bar until 3 o'clock in the morning. And then they cleaned the bar up. So after all that shit was done, going to school really happened. So when I went to school, I was all kind of, my learning disability. I had social anxiety. I was just a jacked up kid from living in this tortured home. From the outside looking in, we lived in an all-white neighborhood. And then we would travel to the ghetto of Buffalo, New York, where the skating rink was at. So we worked around mostly blacks, and I lived around mostly whites. But no one knew what was going on in that house on 201 Paradise Road. It's crazy. But my mom got courage to finally leave him when I was about 8 years old. We moved to a small town in Brazil, Indiana, and that's when the real war started for me. And Brazil, Indiana is a small town. Great people, a lot of great people. And I say that because I'm going to get offended. And I'm going to get to the point where I get offended. There was about maybe 10 black families and about 10,000 people in town. And in 1995, the KKK marched in the 4th of July parade. So this was not everybody was racist. There was a lot of good people. Some of the best people I knew was there, but there was also a lot of racism there. So me being one of the few black kids that, in the area, it kind of haunts you. I had stuff on my notebook, nigga, we're going to kill you. On my Spanish notebook. They had that on my car, nigga, we're going to kill you. This is early 90s. And so even though I showed it didn't hurt me, it was jacking me up. So all the insecurities I had when I was a kid with my father, I moved into this area here, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And this shit haunted me. And that voice that I talked about, it kept talking louder and louder and louder, and I was doing nothing about it. And I decided to make moves, and I cheated all through school. And it's kind of humbling to talk about my stories sometimes, and it's also embarrassing, but it's real. It's who the fuck I am. It's what I am. It's what created me. And copied from the 4th grade to my junior year in high school on every assignment. And I wanted to get in the military. I wanted to join the Air Force, and the guy gave me the ASVAB test. It's like a watered down SAT. And I couldn't copy on it because the guy beside me had test A, I had test B. The guy on my right had test C. So I looked to copy on this test and I couldn't copy on it, so I got like a 20. And I wanted to be an Air Force pararescueman. It's guys that jump out of airplanes and say down pilots. It's a special operator in the Air Force. And my score was so horribly low that I had to retake it again. And he said, hey, I got like an 18 the second time, even worse. I need to get a 50 out of a 99. And so my mom and I, for a while, we lived in the government subsidized apartments, $7 a month, and also food stamps. And we slowly moved up to a $230 a month place. But at the time, we were pretty poor. But my mom afforded enough money for me to go to see a tutor 1 hour a week. So for 4 hours a month, I had 6 months to study for my last test. I only took the ASVAB test 3 times. And I studied my ass off and passed it. I got in the Air Force and realized there was more things in front of me. I was afraid of the water, terrified of the water. And I learned how to swim, but what gets everybody in this training, in all special ops training, is the water confidence, where they try to pretty much drown your ass. All of our lives we've been breathing. And they take that from you, and they want to see how comfortable you are in the water. And there's only 1% African Americans in special operations. And I didn't know anything about African. A lot of them are negative buoyant, which I am, because of the bone density. I struggled. But 6 weeks in the program, there was about 25 guys left out of about 150. I was there, and I didn't go to sleep for 6 weeks in the program. And I wanted to quit so badly, but I quit everything in my life. I copied through school. I wanted to prove people wrong. And so here I am in this Air Force program, starting to get a little more confidence, but this water was kicking my ass. And 6 weeks in the program, the doctor gave me a blood test. It was out of sickle cell trait, not the anemia, but it still killed people. But so they put me out training for a week. And when you go from being very uncomfortable in that water situation, and then now you're comfortable, and I'm sitting back watching the guys drown. I'm not part of the activities anymore for this week. I didn't want to get back in that damn water again. So the fear overcame me, and all my insecurities from my dad, from this small town, from everything started coming back. And even though no one knew how fucked up I was, I created this other person who was tough, I live with this shit all the time. So me not want to go back in that water, the doctor called me back up. I'd also get like a medical kick out of the military. So no quitting for me. They'll kick me out so I can have some pride. The doctor said, no, man, we can put you back in the training. And I was like, fuck. But after a week, I'm like, you know what? I missed 1 week. There's only 3 weeks left. There's a good chance, I can tough this shit out and go on. I went back to the CO and the commanding officer of the program. And the sergeant said, hey, you got to start from day one because you missed, that week of training. And I broke. I couldn't imagine going back through that again. So I made up a lie. And I said, man, the sickle cell thing is really scaring me. It was the fucking water, it wasn't sickle cell. And I pretty much quit. Even though they gave me a medical, I quit. So from the age of 19 to the age of 22, I went and did a job called Tag P, where you control fast movers behind enemy lines. Cool job, but there's no water. I was afraid of the water, so I avoided it. And I gained 125 pounds in that time frame. I went from 175 to almost 300 to 297 was my heaviest. And I started finding things that was comfortable. And the more things I found comfortable, the more uncomfortable my mind was. Because that voice I was telling you about, it always was there. I was just trying to avoid that conscience. I wanted to be left alone from that conscience, and it wouldn't leave me alone. So I got out of the Air Force, and I started working for a job called Ecolab, where you spray for cockroaches at 24, and spraying at different steak and shakes, Red Lobster, whatever, from 11 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock in the morning. And when it changed, I came home and watched this Discovery Channel show, Class 224. I came home from Steak and Shake. I sprayed it down last, get a big old large 42-ounce shake, walk across the street and get a box of mini donuts from 7-Eleven. And I would drive home for 45 minutes. This big old fat guy who, I worked out, but I was fat. I didn't run, didn't PT, I just hit the gym. So I'm driving home, turn the TV on, and what comes on, Discovery Channel show, and that's where everything changed for me. I was taking a shower, I walked out, heard these guys, and I watched the show, and it made me reflect big time on the piece of shit that I am, and I'm exactly what people said I was going to be. So
what was on this show that really struck home?
it was, I saw these guys going in the water, so I was terrified of it. I can't even express. Have you ever had a big fear? And I know a lot of fighters have fears and stuff like that, but they get over them. But a lot of us have these fears that you just don't want to fucking face. And I have a lot of them. Had a lot of them. And that's what created the person that's in front of you today. And we'll get into that. But just a scared bitch is what I was. But I was watching these guys going through Hell Week, Class 224. And these guys ringing the bell, quitting, dropping their helmet down, rolling out. A lot of guys just leaving. And it made me reflect on my fears, my insecurities. And I saw real men, what I thought were real men who were staying, who were overcoming adversity, who were overcoming all these different things that I had blamed so many fucking people in my life, my dad, my mom for not being there. When I was 14 years old, my mom was going to get remarried to this great guy. He got murdered. And then I moved back to that small town in Brazil, and everybody was blamed. My learning disability, my skin color, me being everything. And so I sat there for a while, and I was like, man, I got it. No one's going to fucking come to help me. No one's going to fucking come to help me. It's just fucking me against me, period. And so I had to man up. And I said, first thing I got to start doing is facing every fucking fear I have. No matter what the fuck it is, man. And these things would keep me up. And no one, people who were hearing this shit, they will never really understand and grasp when you face these things, so many things, how they keep you up and haunt you at night.
I think there's a lot of people out there that know what you're talking about.
I mean, and that 300-pound guy who sprayed for cockroaches and made $1,000 a month, and at 24 years old, knowing when I'm 50 fucking years old, I can reflect on this and think about what guy I never became, or I can totally just sack it up and fail and fail and fail until I succeed. So I started calling recruiters up. I said, we're going to be a fucking Navy SEAL. And every recruiter, so there's a weight and height, so there's weight and height limit to get in the military. And I was 6'1" and 297. And I had prior service, which was a big deal. So I called all these recruiters up and all of them said, hey, how tall are you? Blah, blah, blah. They got into conversation to see if I was even qualified. And by the time I got to my weight, the phone would hang up pretty much like, hey, you know what? Call somebody else, try to get in the reserves. So I tried to get in the reserves. And I called this guy named Steven Saljo, recruiter up. He said, hey, come on in. He saw me, put me through the weight standard, all this sort of stuff. And to get into the class I had to get into, I had to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. So I was like, fuck that, I can't do that. I grabbed my chocolate milkshake and went back to Ecolab. I'm going back to work, man. This is my life. So in this job, you're looking for cockroaches, looking for rodents and stuff like that. This next morning or this next night, I went to work and I don't like cockroaches too much. I hit the mother load of cockroaches. And this restaurant got full of cockroaches and rodents and everything else. And I sat there and said, this is my life. I said, this is my life. You are exactly who the fuck. This is it. And I said, this ain't going to be it for me. So in that restaurant, I quit my job, left my canister in that restaurant, my spray canister, got back in my Ecolab truck, and I went home. And I started working out like somebody. I became the most obsessed person on the planet Earth. And I was basically, I had to invent a guy that didn't exist. I had to invent a guy that can take any pain, any suffering, any kind of judgment, and be called nigger, be called whatever the fuck in the world, and be able to stand in the fucking room and say, go fuck yourself. I had to build this callous mind, and I built it through suffering. I built it through downright fucking just crushing myself. If it was raining outside 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, if it was snowing, the first instinct is don't go out there and do shit. My instinct was, we gotta fucking go out there. Anything that was fucking horrible in my life that I would normally say no, that was inhumane to most people, I had to go do it. And I started callousing my mind at this point in my life. And I lost the weight. And I went back to recruiter. I got into that class, and I went through 3 Navy SEAL Hell Weeks in 1 year. Only guy to ever be in 3 Hell Weeks in 1 year, to my knowledge. The first one I didn't make it through. The next 2 I did, and that I just didn't. I didn't stop anymore from there, and I started realizing through this process that the fucking mind is what you're creating. And I started opening different doors that I didn't think were even there, that I didn't think even existed. And the more doors I opened up, the more I started realizing that my potential is damn near endless. And it changed my whole mindset. So I went from David Goggins and I created Goggins. And that journey is a priceless journey that is hard for me to explain to people because it sounds so quick and easy. Like I just lost this weight and I went through 3 Hell Weeks, I went to Ranger School, I went to Delta Force Selection, whatever it is. It was brutal. It's a brutal journey every fucking day. Everyone's, are you happy? If anybody knows my life story, I'll try to give you just a snippet of it. Where I'm at today is in front of Joe Rogan telling me my life. To get through where I became, to get through where I'm at now, there's nothing but pride I have for myself that I can't really show people. Because I have this face that they see, like, are you happy? What's wrong with you? I'm driven. I'm obsessed. And that's what you see. So
People need to hear the story. This is an exciting story for people because there's a lot of people out there that feel trapped and they feel stuck and they feel like they can't do anything. This is who they are. You're a guy who felt that exact same way, but figured out how to not be that person and be a person you would admire. What were the first steps? Like, you had some slips before, right? Because you quit because of the water thing.
Right.
But then when you went back the second time, you decided you're going to lose all that weight and you quit that job. Was it just straightforward from there? Or were there some days where you just failed and then you picked it back up again?
So my first run, when I decided to lose the weight, I was, like I said, 297. I was about 32% body fat. And my idea was to run 4 miles for my first run. I didn't know how bad it was going to fucking hurt me. I used to run before I was fat. And I was like, fuck it, I can do this. I ran a 1/4 mile and walked home. I walked home, sat on my couch and cried. went to my mom's house. It was about maybe 20 minutes down the road. And cried again in her couch, saying, "Man, I can't fucking do this shit. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I just got somebody pregnant. My life was just fucked. I was making $1,000 a month. My rent was $810 a month, and my mom just kept fucking with me. It kept fucking not good enough, man. This isn't for you, man. These guys are bad motherfuckers on planet Earth. You're not that." And what it was, and it's kind of funny. I was obsessed with Rocky 1 in particular. And when I was a kid, I'd come home every day and I watched this fucking show, Rocky. And I would fast forward with the little VHS tapes to round 14. Round 14 fucked me up like nobody's business. Why? This song came on, right? So when I bought the pull-up record, I listened to the song for 17 hours. It's 2 minutes and 13 seconds. And I'm able to visualize and dream like nobody's business. And I know that I can create a vision that many people can't. And I work for it. So the vision I had was when Apollo Creed beat the fucking shit out of Rocky, beat the shit out of him, he kept fighting. He was a dumb fighter, couldn't read, couldn't fuck, that was me. Couldn't read, couldn't write, just punchy, everything about him. And Rocky beat the shit, or Apollo beat the shit out of him. He was in that corner, everybody was saying, "Stay the fuck down." And him getting up, Apollo Creed raised his arms up in the fucking air, turned around, thought he wanted to fight. He turns around and sees this guy getting up, and it was the face of Apollo Creed that changed my life. The face of Apollo Creed. It was like, just by that motherfucker getting up, not winning, just by him getting the fuck up, Apollo Creed was his champ, his best. Rocky had taken his soul. Had literally taken his soul. His head goes down, he looks at him like, what the fuck are you? I wanted to be that, not Rocky. I wanted to be the guy that people looked at. I don't care if you like me or didn't like, I don't care. But it said, this motherfucker is going to keep coming after whatever the fuck is in front of him. I wanted that. I wanted that worse than anything in the world. So that is, I kept picturing me falling down and getting up, and every motherfucker that called me nigger, I was dumb. Even myself, I wanted to feel something besides defeat. I wanted to just go the distance. And that going the distance pushed me to a point of where now I go way past the distance.
So you go the first day, you run a quarter mile, and then you walk back home, and you're upset. How do you move forward?
So basically what I did was I came home and I had a chocolate milkshake. I sat down and I gave up. I said, this ain't gonna fucking happen, man. I gotta lose 106 pounds and I can't even go a quarter fucking mile. I started being able to take negative shit and be happy. And this whole, I say what if a lot, it sounds corny and it sounds weak, but it's true. One of the recruiters said there's not many black Navy SEALs. In fact, I was the 36th African American SEAL in history. It's in over 7 years. Because of the fucking water, you know. Right. I mean, people get mad at me. It's fucking true. Just get over it. And so I was like, man, what story would it be if my fucking fat, dumb, lying to be friends with people, insecure ass could overcome this shit? And that what if mentality, like that dreamer mentality, just would always fuel me. It would just fuel me, man. What if I could be a SEAL, man? What if I can go from running a quarter of a fucking mile, now I run 205 miles? What if I can go? What if I can go? And what if, how would that feel if I'm graduating? Kind of at the graduation thing I was talking about, 224, like the video I sat down and watched. This commanding officer stood up and he said to the graduation, guys are graduating buds, like 18 of them. He said, we live in a society where mediocrity is often rewarded. And he went on to say something about these men detest mediocrity. And I wanted to be a man that detests mediocrity. It got me in a lot of trouble in the SEAL teams and going forward in my life because I started looking down on people for not going hard as fucking shit. And I started to create different things, but that's for a different day. But I just believe that, my whole mind changed.
That is a problem that a lot of people who work hard do have. You get angry at people who don't work hard to the point where you want to insult them, you want to smack them, and it's really because you're scared of seeing that yourself.
That's probably the truth. That's probably the truth. So I guess a lot of times I would see people, and it probably was a direct reflection of who I was. And I would get mad at them, but in reflection, it's probably just being mad at myself.
Yeah, that's for me, 100%. When I see people that are half-assing things, I get terrified of seeing that in myself, and I get mad at them.
Right.
And it's not a good way to handle it.
No.
You know, but it's natural because you're just terrified of seeing that trait.
Right. And it costs me.
So you come back, you do the quarter mile,
Right.
you walk back home. How do you regroup?
So what I did, I sat down there and I put Rocky in. I got my milkshake, put Rocky. I said, you know what? I was big time in Rocky and Platoon. Why Platoon? I love to see people who were getting beat down, and there's scenes. There's scenes that these songs, humming these songs in torturous situations when everybody's quitting this fucking code. I would be somewhere gone. Somewhere fucking gone, or somewhere fucking dark as shit. There's a scene in Platoon where Elias, when Barnes shoots Elias, and you know they think Elias is dead, and the choppers are taking off, and Charlie Sheen's asking, you know, Tom Berenger, "Where's Elias? Where's Elias? William Dafoe? Oh, I found him back there dead somewhere." And through the woods, the Viet Cong is chasing Elias through the woods and just shooting him in his fucking back. And all he wants to do is get to the fucking chopper. He's getting shot in his back. He's getting up. He's getting shot in the back. He's getting up. And you see this guy just fighting. I love the fucking guy who just fucking fights. And so I put these things in as reminders that you're going to have to fucking suffer, man. This fucking .25, man, this is, man, you're going to have to fucking suffer to go from this fat, insecure motherfucker to one of the best guys on the planet Earth. This journey is going to take something that is going to be incomprehensible to most people. And these different visualizations, how I visualize them in my self-talk, it became so nasty and dirty that I almost liked the fact that I went .25. So it became from being defeated to like, man, all right, motherfucker, maybe more than go .75. You know, it just became this different mindset. I turned negatives into positives. So I would take like, who would even think about doing this? So I would sit on my couch saying, who at 297, who can't fucking swim that great, who's scared of the fucking water, who have the fucking balls, who have the balls to fucking man up, quit a job, and go and then put everything on himself. So it's how I started talking to myself and put myself in a whole different category, and that would fuel me the next day. And I just kept using that as fuel and fuel. No one would do this shit. No one would do this shit. You're the baddest motherfucker around. You're the baddest motherfucker ever lived. And I just kept fueling me with the right kind of message that I needed to hear that I was never telling myself. And through time, it became reality to myself.
So you start out on the first day, and then do you start running again the second day?
Yeah, the second day we're right back after it again. But I started realizing I can't run that far.
Right.
So what I did was I became damn near professional cyclist with the miles I put on the bike. So whenever I watched TV, I had to be doing something. So I was riding the bike. I rode a bike a lot to lose the first initial kind of weight because my bones were just hurting so bad. My body was broken. And I'm learning to get over that also. And I tried to swim a lot. I wasn't a great swimmer, but putting fins on kind of equalized my body. I wasn't so negative buoyant. So I started fitting a whole bunch. And I spent hours in the pool, trying to get more and more comfortable. Not because I was going underwater. I was so scared of the water that I had to live in the water. I had to become one with the water. So going to the pool used to scare me. So I went to the pool an awful lot. And then the bike got easier. I was able to run more. I went from like 1 mile. 1 mile was a great accomplishment. 2 miles, and then from 2 to 3 was a big win. I went from 3 to 6. And then, like, they have a warning order that they give people to get ready for buds. And the whole thing was running 6 miles 5 days a week. And that was my goal. And so I just I failed, I go back to scratch. I use some positive motivation. I have like one day where I'm like fucking defeated. But I started realizing this is part of the process. This is part of the journey. I had to realize this is part of my process versus just saying, like I used to, I'm just not good enough. If I'm not good enough, we always say that shit. I'm just not good enough, and then we try something else. I'm gonna fucking make myself good enough. And that became my mentality. I'm gonna make myself good enough. And so I misunderstood a lot, but that's all it came down to. I made myself good enough. And the days I couldn't run that far, the next week, I would do 2-a-days. So, like on the running, if I ran a quarter of a mile, I waited for a couple hours, it harmed me, bothered me. I try to run a half mile next time, same day. You can do more than this. If I had to walk, I had to walk. It just became just a process of grinding and grinding. And grinding is not even a good word for it. It's not even a good word for it. And just going further and further. And then when I got through running, I go to the bike. I go to the pool. If I got tired somewhere, my legs are tired, I go to the gym. And I developed this crazy workout where I was doing volume, like 200-300 reps of like very lightweight. People always say, how come you don't have any like loose skin? My workout routine in the gym became sick. It became sick. I was doing 200-300 reps, 400 reps on like chest, just like for one simple exercise, the bench press. And I would rack it, get back on it, just rep it out, trying to burn as many calories as I can, build that muscle mass. And I just became obsessed with it.
So when you're doing this, are you worried at all about repetitive stress injuries or the fact that your body's not conditioned for this? And you're basically taking your body where you had abused it,
Right.
and now you're forcing it to live like an elite athlete.
Right. I didn't care. I didn't know any better. I didn't think about it. I didn't know that working out that hard would fuck you up.
Did it fuck you up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's one reason why I'm gonna do 3 whole weeks. So I don't talk about it a lot, but the stress in my life getting to 24 caused me to have some serious psoas issues. I didn't know anything about this shit. The psoas muscle is what we use. It's your hip flexor muscle, and basically under stress, it starts to tighten up. And I stuttered from the time I was in 3rd grade, the time I was in 7th grade, white blotches on my skin. I was a nutcase. And so the insides of me are also getting fucked up. So in this process, my psoas muscle got real tight to my T12. I can show you the bump in the back of my head after this show's over, but I started growing this fucking like large tumor-looking bump in the back of my head from my body compressing. So I'm 6'1", but my muscles are like 5'9", because I just started the muscle tightness from my psoas going to my T12. I was just getting tighter, my quads, everything getting tired from just stress in my life. So the more I stressed my body with the workouts, my lower body became out of balance. So I had a bunch of stress fractures, a bunch of injuries going through buds. And how I got through buds was they gave me my 3rd time, was my last time going through Hell Week. I basically put a black sock on at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I would get duct taped. I had numerous stress fractures on both of my legs because my body was literally like coming in on itself, and my legs were like I was pronated really bad and putting stress on my shins. And so I would put duct tape. I would duct tape my feet, and I would show you the top of them where I have pressure ulcers of the size of quarters from how the ankle joint. So the foot goes to the shin, and how you move this where the tape was so tight, it just created a nice ulcer right there. And I just kept going through it.
So you just use that tape to just support your ankles.
Right. So I basically cast myself, and for the first 30-45 minutes, the pain was excruciating, but then it would go numb, and I would go numb, and then that's how I got through.
Wow. Did that do any long-term damage?
I've been out for 5 years. So I retired I did 21 years in the military. I did time in the Air Force, and I did about 16 years in the Navy.
How old are you?
43.
So you look like you're 30.
That's good.
You look very young for your age.
Whenever I'm stressed, I get after it. I fix whatever bothering me. So I basically, over the last 5 years, everything I've done in my life, I did it being very unhealthy. I never talked about it. I just kept going. And it cost me pretty much, I was choking my insides out. Adrenal issues, tons of adrenal issues, thyroid issues, anything with the endocrine system pretty much shut down on me. My organs were pretty much shut down. And I went from a guy who could run 205 miles to a guy who couldn't get out of bed. And the doctors were trying to search what was wrong. That's why I figured out the psoas muscle. No one figured it out. And I hit it by accident. So I've missed 2 days of stretching out in 5 years. And so what happened was all the shit I did to myself, the stress I was under, physical, mental, all kind of shit, it just choked me out from the inside. And doctors put me on all kind of medication. And the medication started doing the exact opposite of what
What kind of shit?
I was on DHEA, I was on some different things for my estrogen, different things for my. I was on anything to do with your, like with your endocrine system. Thyroid medicine. Um, Good God, I was on cortisol, all kind of shit to get my stuff in. I had like this lump in my throat, like the heart was always. I couldn't run down the street. My body was just jacked up. Couldn't sleep. My whole body was just down, shut down. I could give you a lot more than that, but just give me an example. I was fucking dying. And so I couldn't do anything. I went from a guy who was this guy to a guy who can't do shit. And the doctor's like, I don't know what's wrong with you, man. You know, your labs are this. Is it PTSD? Is it what's going on? I knew what any of that shit. So I sat in the bed one day and I realized, man, my life is over. This is it. But it gave me time to reflect on everything I had accomplished. I'd never taken time to reflect on the kid I was to the man I am now. So honestly, the time I wasn't working out, it was the best time of my life because I got a chance to really reflect back and be proud of who I became. I never took time to do that. It was like one after another. Get the fuck after, get after, get after. You ain't good enough, motherfucker. Get after, get after. And I got halted. So anyway, this process went on for a while. More medication, this isn't working, that's not working. No doctor can figure it out. I'm like, fuck it. I saw this doc about 8 years before this happened. He was like, hey man, you're so fucking tight. I've never seen anybody in my life as tight as you. You need 50,000 hours of stretching. You can do out some crazy number. I like whatever. Stretching bad for you. So
You thought stretching was bad.
yeah, stretching bad for you,
Why
man.
did you think that?
I read some article, what, man, fuck stretching, man. You know, I worked out so hard, I didn't have time to stretch, man. I was running 150 miles a week. I was biking to work, man. I was getting after it, man. I was working a full-time job. And stretching, I didn't do that. So my body was literally getting tighter and tighter, not just from what I was doing. Everybody goes, oh, because you ran this. No, it wasn't that, man. And so I said, no, I'm going to try and stretch out. So I don't do anything for like 10 minutes. Or, I don't do no 6-minute ab bullshit. So I started stretching out 1 hour, hour and a half. Long story short, man, I shave my head once every morning. And that bump that's on the back of my fucking head, I started realizing it was shrinking for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Because I shaved my head back and I was like, this is getting smaller. The smaller that bump got, the healthier I got. The smaller that bump got, I was like, oh, that motherfucker, what's going on? That psoas muscle started getting more and more now from stretching out. Wow, that's all it was. I went from like, I can't even count the medications I was on. Now I'm on a very low dose thyroid pill. Period.
Do you ever do yoga?
All the time, man. All the time. And I if I were to tell somebody one thing right now, man, that psoas muscle and getting that hip flexor opened up, because we're all stressed the fuck out. It's much worse than others. It changed my life.
Yeah. How do you say Nick Gregorius? How do you say his last name? The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt from England, Greek fella. He has a great quote about yoga. He said, "Yoga is a martial art you do against yourself."
Yep.
It's a great way of putting it.
100%.
That's what it feels like when you're in there, right?
100%.
And so, how many years ago was this? It was 5 years ago?
5 years ago.
Do anything? How long was there a period where you couldn't work out at all?
There was so I always tried to do something, but I couldn't run hardly at all. I could run maybe half a mile, and all that hard shit would happen. My heart would get AFib, and all kinds of stuff would happen. And I started just stretching, and also I tried to do pull-ups every now and then, but everything was just, I didn't have the energy. I didn't have anything. I mean, nothing was processing right for me.
So did you think that you had just broken your body
Oh,
because
yeah.
you pushed it too hard?
100%. I sat back in that bed that night, and I had a lot of time to reflect. I said, you know what? I was actually kind of proud of myself in a very sick, twisted way. I even though people don't understand it, I had to do what I had to do. And, and I did it. Like, I didn't tell you how I got into ultra running. There's a lot of things that, so I pushed it extremely hard. I went way beyond what I thought was capable. Like my first ultra race I did, I was heavier. I was in Iraq. The Marcus of Trail Lone Survivor. I was in Buds. I was in 3 O-wings, as you know, as I said many times. And I knew a lot of guys that died in the operation. I was at free fall school with Morgan Luttrell, who's his twin brother, during the Operation Red Wings, where Marcus Luttrell was Lone Survivor. I knew Marcus Luttrell well. and I was about 200 some odd pounds, and I didn't run hardly at all this time. I was a SEAL, but I was like a bodybuilder, and I did elliptical trainer 20 minutes on Sunday. All I did. That's all I did. I was fuck that cardio stuff. I was never about it until this happened. So that happened, and I was like, man, I gotta find a way to raise money for these families. So I googled I found a foundation, Special Operations Warrior Foundation, and I googled the 10 hardest races in the world. I knew nothing about ultra running. The first I ever run was 20 miles at one time. And so what came up was a Badwater 135. 135-mile run through Death Valley in the summertime. I thought it was a fucking stage race. I didn't know people could run 135 miles at one time. I had no idea it was even possible. Stage race. Would you run like 20 miles, camp out, and then run 20 more until you get 135 miles?
Right.
So I went to ultra runner. You know what ultra runner was? I called the race director up, Chris Kosman, of the Badwater, and he said, "Are you an ultra runner?" And I was like, "I don't know what that is." He goes, "Have you run 100 miles in 24 hours or less?" I was like, "No." I said, "I'm a Navy SEAL. I was in 3 Hell Weeks. I was a Ranger." I gave him some resume. He didn't give a shit. He said, "I don't care. You got qualified for my race." And the deadline was up in 2 months for this Badwater race. And basically, he said, "There's 2 more races you can do to qualify. And I might consider you my race. We select the top 90 athletes in the world, and you're an ultra runner. But I like your cause, like what you're doing." He said, "I'll come up on a Wednesday." And he goes, "There's a race on Saturday in San Diego one day, where you run around a 1-mile track for 24 hours, see how many miles you get. If you get 124 hours, I will consider you in my race." I did the math, 14-some-minute mile. Fuck it, I can do that. Dumb shit thinking, I'll tell you that right now. It was rough. Worst pain I've been in my entire life was this race. So I have my wife at the time, she's not my ex-wife. We go to Walmart, get a blue lawn chair, Ritz crackers, and Mileplex. That's what I'm gonna have for a 100-mile run. So, show up at the start line of this race. It was the AUA National Championships. It's like the best ultra runners compete against each other to see how many miles you can get in 24 hours. And I'm this big bodybuilder looking guy with a
How
shirt
much
off.
did you weigh back then?
I would say I was at least 230, at least, and maybe more.
And jacked.
Yeah, I was ripped the fuck up. Big old chest. I was jacked up. There's a picture of me.
You definitely didn't look like someone who could run 100 miles.
No, not at all. So basically, I start running, and I get to about mile 40, mile 50, and I'm feeling pretty good. I get to mile 70, and it was the worst pain in my life. I sat down in this blue lawn chair at mile 70, and the Ritz crackers after mile 20 became Ritz cracker balls. I wasn't hydrating correctly. I didn't know what to do. I was drinking Mileplex for my nutrition because I couldn't eat these Ritz crackers. Had very minimal water, if any at all, and I was just dying. So I sat down in this blue lawn chair, and I was watching all these runners go around in this circle. I was all dizzy and lightheaded, hadn't gone to the bathroom. It's been about 12 hours. I went 70 miles, about 12 hours. This is good. And I looked at my ex-wife now, and I was like, I started to see like 3 of them. And once my body stopped, my mind just went off. And I had to go to the bathroom. And the bathroom was like 20 feet away from me, that, and I couldn't. And so I sat there and peed blood down my leg and started cramping up my back, and with 30 miles to go. And my feet were broken. I was just in the worst shape. Because once you stop running, not running like that, I mean, I hadn't run almost a year. I was just doing bodybuilding stuff and 20 minutes of elliptical trainer. No running at all. I probably ran no more than 50 miles the whole year. That wasn't my thing. I wanted to be like Jack. You know, I didn't want to be cardio guy. I wanted to be a ripped, big Navy SEAL guy. And the day before this race, it's funny, this guy named Joe Burns, who put me through my Hell Weeks, a SEAL guy, he's one of the hardest guys out there. He was in the gym the Friday before I did this race. And he was doing a full body squats, deadlifts, power cleans. I said, fuck him, man. You know, he's the guy that approved me to do this race. He gave me the approval to go do this race and signed off on it. So I'm in the gym. I went in there, did a full body, hardcore squats, deadlifts, and everything with this guy. Because I knew he was going to come watch me in this race. So I've always been about, all right, man, you're going to see me come in here and jack this weight, and tomorrow you're watching me do a 100-mile run. What do you think about that? So basically, I paid for it. So he came out there with my favorite thing, chocolate, mini donuts, because he knew my story of fucking 30 miles to go. I started reaching the cookie jars, man. I started pulling off all kind of stuff. I reached in my mind, and a lot of us, when we have bad times in life, even the hardest person in the world, we forget how badass we are during that hard time. I have a thing where I take a couple seconds to reflect on, man, you can do this, you can do that, you overcame this, overcame that. I don't ever close my mind to the fact that this can be done. And I knew I had to get up, I needed nutrition, I needed hydration, I needed to stop being dizzy. So that's the first thing I did. I didn't panic on that 30 more miles to go get 100. I thought about the process. Slowly but surely I was able to stand up, and I was literally hobbling around this track, just walking. No running at all. I couldn't run. My feet were in the worst pain. It's the worst pain I've been in my entire life. Nothing in any training is even comparable to this last 30 miles. And what happened was, my ex-wife looked at me and she's like, man, we agreed I'm not going to make the time. I was going way too slow. And at that time, at mile 81, something clicked that I'll never probably ever do again. When my mind, body, spirit, soul, everything is connected. And my mind knew I wasn't fucking around anymore. It knew I wasn't going to quit. It knew that guy was dead and buried and gone. And I was going to die out here on this fucking one mile for whatever reason why I was going to get through this motherfucker. I didn't give a damn. There was no fucking crowds. There was no trophy at the end. I wasn't even in a race in my mind. It was nothing. It wasn't about nothing. There was no nothing. It was a bunch of people who didn't know who the fuck I was. And it was me against me. And I used all these different dark places to start bringing out light, just fucking going deeper and deeper. Ended up running the next 20 miles. I ran 101 miles. And I ran the next 20 miles, at about a 10:30 pace. And I did 101 miles in 18 hours and 56 minutes. Sat back down in that blue porta potty now, in my chair that I got from Walmart. And that's when the body realized I was done. And this great feeling came over me, but also the worst pain in my life. That's when I took a humongous shit on myself. Literally like a fucking log up my fucking back. Pissed so much blood down. And my wife she was a nurse. And she was freaked out. I couldn't get up. And we were both lifters at the time, so she was decently strong. I put my arms around her neck. She got me to the back seat of the car, let the window down, I smelled like horrible shit. And I had this poncho on because it was November in San Diego, so I'm sitting in a jacket in the back of his car. And she was terrified. I need to get the doctor. So I said, just take me home. So we lived in the second story or the second deck of this apartment complex in San Diego. I got to the first deck, so I get out of the car and I can stand up, but with my arms on her neck. So I was leaning down because I was going to pass out. I got to the first deck, went down. Just couldn't stand up anymore. Got around her neck, worked my way up the railing, got my arms around her neck again, walked to the kitchen area, which is right in the front door. I was laying on the poncho liner, crap was everywhere. She helped me manage to get into the tub, and it was like dirt was coming out of my penis. This looked horrible, this the grossest thing in the world. And it's the worst pain I could ever be in my life. And the craziest thing, I'll tell you a story because this right now. I'm not sadistic, I'm not crazy. People may think that they may want to put a title on me after hearing me because it makes them feel better. Because they think, wow, this guy must be some special or this fucked up crazy dude. No, I'm a guy that came from nothing where anybody's capable of doing shit like this. Anybody. And I sat in that tub. She put the water on me. She called my mom up. My mom was dating a doctor at the time. The doctor said, you need to get into a hospital now. She came back in. All I want to do is call Chris Cosby on the phone and register your bad water. So I fucking did it. So she said, please to the doctor. I said, no, let me sit here and enjoy this pain. She said, what are you talking about? I said, I need to go to the doctor. I realized that. But I never thought it was humanly possible to do what I did. I went 70 miles. And at 70 miles, I was dead. I was at 100%. What I thought was 100%. I went 31 more miles after being in the worst physical shape I've ever been in my life. And all that pain and suffering and things was going through my fucking body. And I sat in that tub and the waters hit me. It was the most amazing feeling of accomplishment, and I want to be numb. I didn't want people to give me drugs and to numb this fucking pain. I did this. As crazy as it sounds, it was the most amazing moment of my entire life. To overcome to come from this kid who was mentally tortured himself, was tortured, it's all to this kid, to this guy now, who was able to overcome such amazing odds and obstacles. And I called Chris Cosmo, the race director of Badwater, and he said, the idea of a 24-hour race is to run 24 hours. You only ran 19. And he put doubt in my mind that he would let me to Badwater. So a month later or so, about a month and a half later, I went to this race called the Hurt 100. It's a 100-mile race in Hawaii, 26,000 feet of climb.
That was all he said.
That's all I said.
That's so crazy.
He's a hardcore dude, but he didn't know how fucked up I was.
Right.
And he said, he didn't say, he didn't say no, I'm not gonna let you in. He put enough doubt in my mind and said, man, I gotta do more. So I was broken bad. And like,
How long did it take you to recover from that?
the funniest thing about this, I don't tell a story very often. I signed up for, I'm getting to that answer just right now. I went in deployment, and me and my wife and my mom signed up for the first Las Vegas marathon down the strip of Las Vegas. And that incident happened, so I ran 100 miles before I ran a marathon. 2 weeks later, roughly December 5th, was this marathon that we all signed up for. I couldn't walk. I could not walk. I was fucked up. So 10 days or 2 weeks after this 100-mile in one race I did, this marathon, December 5th, Las Vegas. I said, you know what, it's the first one. I can't run. Maybe I can walk with my mom. So I tried to go out to this little knoll around our grassy area in San Diego. I tried to run. Legs were broken. I said, fuck, I can't even, I'm jacked. Can't do shit. So I said, you know what, maybe I'll watch you guys do the marathon and I'll cheer you guys on, whatever. And I said, I'll try to walk with my mom. December 5th happened. That gun went off 2005. 14 days after, I broke myself off and I qualified for the Boston Marathon. I ran 3:08.
That's crazy.
And what's funny about it, I know people are here to say, motherfucker, even when I tell you the story, I want to drop so many names. Google it, look it up. I don't give a fuck. Like, it almost seems like I'm making my own story up. It does.
It almost seems like it to you.
It does. Like when I tell it, if I were to hear somebody, like, let's say I listen to Joe Rogan's podcast. I heard some black dude from fucking Brazil talking about this happened, 3 weeks, raped the school, ran 100 miles, broke my feet, broke my body. I'm like, he's the biggest fucking liar of some made up shit. So yeah,
It sounds so crazy. You ran 100 miles before you ever ran a marathon.
Right.
Then you didn't run again at all, and you still qualified for the Boston Marathon. So you ran a 3:08
Right.
for the first marathon you ever did. 2 weeks after you ran 100 miles with no training and nothing in between.
But it gets better than that. You can see my training log that I actually posted up. So that's when I started training for the Hurt 100. So basically what happened was, after that, I had about 4 weeks.
What did it feel like to run that 3:08 if you can barely walk?
When that gun went off, something went off in my head, and I didn't feel that much pain at all. Afterwards, I did, but something happened where I was like, the gun went off, and that thing came back. Like, all right, man, what if? Cause I wanted to qualify for Boston. That was my goal. But I was jacked up, and I didn't run as much as I should have at all over my Iraq training. I hit the weights, but my goal was, when I signed up for it a year early, I wanted to qualify for Boston, which was a 3:10:59. And I was like, what if you can qualify for Boston, man? You trying to, so would help me out. I just ran 101 miles. What the fuck is 26 miles to me now? So the mindset going into it was like, I ran 75 more miles in this. So I used it to my advantage. So after that happened, I ran with my feet pretty much broken. I would go to the physical therapist, and they had this compression tape. Compression tape helped because my feet were pretty bad off. And I would run 70, 80, 100-mile weeks. And then I went to the Hurt 100, racing in Hawaii. 26,000 feet of climbing over 100 miles. Probably one of the top 5 hardest 100-mile races in the world. I wasn't even a real runner. Yeah, I paced a lot of miles by the last what, 2.5, about 2 months. But I wasn't a runner. We were out there and got through the race. Did it 33 hours. Was a 9th place finisher. Not many people finished that year. And I qualified for Badwater and got in. And I went on to lose weight and train hard. And I got 5th my first year. Went back my second year and got 3rd.
When you say you lost weight, like what were you eventually weighing?
So I went to the race about 190.
So you lost quite a bit from
Yeah.
your bodybuilding time.
Right.
That's over a short period of time.
Right.
How did you lose all that weight?
Once again, I just worked out hard. I stopped taking my protein so much. I got off. I was on this stuff called Nitro Tech, and I got off all the protein stuff. I stopped hitting the weight so hard, and I just became a running fool. Became a Black Forest Gump, man, pretty much. Pretty simple, man. That's what happened.
Now, when you say you were using compression tape on your feet, and that your feet were jacked up, what was the extent of the injuries?
So basically, because of my pronation, I never figured out because of my psoas muscles. I always had issues with stretch fractures, shin splints, pressure on the inside of my ankles. And so there's this tendon that goes up the backside of your, I don't know, your fibula, on the backside of that little bone on the backside of your foot. It goes right beside that, right outside that bone. And that thing was just so flared up on both sides that even just flexing my foot was just killing me. So I realized when you cast that thing up, casting my feet always helped me out because it locked my foot into a position that wouldn't make me pronate as much. So between the casting of that, if you watch the Badwater video of 2006, you see me crossing the finish line with this compression tape, literally like flying on my ankles because I went to the race with compression tape on my ankles. And so basically, I'd have that on my ankles. I had inserts in my shoes, and also this wedge on the back heel of my left foot, so that it would keep me from pronating that heel so much. So I had all that on just to go run, and I ran my ass off and went to Badwater 2006, and I with compression tape on my feet and walked a lot, but I got 3rd place.
Do you always run with regular running shoes?
I do, yeah. So now I don't have those issues anymore. All the stretching has opened my body up to where how it should have been. So so now I just run in regular running, no more compression tape, no more of that stuff. So if you see now, if you look down there, you'll see the compression tape, and you'll see my ex-wife here in a second taking the compression tape off of me. She's doing it right now. See it right now?
Yeah.
See the tape?
Yeah.
So that's the tape right there that I had to wear every day of my life to run.
Wow.
So as you see, the story may be kind of unbelievable, but there's some proof right there. So that's how
That was so painful.
Yeah, I was pretty fucked up. As you see right now, me trying to get up.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty destroyed right there.
What is the most amount of miles you've ever run?
At one time,
Yeah.
205 in 39 hours. Yeah, nonstop.
Whew. Yeah, I've had quite a few people on. I've met quite a few people now over the last year or so that have run ultras. Courtney Walter, you know who she is? She won the Moab.
Okay, yeah, I heard about it.
240 rather.
Heard about it.
Yeah, she beat all the men by 22 miles, something like that. Some crazy thing. She was 1st place winner. She beat everybody else.
That's sick.
2nd place winner. And with her, I mean, you would never believe it. When you talk to her, she seems so normal.
Right.
She drinks beer and eats nachos and candy.
That's ultra runner, man.
She's just silly and she's fun.
Yep.
And there's no demon there. Waiting to meet a demon.
Right.
You know, I'm like, where's your demon?
Right.
Like, how are you getting through that? Her demon's a quiet demon.
Right.
It's there. It has to be.
Yeah, there's something there.
It has to be. There's no other people everybody I know that can do that as a demon.
A lot of us don't want to admit the shit.
Yeah.
We got them.
Oh, 100%. It has to be.
Yeah.
So when you do this and you qualify and you do that race in Hawaii,
Right.
they just let you in after that?
No, so the race, I actually called the race director up, and there wasn't like a big time, like I didn't have 100-mile race, I believe, as I had. And
So, 100 mile Vegas Marathon.
yeah, so I did the 100-mile and 100 marathon with the 100, did that 100-miler.
And all this is in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, so November was the first 100-miler, December was the 26 miler in Las Vegas. January was the next 100 miler in Hawaii.
Do you know how fucking crazy that is? Like, say if I was your friend and I called you up on October 20th, I go, hey man, how many times do you run? Like, I'm running an hour.
See something crazy. I don't know if I can pull it up or not, but if you can pull up my race schedule for 2007, just pull up David Goggin's race results. You're gonna see something real crazy in a second. This is gonna, and I gotta show you proof because why? I know my story doesn't make any sense, but just look at the dates of these races, and we're gonna show it to you in a second. It's and just look at the 100 miles and 50 miles back-to-back weekends, how many weekends there were between races. So if you look right here, you can't really see it. So if you look at 2007, you gotta go all the way down. Keep on going, 2007 sales races there. Mm-hmm. Okay, get right there. So 100 miler Hawaii. So you look at 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, another one, that's 50 miler. A 50 miler a month later, you're looking at 14 days later, another 50K. 50 miler a month later, you look at less than a month, another 50 miler. 53 miler in June. July was another 100 miler. Badwater was literally, Badwater was a month after I did that 100 miler, 135 miler. Leadville was less than a month after Badwater. The Plain 100 was 3 weeks after Leadville. Angel's Crest was a week after that 100 miler. The Bear 100 was 13 days after that 100 miler. Jesus Christ. And then I ran the 200, it said 203.5, but I did ran 205 miles around there. But what's not in there was that McNaughton race I did in 2000. So that 150 mile race, I also did in 2007 that wasn't listed. So that was just my 2007 year.
That's insane.
Yeah, so.
Do you think that is what fucked your body up?
No.
No?
No, because I still run the same mileage now. What fucked my body up was Hell Week. Really? Oh, yeah. You don't go through 3 Hell Weeks in 1 year. So what happened when I realized that my body's really jacked up was I was a big time squatter. Love squatting. And I went through the first Hell Week, got messed up. Second Hell Week, I got all the way through. The third Hell Week, I got all the way through. And my third Hell Week, a guy died on Thursday. And then that Hell Week ended, and I graduated from pulmonary edema. It was a cold, his name was John Scott. It's cold as fuck Hell Week. The Pacific Ocean's never warm. And it rained the whole time. The whole time it just rained. And he pretty much just drowned in his own fluid, pretty much. We were in the pool, doing some evolution. He sunk to the bottom. His temperature was hot. He missed a lot of Hell Week for getting pulled out for different stuff. He wanted to quit. And he ended up dying in Hell Week. But yeah, so anyway, after Hell Week ended, I want to go back to the gym. You know, so second phase happened, dive phase, like I could get back to the gym, start jacking my weight. I love jacking weight. And I realized I couldn't squat. So I went from squatting a lot to where I couldn't even squat the bar because my lower back was all fucked up. I was like, I don't know what's going on. It was because this muscle, so in Hell Week, your hip flexors are so, and I went through so many of them so fast. And so the hardest part of Buds, I went through 3 times. Not the Hell Week part. Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts, but it was the initial part of what everybody sees on TV. The log PT, the surf torture, the daggone boats over your head, all that shit. I went through that portion 3 times in 1 year. And over a period of time, my hip flexors got so tight that it just jacked me up. It jacked me up from my hip flexors. So always being so cold and so stressed out. And everything led up to it, but this really was the part that I noticed I could squat before Hell Week, or before my first time going to Buds. After Buds, I couldn't squat anymore.
Do you just think it might just be because your body was exhausted?
Because I for 12 years, so I would go back and tough it out, like with Joe Burns. He was squatting, so I said, fuck, I'm gonna squat with Joe Burns. But I just couldn't squat because that muscle was attached to your T12.
So what was it doing to you? Was it locking up?
It was just pulling. So it made my hips feel like I just couldn't sink my ass.
Oh,
I couldn't sink. So it was incredible pain. And then with the weight pushing me down and then trying to push up, the pain was just too much.
So this is all range of motion issues.
All range of motion issues, yeah.
Wow, that's an important thing for my friend Cam Haynes, who doesn't stretch. He's another friend of mine who runs ultra races. He ran that Moab 240. He's run the Bigfoot 205. He's run a few of those.
Right.
I know Go stretch, dude.
Yeah, support, man.
Yeah, especially if you're working that hard, right? If you're doing that much,
Yeah, you're definitely locking up.
he can barely touch his toes.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. That'll hurt you inside recently.
Now, how flexible are you now? Because I would imagine you're probably a fucking ballerina at this point.
Sad.
You know, in your brain.
I'm trying to get there.
There's a thing that people say that it'll always piss me off. Like, because I'm pretty flexible. They say, oh, you're naturally flexible. People have a natural threshold. Like, no, they don't. Like, a doctor told me that. I go, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about because most people don't push themselves past that pain, that stretch pain.
All right, people want to put a title on you, man. It's easy for them. Oh, you're just fucking natural.
Exactly.
You're natural.
Exactly.
No, you don't work hard enough, motherfucker.
Yeah, people built like chimps aren't usually flexible.
Right.
You have to force yourself to do that.
That's right.
And I know it because I had a friend, my friend Tom Radogna. He was a football player, jack, big, thick dude, terrible flexibility. He was taking Taekwondo with me.
Right.
And over the course of a couple of years, I saw that dude eventually develop a full split. There you go. And he just did it through his mind. He just was, everybody else was done training. That guy would be on the mat, constantly stretching, always working out. Because he had built his body up so strong for all those years of squatting and lifting. Yep. And he just, he was all tense. Everything was just like this, super powerful. Right. But all like very tense.
That's why I stopped, that's why I never stretched, because I wanted that strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want that tight muscle, but no.
I don't think it's stupid. Yeah, I think you're not supposed to stretch before you do big physical activities because I think it does like weaken you somewhat. But I don't think being flexible overall makes you weaker.
Not at all.
Yeah. Well, it certainly doesn't for martial arts because you need that flexibility to have leg dexterity to be able to kick. Right. It's got to be fluid where it's not tightened up by a restriction of the motion of your body. I get it. It's the truth. I just think people are, for whatever reason, and I'm one of those, I drone on too much about yoga. I'm like one of those vegans. It's like, you got to do it, man. Right. Just try it. I get annoyed like a born-again Christian or something. It's like,
I'm getting that way now, man. I'm getting that way now.
For anybody who does anything hard, like, if you do anything like with weightlifting type shit or martial arts type shit where it's just everything's explosion, it's lifting, it's heavy, it's push. Right. Yoga, just balance your shit out.
Yeah, well. Yeah,
it really will, man. And there's all these people that resist it. Like there was some article recently that something along the lines of hot yoga is just trendy nonsense. I read that, and then even in the article, it talked about that there might be some benefits in terms of like the strengthening your arteries, and they didn't even mention heat shock proteins. There's a study going on right now. I believe it's at Harvard. Right. One of my friends was telling me about it, where they're trying to find the benefits of 90-minute hot yoga classes because they think it might mirror the observed benefits of sauna, which they already know for a fact has big benefits because of your body producing heat shock proteins to deal with the heat. Right. That's why I put that sauna in here, man. I go in that fucker all the time.
Well, no one can tell me it doesn't work.
It's big.
It's proof positive. It changed my life. It wasn't a medication or this or a drug. It was stretching.
Yeah.
It was yoga, stretching, all that stuff combined changed it.
Well, I just think it balances out your body in those static poses where you're just holding the pose and it works you out in a weird way. 100%. You just don't get lifting weights or hitting the bag or anything else. You're just not going to get that kind of working out.
I can't agree with you more.
And it's so difficult. It's crazy.
Shoot your ass off.
You're in there with a bunch of housewives and shit, and you're like, this is like the silent struggle.
It's humbling.
And nobody knows.
No.
It's like, if you see like two doorways, right, and one of them is like fucking CT Ali Fletcher's fucking super pump Iron Addicts gym, which is hard work, and then right next to it is the yoga studio. You're like, well, once you get done with all that hard work, you go over to that yoga studio. No, there's two different kinds of hard work going on.
It's no joke.
Two different kinds of hard work.
Yes, sir.
So what do you do now in terms of like you got over this 5 years ago, you're in this bad situation where your body's not working right. Now everything's working great again.
Well, I had 2 heart surgeries also.
Whoa.
Yeah. So,
what was wrong with your heart?
So I had a hole in it. So, you're not supposed to have a hole in your heart and be a SEAL. And
you were born with it?
I was born with it. It was undetected. And me pushing so hard. So in 2009, I was trying to finish a race across America. And I just couldn't go anymore. Another pitfall in my life was the hole. And I was pretty much off active duty SEAL for 3 years. I had 2 heart surgeries. They were trying to fix it. So the hole was significantly large.
Like how big?
They say it was as big as a quarter. I'm like, how the hell is it as big as a quarter? Yeah, that's a pretty big hole in your heart because they had 2 helix patches. I'm like, that's impossible. The helix patches, they're in my heart, so the 2 stents.
What is a helix patch?
It is like a little mesh, very
Like what they do for hernias? Something like that?
maybe something like that. So they went through my femoral artery. They placed this patch, but they
Go through your artery?
yeah, they went through my femoral artery. Yeah,
Like with a camera?
yeah.
Whoa.
So but no, the camera was down through my throat,
Whoa.
and they put this catheter through my femoral artery that went to my heart. They went and they took this helix patch. They placed it in there, and then they found out 6 months later that the hole wasn't covered up enough yet. Because the hole was, and the helix patch was very damn big. So they go back in there in 2010.
How does the patch adhere to your heart?
I guess your heart heals around the patch.
So, but how did they stick it in place?
I guess they put it where the hole's at,
Uh-huh.
and then it kind of like inflates where the hole is at. And then that thing goes in there, and then it kind of covers the hole, and then the heart. So there's 2 things in my heart right now that the heart is kind of covered up.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's this.
So there you go.
Jamie's got an image of it for us. Whoa.
Yeah.
So it's attached to this little probe,
Right.
and then they put it over the area where the injury is. Wow, that's insane.
Atrial septal defect is what I had. Atrial septal defect. So basically, everything I've done, I
Thank God for medicine.
oh shit, it's
Crazy
crazy. Done.
they could do.
I'll be done.
That's so crazy that they could do that.
Yeah. So I was out for I was off active duty for 3 years. So I was in a recruiting area for 3 years, trying to get back on active duty, and that was my life for 3 years.
So they put that patch in.
Yep.
And now your heart's 100%.
It's 100%. It's 100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I was losing, blood, and I was bad off.
Which is amazing that you were able to do all that with a hole in your heart.
That's what the doctors were saying, because they didn't know I was a SEAL. So when I went in, and the doctor that found the hole, so they gave me EKGs, all this stuff. Once again, man, it's after I ran like 25 miles,
Right.
And they, man, you're in great shape. I'm like, man, I just don't feel good. Like walking up the stairs is making me jacked up. So the doctor, Doc Shrek, he's like, give me EKG. He goes, go to the doctor, get an echocardiogram. So I'm in there, getting an echocardiogram, just chilling out in there. And the guy's talking to me, has this little wand in my heart. We're bullshitting about stuff, and when people get quiet, that's fucking not good, man. So he's in there, just had his wand in my heart, chilling out. Yeah, man, what are you doing? Yeah, what's going on? And he says, I'll be right back. He goes and gets a doctor. Doctor comes in, puts a thing on my heart. The doctor gets another doctor. Now I'm just freaking the fuck out. I'm like, okay, because when it comes to your heart, it's a big deal. So they come back in and say, hey, we can stop the echocardiogram. They talk to you in the hallway. You have a hole in your heart. And the guy didn't know that he knew I was a Navy guy, but I don't think he was a SEAL, because black guys are SEALs. And he had a conversation about, we got to fix this real quick. I said, yeah, then I came up that I was a SEAL. He said, man, you could have died jumping, you could have died diving, you could have died in all this stuff. Because basically, the hole in your heart, if it gets plugged with something, like anything, like, let's say you get a bubble from diving or something like that, you're going to die.
Right.
So I call it luck. Wow. So I got through 2 surgeries. They put me back on. I lost.
They give you the first one, and then when did they realize that it's not good enough?
So they take you back in. You gotta get a bubble study, a bubble test. So they like literally send bubbles that way, safe bubbles that way, to see if the bubble goes through your heart. So they have this echocardiogram again, and they hook you up, I think, to IV or something like that, and they throw these bubbles through your heart, and they see if it goes through. After 6 months, when it should have been healed up, the bubble went through. So they had to tell me then, hey, we gotta, you're not good to go. So I had to take a year before I gave another surgery, because that patch had to be completely healed. So before they go
But all
back
this
in.
time, you knew you had a hole.
Right. So they knew I had a hole because of the heart surgery.
Right, but all this time, like when you're waiting for it to
Yes.
heal, you have an extra hole.
Yes, I knew I have a hole. Yes.
What were you allowed to do with your body then?
Well, at that time, they go, do how you feel comfortable. And so, the hole's not going to kill you right now. But you can't dive, you can't jump, you pretty much wasn't SEAL anymore, so I was a recruiter for a period of time. So basically, I what's crazy about that is before my second surgery, I was actually training for Delta Force. I wanted to go to Delta, and I was ruck running a lot. And before my second
Ruck running, you mean you're running with a pack on?
yeah, a pack on my back with some weight on.
How heavy is the pack?
50, 60 pounds.
And you run with that on?
Well, you're supposed to hike or hump, like ruck humping.
Right.
I ran with it because I would, because that's what I did.
Right.
So the day of heart surgery, I did a ruck run.
Jesus
because
Christ.
I knew I was getting out of commission for a while. So fuck it, man, I get my last one in, dude.
Jesus Christ.
So all I could do, I have my training log. So after my second heart surgery, all I could do was walk. So I became an ultra walker. Fucking walked my fucking ass off, and over a period of time, it took a year for that thing to heal up and heal. You know, my first bubble study after my second heart surgery came back negative or positive. The bubble went through again.
Oh no.
And they were to crack me open. Oh man! Over that period of time, my heart healed around that thing nicely, and I passed the second bubble test.
So the first bubble test was how long after? A year?
It was so the first bubble test after the first surgery was
Right.
6 months.
And then you had to go through a full 6 months after that, totally heal. Then you have the second heart surgery.
Right.
And when does the bubble test fail after the second heart surgery?
It was 6 months.
Jesus
And
Christ.
they said, and the doctor looked at me and said, you know, I'm sorry to inform you that we have to crack that open the next time we get in there. And so I sat back thinking this could be a third heart surgery. And then
That one.
they said we have to wait for 6 months to see if this thing's gonna close up.
Right.
And I came back thinking, man, I'm about to get cracked the fuck open, and that bubble got pinned up, man.
Wow.
Did it go through?
Maybe 400.
I know, right?
Close that bitch up. When you visualize it,
That's it, man.
that's something to visualize. Holy shit, man. That is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy you went on a ruck run with a hole in your heart, too.
But I did it for several years, so I said, fuck it. I might as well keep on going, man.
That's amazing. Now, after all said and done, everyth's good now?
Yeah, everything. I mean, I'm sure something must pop up in my fucking ass, and I have to do it right now. I'm always waiting for the next thing to pop up, and I handle it the same way. I was attacking. But yeah, as I say, I'm 43 years old. Just turned 43, February 17th. I am in the best shape of my life. I'm not knocking on wood because life comes at you, dude. So
Right.
fuck knocking on wood, come at me.
I mean, I would think that you would be a go-to guy for injuries.
Yeah.
Like, if
I
anybody's
had
had...
them all, dude. I've had them all. I've had
Well,
them
when
all.
you broke the world record for chin-ups, didn't you rip your arm apart?
Pull-ups, yeah. So if you pull up the picture, man, there's a picture of my hand. You'll see. I don't know.
What is it? Pull-ups are
So pull-ups are here.
hands out,
Yeah, hands out.
and chin-ups are hands forward.
Right, hands forward. So I failed 3 times. I failed twice before I finally got it the third time. And the first time I ripped the shit out of my forearm, and then the second time you'll see a picture of my hand, and it's a 3rd-degree burn. So that's my hand.
Oh, Jesus, man. What in the fuck is going on? Look at you got bit by a wolf.
So what's funny about that is you see that that doesn't create after one pull-up. So if you can imagine the pain, because you have one contact point. That's it.
Mhm.
Like running, you can overcome it because you have these big giant legs, and
Right.
it's different. When you have these little fragile punk ass hands touching the bar,
Right,
know,
right,
imagine 4,030 pull-ups. How many times you're coming on that bar and coming off?
right.
And I weighed 207 pounds at the time. So I was a bigger guy. I'm like 195 or 185 now. So I was 22 pounds heavier. So I was a lot bigger there. I am right there. Man,
You look pretty thick.
get that shit, man.
So you were doing it in sets of 5?
Sets of 5. So, and as you see, I have these different people who are witnessing you. You have to have your number there to make sure that you're, qualified for the Guinness Book of World Records. That's 1450. I have a long way to go. I have another 4,015 pull-ups to go right there. Jesus Christ. So yeah.
And how long did you do this over? 24 hours?
It was 7. So I broke it at 17.
Wow.
And I was fucking over it.
What did it feel like in the last chin-up?
You know what? Actually, there's a video that we have, and I was chasing this guy named Stephen Hyland. So this guy named Stephen Hyland had the record. And the video is of my last 3 pulls before I broke the record. I'm talking so much shit to this motherfucker. I'm like, hey, motherfucker, you thought I wasn't forgetting, huh? I told you, bitch-ass motherfucker, I'm coming after you. I'm here now. And it's just me talking shit. It's a cool video, but I felt nothing. I was just happy that I did 67,000 pull-ups in 9 months. training for a record for 4,000. And the failures, so I did the first time in September, failed miserably on the day, so I did 2,588 or something like that. Failed miserably for millions of people. 2 months later, November, tried again, failed again. 2 months later, in January 19th, I finally fucking got it. So after I got it, it wasn't like I'm happy. I was like, I ain't got to do my fucking pull-ups anymore. Roger that. That's all it was. I had to fucking check that bitch off, man.
But you were doing them when I got here today.
You know what? Because now it's a party, dude. It's a party, man. I don't like doing them, so we're going to get knock some out.
You don't like doing them, so you got to do them.
And that's my whole life.
Isn't it like someone gets drunk on a certain whiskey, like if they smell it, they'll get disgusted, like
Right.
like Jägermeister or something like that, and they smell it, no,
Right.
Is that what it's like with you with champs?
With a lot of
With
things.
pull-ups?
With a lot of
With
things.
a lot of things
Yeah,
now, right?
I don't like running. I don't like it. People don't believe it, but you know, I was a big guy twice in my life. So it's the reason why I just don't like running, man. It hurts. It's brutal. It sucks going out. I'm gonna be gone for 2 hours, or I'm gonna be gone for 39 hours.
Right.
Running on a 1 mile track. The fuck? I'm not crazy, man. It just sucks. I mean, you know, people put me in this category of you must be some crazy guy who loves it. No, man. No, that's why I do it though. That's the only way to couch your fucking brain, man. One way to get hard in life. People take these classes on mental toughness, like even Sim took the class about visualization, self-talk, eat it up one bite at a time, breathing control. Yeah, roger that. You gotta put yourself in a lazy situation. Goes out the fucking door when you're in the fucking cold water and you're fucking miserable. And it's the first hour of 130 hours of Hell Week, and that first wave goes over your head, and you're the coldest you've been in your life, and your mind goes from hour 1 to hour 1 fucking 30. All that fucking self-talk and shit, dude. You ain't think about it. You think about getting the fuck out of here. But if you live this shit on a daily basis and you know how to calm your mind down, the self-talk will help. All that stuff will help. But usually we react. We have pain, we have suffering, we react. And we react about, get the fuck out of here. We gotta go. It's those people who are able to control that fucking feeling of fucking flight and say, no, motherfucker, there's a way through this. It's not gonna be here forever. I'm not cold right now. I lived through 3 of them. I'm not cold now. I'm in a nice warm studio with you. You gotta think about that shit. This shit's gonna end. It's gonna end, but we don't know that. We don't think that. At that time, it's gonna last forever. And then you get to sit back on Friday with everybody walking across the, you know, back on the grinder, all the 16, 17, 18 guys that graduated Hell Week. And you get a chance to watch these guys victorious. And then you get a chance to think about that. You take that hot, warm shower, first thing comes to your fucking mind, why the fuck did I quit? So what keeps me going? I quit several things. I know what's on the back end to fucking quit. It's a lifetime of thinking about why the fuck did I do that? And I ain't fucking doing it.
There's something about talking to a guy like you that a lot of people hope that you're going to say some magic thing that's going to click in their brain. Everybody gets change who they are. Like, what is it? What is the thing? That's why people go to these self-help conferences and they take these classes and they hope that someone's going to say something that changes the way their mind works.
It's hilarious.
It's kind of hilarious to me too, but what is also hilarious is that what you're saying is that you have to do those things. You have to suffer, you have to live in it, you have to be comfortable in it, and then maybe some of that shit will help you a little bit along the way.
Period. And when I was a SEAL recruiter, I got invited to MIT. Smart ass motherfuckers there, man. I'm not that. I'm just a good animal. I'm a knuckle dragger. And there was this guy there, I forget his name, but he was like the top head guy. Old white guy, you know, all geniused out. And we were on this panel. And they were asking us all these questions about the mind, mental toughness and shit. He was answering them. I wasn't answering many questions. And I'll never forget, he was just answering them off of theory. He never put his fucking ass in shit. You read a bunch of fucking books, and you think that you know how the fucking mind works and shit. I had gone through hell as a kid, and then all the way up until now.
Right.
So I know. So that theory is bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there you can read from people, but I had lived hell, and when you put yourself in hell, that's the only time you can figure out how the fuck to get through that motherfucker. You can't read somebody else's book about some theory on how to do shit. Some guy who sat up in a nice warm office and wrote some book with a nice cup of coffee in the fucking hand. No, I want to see that guy who immersed himself in fucking hell. And he thought about quitting and leaving and his wife and his kids. And why am I here? Is it worth it? All this crazy shit. It still said and found out a way to get through it. So basically, that's the bottom line of it all. We all want to read about how we can quickly get somewhere. That's why the 6-minute abs and all this other shit so powerful. You may get some results from it, but they're not permanent. The permanent result comes from you fucking, I say it all the time, you have to suffer. You have to make that a tattoo on your fucking brain so when that hard time comes again, you don't forget it. You may forget it for a second, but you can go back in the cookie jar, I call it. It's something that we've all endured. I call it the cookie jar, and we often forget how hard we are, but you gotta reflect back. Take a couple seconds to reflect, I've been through this, I've been through that. And then remind yourself, I'm a bad motherfucker. And then you can get through that shit. But if you don't believe it, you haven't endured shit, you're just blowing smoke, man. And you're not going to do anything.
What was this guy saying? Like, what was his theories that he was throwing out there?
His theories was about, I forget exactly what it was, but it was something about what the mind does under stress. And how we can't. He said how we can't do something. And I did it. I did what he said we couldn't do.
And what was he saying he couldn't do?
It was something about if you're born a certain way, you can't become this way. And it was totally saying that who I am now, like I had to be born with some, not genetic power or some gift from God, but I had to have some kind of special gift. I had to have some kind of special gift. And I forget what set me off. It was like we had to be, to be somewhere, you had to be born with it. What was the concept? And I know what I was born with. And I know the battle that I had in my mind. So when he said it, I just sat there, looked at my face. Somebody in the crowd asked me a question. And I totally contradicted everything he said. And I was like, nah, man, I mean, I fucking know for a fact that you can be this fucked up dude, like really fucked up dude, and with the right mindset, it sounds so easy with the right mindset.
It doesn't sound easy. I know what you're saying. It sounds very simplistic answer.
Right. You can. But you have to go into those dark chambers that we often shut off, and you gotta open them up. You gotta open up and fight that fucking demon, get in there, talk to that motherfucker and say, what's up? And we all like to take this 4-lane highway, the easy highway. It has fucking signs, it has restaurants. We all love that 4-lane highway. We always step over the shovel. And all I did was I picked up that fucking shovel, and that shovel, I made my own path. And you may have big boulders and shit. They may be getting 200 miles of the road faster than you. But going through this path of life, this journey over here that you make yourself, that's incredibly difficult. When it comes out the other end of that motherfucker, is some glorious shit that you can't even explain to people. And we're afraid. Bottom line is most of us, even the people who have all these theories and shit, it's easier to accept the fact that I'm just not good enough. I wasn't made to do that. And yeah, some of us can't be LeBron fucking James. But I'll tell you right now, man, we can do a lot of shit when it comes to this pure arm guts and willpower and getting through shit. We have a lot more with a lot more than we think we have.
Yeah, the problem with a guy like that with his theories is are based on results. And those results are based on human beings. And most human beings, there's certain people that are born with certain gifts, like a guy like LeBron James, obvious physical talent. You know, John Jones in MMA, obviously physical talent. But when you look at someone who's super successful, you always assume that it has to be because of some sort of physical gifts, because people look at themselves, and I'm sure this doctor, this old dude, probably had like a little gut, and probably
That's
had
exactly how he looked.
little tiny arms and weak shoulders, and probably thought, well, there's certain people that are just mesomorphic, and probably broke it down all these scientific terms, and you know, they just have a fast twitch muscle fibers, and they'll say all this crazy shit that is true at the very highest levels of the winners.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that you can't become that.
No.
which just means that it's too painful for most people to go through. So very few people ever get there. So if you look at the actual results, he would be correct. But he's not correct because he doesn't take the shovel.
Exactly. That's the moral of the story.
It's not some easy, lit up, street light path with nice smooth roads.
That's right. It's a difficult motherfucker where you're gonna fail and you're gonna be in your head, you're gonna be saying, I'm not good enough. And it's how you get through that. It's how you get through that on a daily basis when that thing is saying, man, I'm civilized. The refrigerator gets full, you start making money and you start, I'm not getting basketball or football or beating, you start to believe this shit. And it becomes in your fucking mind like there's people who retire, you know, at 40-something years old or 30-something years old. At 43, I'm still putting 100-mile weeks, still doing thousands of pull-ups, thousands of push-ups, because I'm not allowing myself to become civilized. The worst thing that can happen to a man is become civilized. You lose that fucking fight. You lose that. Why the fuck am I doing this shit? I'm good. You ain't good, man. You ain't never fucking arrived. And that's just my mentality. You may have more, but you never fucking arrive. You want to be uncommon amongst uncommon people. Period.
Uncommon amongst uncommon people is one of the greatest ways to put it.
That's it. Like if you're like for me, what got me in trouble with the Navy SEALs, I wanted to be one so bad. So bad. I fought my ass off. And I saw them as uncommon people. Very uncommon. But once you become a Navy SEAL, you're all Navy SEALs, so guess what happens? You're fucking common again. I wanted to be uncommon amongst uncommon people. I wanted to be the guy. I don't care if you fucking like me. I don't care if you understand me. I ain't give a fuck. Once I went through this fucking journey, this path of life, you ain't got there's a whole bunch of fucking guys that don't fucking like me. I don't give a fuck. I'm a warrior. Period. There's a lot of guys that have been a lot more combat than me. A warrior's not always that. A warrior's a motherfucker who says, hey, I'm here again today. I'm here again tomorrow. I'm going to be here the next day. I'm 50 years old. I'm still fucking getting after it. It's a person that puts no fucking limit on what's possible. And that's what got me in trouble a lot. That's why I went to Ranger School as a SEAL. That's why I tried to go to Delta Force twice. You know, I've been through all these different training programs because I was looking for, in the military, what I saw is in the training, these people get their ass handed to them. After they get out, a lot of them get civilized. I always wanted to go back into training. And I realized that I wanted to go back to war. And the war was in that training program where you see guys who can quit, guys who are brutal, guys who are suffering, guys who are, you go, so as a SEAL, you don't volunteer for Ranger School. I did. I put in 7 shifts, got turned down, got accepted. I went at 28, 29 years old. And they go, why did you go? Because I started becoming civilized. I started becoming complacent. I need to get my fucking ass kicked again. When you go as a SEAL going down to, you have no rank in Ranger School, you can be a major. You're just fucking Joe Brown. You're nobody. And you're not eating, you're not sleeping. So I always would put myself, I would immerse myself in shit like that. Even I would climb the ladder and I'd intentionally fall back down that motherfucker and say, all right, man, get soft, dude. Get soft. Kick your fucking ass again. And it's kind of the process.
Did you find resistance from that amongst other guys? That uncomfortable? Because that is something that people
eat their own. Alpha males eat their own. And I love that shit. Let's fucking go, man. I want to eat it. I take it to another level. I went part of a good old boy network. David fucking Goggins. For too long in my life, and it got me in trouble. For too long in my life, I wanted to be accepted. Growing up, I lied. I fucking did what I could. If you fucking like UFC and I did it, I love it. I love it, man. Let's go fucking watch it, man. Be my friend. Be my buddy. That fucking weak ass shit. I found out through this path of life, who is David Goggins? Who am I? So going through all, I did it alone. There was no fucking trophy on the fucking wall on the mantle. That trophy's in my fucking brain. No one helped me get there. No one paid my fucking bills. No one did shit for me. No one ran those fucking miles, lost that fucking weight. Look, I suffered on my own and developed this man who said, this is who I am, man. A very competitive, ultra competitive dude that taking what you want, man.
I call that personal sovereignty.
Exactly.
There's not a lot of people that have that.
That's me.
There's a lot of people that change who they are depending upon what people want from them.
And that's me.
Yeah, that's important, man. Most people struggle their whole life to find out who they are. Struggle their whole life to find out what defines them, what they actually enjoy, what they don't.
You start putting yourself in situations that suck, you'll find yourself.
Yeah,
You find it real quick.
that is the thing, right? And that's one of the things that I've gotten from paying attention to you is that you what you're preaching, what you're talking about is finding yourself through struggle.
That's it. It's the only way to find yourself. You don't find yourself. If you like bench pressing and you bench press all the fucking time, where do you find it out? If you like to swim, that's all you want to do is swim. Where do you find it out? Put that. People always. People talk about triple down on your fucking strengths.
Right.
That's the fucking weakest shit in the world. No, triple down on your fucking weaknesses.
Yeah.
Find out something about yourself. You already know the good shit. You already know the happy shit.
Right.
That's why on my Facebook, people goes, why don't you talk about good times? You know how to get through that shit, motherfucker. You don't need a fucking. You don't need anyone to tell you how to get through. That's happy.
Right.
That's easy shit.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you how you can help yourself get through the times that suck. Real life. This is real life. 90% of your life will suck. 10% will be fucking happy. You may be a lucky guy, have a lot of fucking money, have a great ass woman, all this shit. Trust me. One on one with that fucking guy, he's missing something. His life still sucks because he hasn't faced something that bothered him his whole fucking life. Something that's still eating that motherfucker up.
Almost everybody.
Everybody. Eating you the fuck up. But maybe you found a good way, how I did growing up, on how to ignore that voice that's saying, you ain't facing some shit. Period, man. I'm not special. I just stopped listening. I listened to that voice. And this is why I talk so fucking aggressive. People say, man, do you believe in God? You cuss so much. When I say fuck, it's letting you know what I'm thinking. If I try to make it all pretty and shit, that's not what my life was. It was a violent struggle daily to get where I'm at today. I'm not gonna water it down. I'm not gonna water it down. This shit wasn't fun. It ain't fun today. But I'm happy.
Don't you think that your happiness is probably elevated by the amount of pain that you've gone through?
100%.
So the amount of suffering that you understand, the amount of pain that you've gone through makes you appreciate the happiness and the beautiful moments with much more intensity.
That's what weak people miss about my story. Weak people hear this soft kid, oh my God, he must be miserable. Oh my God, what the hell's wrong with him? You're missing the fucking story. You're not listening to the story, man. Look what I overcame. If that doesn't put some badge of honor tattooed in your fucking brain for the rest of your life, you can die today talking to Joe Rogan. You're missing the story, man. Am I happy? What the fuck do you think? Don't misunderstand the passion in which I speak for not being intensely happy. Happiest person in the world. But I'm not done. So I'm not going to speak to you like, oh man, everything's great. No, I have a lot more shit to do. A lot more shit to do.
This is in the same use of the word that you used, the warrior's mentality, the warrior's life.
Right.
This is the way that you can keep balanced and sane,
Right.
and keep a good grip on who you are.
Period. And like there's a quote that was said, I don't know who said it, it was a great quote. This guy said, going into combat, going into war, out of the 100 men that go into war, 10 shouldn't even fucking be there. 80 of them are just targets. 10 do most of, or 9 do most of the fighting. 1 is a warrior. And it's a true quote to life. I saw it going through training. I saw it everywhere I went. There's so many people who just show up to life that shouldn't even fucking be around. And there's few people who do all the work. I wanted to be part of that 9, and I'm working towards being that 1. And that's just how I live my life.
Now, what are you doing with your life these days?
Right now, I keep the same. I'm very routine. I get up every morning. I run. I go to the gym, and then at nighttime I stretch out. I am just trying to develop a business. Costing me a lot of money trying to do that. I'm just getting out. I'm an introvert, so I never really get on social media. I'm not big on that. I'm big on being with yourself. I believe all these fucking cameras and phones and shit, it takes you away from the most powerful thing in the world, which is your fucking mind. So I try hard to continue to grow that. I'm trying to break a record again. I'm trying to cross Death Valley as fast as possible on top of Mount Whitney. And I'm constantly trying to put goals in front of me. But the biggest thing is I'm trying to find more of myself. And the only way I can find more is to silence the world out as much as I can, because it's getting busier every day. It's getting faster. And the faster it gets, the more you are missing who the fuck you are. So I trap my own mind a lot and say, look, man, I put my phone away, I put shit away, and I go dark. I go dark a lot. And it's because I have to find out. I'm on a journey of life. And we all have a different journey. And I want to be in my fucking pine box. And I believe your spirit is forever. It has to. It's too fucking powerful. No way in hell that thing just dies when we die. I want to be able to look back on my life when I'm all dead and be so fucking proud of myself forever. This is all temporary shit to me. I want to be forever proud of who I was as a man and change who I used to be. The liar, the insecure guy, the guy who can, whatever. I want to be proud. And if I die now, if I die at 8, if I die at 90, 100, I want to look at myself and say, I'm proud of myself.
Don't you think that also, like we're saying, that because you've gone through so much struggle, you appreciate happiness, true happiness? Do you think that you appreciate discipline because you weren't disciplined? Do you think you appreciate the hard work you put in because you used to be weak?
Yes, I appreciate self-discipline.
Yes.
I never had, and the crazy thing about, you say that, I didn't have a motherfucker come wake me up at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning and say, hey, you gotta get your shit in. I had no trainer. I didn't have a nutritionist. It was the self-discipline that I had to survive, to not survive, survive week, to thrive. No one say, hey man, you're 297 pounds, man. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you. Hey man, you're not smart. I'm gonna help you out. I had to work at all this shit. I had to overcome, and self-discipline is everything. And if you don't have it, I'll look at you right, because I know you're capable of more. It's not discipline so much for me. It's all on you. It's all on you. The self part is what's big. We need someone to hold people accountable. Fuck that shit, man. Fuck that shit. We count on people too much to get us through shit. And we look to our right, look to our left, looking for help. And if you can build that self, you can build that total accountability in oneself. And it's not about being selfish. I'm trying to create a better me. So hopefully people who are hearing this are taking it the right way, can say, I can run a mile. It ain't about running 205 fucking miles, doing 4,000 beats. It ain't about all that shit. Shit doesn't matter. I want you to see how fucking far you can go. And that's all it's about, yourself. And that's where it all comes from.
Well, listen, I guarantee you've already done that. What you experienced from watching that television show and what got you out the door, what got you to sort of take the first steps to change your life, what you experienced by watching Rocky, what you experienced, those moments of inspiration, those are critical for people. They need to know that someone's done something that's greater than what they can imagine themselves doing, and they want to take a step towards trying to be better. That inspiration is gigantic, and sometimes it comes across as corny. You know, people read too much of it online. It drowns out. You lose the meaning, gets lost, and there's a lot of posers. There's a lot of people out there that are pretending that they're trying to offer up inspiration or a true, honest account of their experiences, but really what they're trying to do is say something that's going to get likes.
Right.
You know, they're trying to say things that they think people are going to go, yeah, double high five.
Right.
You know, there's a thing that people are doing where they're just trying to just get social cred.
That's it. That's what social media is, man. I'm gonna paint you the picture of my fake life.
Right.
I paint you a picture of my fucking real life.
Yeah.
Period. Like it or not, man.
But that real life is fuel for people.
Right.
It's fuel for me. I mean, I love that shit. I live off of it. There's a lot of people that I follow online, and you're one of them, that I can get something out of that. I can watch a short clip of you talking. Short clips of this podcast. People are going to play these clips and go for fucking crazy runs afterwards.
Right. Well, I hope so.
Fuck yeah, they're
I hope
gonna.
so.
You don't even have to hope. It's
Right.
going to happen.
That's good. That's good.
What is this business you're doing?
Well, it's my own. Goggins LLC. Basically, I'm invested in myself. And I hope that this story can change somebody's life. Not to be me, because it ain't about me. And I try to be as real as I can, because because we're all fucking suffering in this world. We're all hurting. And I try to take away all titles you want to give me, that you know that I did not come from that shit. That's why I have to be so authentic and so real about my own insecurities, my own faults, about this being a fucked up person. I'm not the best at anything. I'm not gifted. I'm just driven. And it's all about trying to share that message with people. It's all about, you know, I speak to a lot of people, and that's what I do now.
And how are you doing it as a business?
I do some motivational speaking, but you know, right now I'm not really trying to make a lot of fucking money. I'm just trying to build the brand as authentic as possible because I don't want to build it too fast. Because my biggest fear in life is people can read right through a motherfucker that's not real. I do it all the time. Like a lot of people have these great quotes and they mass produce. I can't mass produce something, man.
Right.
And they have these great quotes and shit, but are you living that motherfucker? What you just quoted and how powerful it may sound, are you getting up every fucking morning? You're not about working out, whatever. Are you really getting the fuck after? Are you just talking to motivate people?
Right.
And I don't want to be that guy.
Or are you talking to pretend that you're
Exactly.
getting after?
And a lot of people make this big money over here to the side, which I haven't made a lot. And they talk this shit, and they're all this and it's gone.
Right.
They're not authentic at all, man.
Right.
It's all this shit.
Right.
And I read it all the time, like, man, this guy bullshit.
Right.
Bullshit, man. Fucking wake up, get after it, live what you're saying, and then it comes. People can see. When I talk, the reason I talk so fucking dispassionate, because I'm reliving my fucking life. I'm reliving this morning when I got up. I didn't want to do that shit. I'm reliving everything I did, and I can't speak to you like all calm and shit. Shit sucks. It sucks, man. So whenever I start talking about, like, after this podcast, you'll see, man, God, you're so calm right now. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not going back through that shit, man. I'm not going back through the suffering and shit that it took to become who I am today. So I'm slowly trying to build this brand to the point where I can slowly, hopefully, make people from motivated to driven, because motivation is crap. It's shit. People right now, they can listen to this shit, they need motivated to go run. If it's cold somewhere where they're at, a lot of my friends will shut that door, go back inside. That's motivation. It comes and goes as how you feel. If you and your wife are good, if you and your kids are good, if you're good at work, you're motivated. I like the motherfucker whose life is imploded. Ain't got shit in life that says, you still gotta fucking get after today, man. That's what it's about. So that's when you move from motivation to driven to obsessed. And I want people to realize once you get to this portion over here, the driven obsessed part, you'll stop.
This commitment that you have to authenticity is one of the reasons why people are connected to what your message is. That's one of the reasons why what you're saying, you don't want to grow too fast. You don't want it to be bullshit. You're terrified of that thing. Just like we were talking about with weak people. You're terrified of seeing that weakness in yourself.
Right.
You know, we all see that. We've all seen motivational things that are bullshit. We've all talked to people that are talking, and you realize there's nothing really that they're connected to. They're not really connected to their words. Their words are just a bunch of words they've pieced together because they sound like something that someone who's, you know, enlightened on the subject would say.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't connect
At all.
So your struggle now is to try to figure out how to stay you and get the message out, but still be fully connected to that message.
Right. That's, you know, it is so much a struggle because I'm not really about. I'm not driven by the business. I'm not driven by trying to be. I make a very small salary from being retired from the military. That's all I need. So I'm not fast to. I'm a minimalist motherfucker. Give me a backpack, a fucking ground to sleep on, and a pull-up bar, and a fucking some running shoes, and a Subway sandwich or some shit. And I'm fucking straight. So it's I believe in patience. I'm a patient dude. I can watch a piece of grass grow for 20 years because I know that it's how you get somewhere in life. By being that monk-like mentality and being able to watch something grow very calmly, patiently. And that's all I'm doing right now. It's not about money. It's not about people knowing me. I don't care if you like me. Whoever wants to hear this, it's out there. It's out there.
So your goal is to grow this.
Right. Slowly. Very slowly.
And your goal is to grow this in order to impact people.
Period. That's it. It's not about me.
What do you get out of impacting?
It's a good question. I don't get anything out of it. I'm a tool. But
But you must get something. There must be personal satisfaction. There must be a connection to those people. It must be enriching to you.
It's hard to connect with people because there's quite a few now that are coming in.
Right.
It's my duty. It's my duty to share. It's kind of like it's somebody who discovered a new earth. You know, it discovered a whole another part of your fucking brain. You know about. It's my job by being on the journey and being a discoverer. I discovered this part. I discovered a very important part that I haven't that had discovered this part. And I'm sure there's a lot out there. But it's my job now to take these weak people in the category that I was in and say, stop reading the bullshit. Stop listening to the bullshit. And if my story of success can impact somebody, it is my job, it's my duty to share the story. As much as I'm not really fond of it, I'm the kind of guy that wants to sit in the fucking room and just be me. Just be me alone, by myself. It's who I am. I have to get uncomfortable and tell people all this shit. I think it feels good to tell people out of fourth grade reading level in high school. I stuttered. I lied to people to be their fucking friends. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. But maybe somebody's doing the same shit. And maybe they can realize, wow, that motherfucker was a piece of shit. And he fucking now is a Navy SEAL, retired guy, and runs these miles and was 297 pounds and pathetic fucker. And wow. And people say, why are you talking so? It's the fucking truth. I was a fucking pathetic motherfucker, man. People cannot say that to themselves. We have to choose these great fucking magical words that make people feel good. Tell yourself the truth. If someone calls you fucking fat, they may be bullying you, but you might be fucking fat. If someone calls you dumb, it's mean, but you might be fucking dumb. It's life, man. Take it for what it's worth and change it.
And that terrible feeling when someone does tell you that you're fat, you can use that as fuel. Period. And that's all this is about. And where it goes, if it goes somewhere, and whatever, you know, I don't give a shit. Well, you said something that I think of when I run, and it said most people quit at 40%.
That's it. That's my 40% rule, man.
I love that.
That's my 40% rule, man. And I really developed that through my heart surgeries. I developed that through that first 100-mile run. And I thought I had given 100%. When I was on that chair at mile 70, I was fucked up. I thought I'd given 100%. And to go that last, I go, man, I wasn't even near 100%. So I came up with this thing called the 40% rule. It's basically where it's like a car. You put a governor on a car. And they said the car can go 130. That governor stops the car at 91. And you're driving thinking, man, I want to fucking floor it, but I can't go any faster. We do that to our brain. We put a governor on our brain. It's like we feel pain, discomfort, suffering, all those words that we hate to say because we're in this happy, peaceful world we live in now. We stop. We slow down. And if you can get through these different barriers and gain 5%, 2%, 3%, that 40% becomes 60. That 60% becomes 70, 80, and 90. And then you'll hopefully one day near 100. I don't know many people probably at 100. I mean, we think we're there, but there's so much more.
Isn't 100 at death's door, though?
I love that. I think it's true. I think that's 100% true.
I think when you were laying in that tub, you knocked on a door.
That is 100% true. No one has ever did. That is 100% true. I didn't give 100% in that 101-mile run I did for the first time. So that's the scary thing. That's the scariest thing in the world. I didn't die.
You probably gave 99.99999 and your life.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know how to end this any better than that. So let's just wrap this up. If people want to find your stuff, what's the best place to go and look for it?
I'm just at David Goggins, man. Social media, on Instagram, Facebook. I don't tweet that much stuff out because I write messages, and I always link it, on Twitter to my Facebook and Instagram. But it's just at David Goggins.
It was an honor and privilege, man.
Thanks
Thank you very much, man. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
David Goggins, ladies and gentlemen.
That was Joe Rogan Experience 1080, David Goggins. Up next, Joe Rogan Experience 1450. Bill Maher. What up, Matt Zero? Hope you're kicking ass tonight, today, wherever it may be for you.
Hello, Bill.
Great to be here in the man cave.
This is the professional extension of the man cave. This part is this is where real work gets done. This is the only part in the building.
Worth it just to see you. No, really, I thought I did not expect this. But, you know, as I was just telling you up here, I invited myself to the show.
Yes. He requested it. I would have invited you.
We're coming back on the air. Bill's not coming back in a few days. We always do something to promote it. I was like, to that show. You know, I like that show. Why can't I do the shows I listen to?
Got that Mexican.
That looks like it should be a ring for a
slash
a roadie.
for a roadie. What season are you guys coming into?
Oh fuck. I don't know. Seasons, it's hard to. Yeah, you just go by years. We started on HBO in 2003, but then we used to do. For the first few years, they had us do 2 seasons. They took them a while to get the idea that this is not like The Sopranos or any other show. This kind of show is a habit show. It has to be on most of the year. We used to do a season from February to like May. Then we'd be off for 4 months, come back for a few months in the fall. That's not the way you can do it when you're following events, a live show.
Right.
So finally, somewhere in there, they just, okay, so then it was 1 long season as opposed to 2. So I guess they counted the early years as 2. We've been on HBO since 2003, but of course, when I started, you were on the old show, Politically Incorrect. Somebody sent me a clip of that. Wow. I couldn't even bear to watch it just from the way we looked. It was too sad.
Time is cruel.
It's actually, we look better now just because we look douchier. Younger.